Good morning, guys. It's a bit early this morning, but I couldn't sleep, so I am watching Richmond. As usual, I was watching Richmond, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to share this. I won't be chit-chatty because it's early, but let's watch Richmond. Dad's with the 72. And I'm with Spam. I'll do the Bush first, then the Cup. The Bush is a little less than 2 hours. I'll skip through some boring stuff. And then we'll be on the way. Good morning, everyone. Hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving. We'll talk to you after the race or in between. You know me. All right, let's go to here. Let's go racing.
ESPN and ESPN2 are proud for the first time since 1983 to be back at one of the show places for 2 days of NASCAR stock car racing. Today, it's the Hardee's Fried Chicken Challenge 250, and tomorrow, Winston Cup racing action, 12:30 p.m. NASCAR Day, and our live flag-to-flag coverage of the Pontiac Excitement 400. It is one of the most competitive, and it is the largest field ever
Had to double click.
15-year history of Busch Series racing at Richmond International Raceway. 41 cars will start.
All right, let's see.
Fans, this is the 15th Busch Series race.
Threw myself off with the
redesigned in 1988.
headset issue.
Now here's the math for today's race. NASCAR had more than 60 cars pre-register for this event, but some of those teams took a look at the
Good morning, Valder. How are you, John?
Field. We're going to lay this one out.
He's so sweet.
54 cars took times. 41
He's so sweet.
will start here today. From first to
Are you
17th,
truck
it's
driving
3/10 of a
today?
second. From first to the
Like
last
big
car in
truck?
on
Whoa,
time,
no, it's more like
half a
this.
second. Dale Jarrett, Michael Waltrip, Joe Nemechek, Mark Martin, Harry
You're
Gant,
doing this,
Robert Preston,
not
Bobby
this.
Hamilton have all been to victory lane here. Big names have won this race, but once again this week, some good drivers came and went home.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It got warmer here today. About an hour ago, my kitty cat was doing this on my back. I'm like, no, I don't want to get up. But I got up. So I streamed. And it's warmer, and I can work on the garden later today. When she's doing this, I ignore her. Then she starts reaching around and looking at my head, and then she pops me on the nose. And when she gets to the popping on, well, she takes one little picky finger and goes boop right on my nose. And then I'm like, that's it. Her bowl's empty or something. And I reach over and her bowl is still full. I'm like, man, she gotta go out. Chris let her out. I have very spoiled fur babies.
Straightaway 1,290 feet. The banking in the corners 14 degrees, and the straightaways 8 degrees in the front and 2 degrees in the back.
I keep everything within
She's
a little star kitty bowl.
Track and the high-speed drafting of a super speedway. Thus, is it a short track or a super speedway? Who better to answer that than Kyle Petty?
Well, really, Jerry, I think it's a combination of the two. The corners are so tight and so close that you get that tight rubbing racing, that short
Pretty
track
sure
racing
I
like
was
you see
here.
at Martinsville and Wilkesboro and Bristol and places like that. The speedways are longer. You get the drafting, you get the speeds that you see at a Rockingham or a Dover or a place like that. So you've got a combination of the short track races. You've got a combination of the super speedway type thing. Motor-wise, it's the same way. You've got to have a short track motor to pull you up off the corner, but you've got to have a speedway motor to run it in the straightaway.
A couple of times, and then I remember going with the team a couple
Let me tell you,
times.
it's a tough place no matter how you look at it. But for more on two guys that know how to get around this place, whether it's a short track or a super speedway, there's Bill Weber.
Well, Kyle, Terry Labonte's always had good luck at this track, but today he starts 28th because when he qualified, his car would not stick to the track. That car has been great since they got here, except for 2 laps. The 2 Terry used to qualify. He's 28th. Now starting 20th, the man who won this race last fall, Dale Jarrett. In fact, he's in the same car. They've started this car 4 times. 3 times it's gone to victory lane.
It's a pretty car.
Dale Jarrett and Terry Labonte will try and get to the front, but they have 2 big obstacles to overcome. The talent in front of them and a flirtatious track where it is very tough to pass.
You're right, Bill Wilbur.
You'll occasionally, if you race with my son, he'll race the 72, which is the Detroit Gasket paint job, because of Mike Dillon and my dad working with him in the beginning of the year.
Racetrack is, it's still tough to pass on.
It is tough to pass. The corner down in turn 1 is a fairly tight corner. Coming off turn 2, going in turn 3, it's kind of tight. But Dale Jarrett, Terry Labonte, folks, they got to hustle because starting 7th today.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you, John, for stopping by, and I appreciate the lurk.
You know how well Mark Martin
I'll
runs.
see you when you
He
return.
hasn't run at this racetrack since 1993. He's had a couple of seconds, and his engine failed last year leading the race. So if they're going to win the race, they got to catch Mark Martin. He's starting way in front of them. Hurry, guys.
Guys, when we come back, we'll take a look at the 41-car starting field and the current Busch Series point standings, as well as some of the guys.
I scored for the 48 team. It was 18. And LW was driving
It
for
should
him.
be that kind of wild day here at Richmond International Raceway as they wrestle their way to the front. That's part of the WCW team of Steve Grissom and the crew. They painted their faces just like the wrestlers on World Championship Wrestling. After 2 events, take a look at the Busch Series standings. Now, folks, it won't look like this for very long because 3 of the top 5 are Winston Cup regulars. The other 2 are Busch Series regulars, Randy LaJoy and David Green. As those 5 guys up, hey, how about that, guys? I mean, it's entertainment, isn't
This
it?
is the 3rd race of the year.
Streaks down either side of my face.
Oh, we got to try that.
The 3 of
I
them,
don't think so. What do you think, Ned?
well, the 2 first drivers are Cup drivers, and they won't always be able to run. They can only run unlimited because there are conflictions and rules
maybe
and
would go
stuff.
40 or 60 laps at most, and those front tires, the left front in particular, would be
Yeah,
gone.
it's a little unusual that you'd see a left front tire wearing or having problems with it as much as we've seen in some of the practice here. They're very concerned about it, but they do things to these race cars now to put a lot of pressure on that left front so it'll turn.
That's
and especially here
a
at Richmond
plus.
International Raceway. So that is a concern. But another big concern of the tire situation is until they get heated up, they don't get much adhesion on the racetrack. We've seen a lot of cars spin out here yesterday in practice just simply because there were not enough heat in the tires. And the first few laps of this race could be very interesting.
And they're only giving them 3 sets of tires, Benny, 3 sets under caution.
And one reason that they're running 5 Warrenville bass today is to try to get just a little bit of heat in the tires. As Ned talked, cold tires is a problem.
3 sets of tires totally. It's all they have. It should be exciting as far as what's going to happen in the pits during the pit stops. And now let's go down trackside for the showing of the colors and the playing of our national anthem.
Standing, ladies and gentlemen, as we honor our nation with the playing of our national anthem.
Very traditional. I've heard this recording at so many racetracks as a kid. Sunoco team. My dad will be with them after or at Atlanta. I've been able to chat with Jeff a little bit, and he said that having that Sunoco ride, he felt so proud to drive that paint job. He thought it was like the most beautiful car. Like, he was honored to drive it because of how beautiful that paint was on the Sunoco 47. I'm really glad I got back in contact with him. I chat about once a week with him about racing and such in our families because we grew up together. And it's been really enjoyable. I've learned another side of the racing, the insights from a driver's side.
He returns to the series on a full-time basis this year, starting outside the front row next to Jeff Purvis. Purvis has had a strong start at age 36. This is his 2nd pole. He had a 3rd place finish at Rockingham last week, but a 23rd at Daytona.
That's a James Finch car. Jake Finch races today.
It's a young front row of Purvis and Setzer, 2 guys returning to the series on a full-time basis in 1996, hoping today's race is part of a run to the championship. Now, the command to
Phoenix
begin
had
today's
gorgeous
activities.
cars. Still Phoenix
Now,
racing
ladies and
today.
gentlemen, for the most dramatic words in the world of professional sports, our Grand Marshal, Dan Ginsberg.
Drivers, start your engine!
And with that command, the field of 41 roars to life. The largest field in the 15-year history of the Busch Series coming to Richmond International Raceway. When we come back, we'll take a look at the starting lineup, 41 strong, and drop the green flag on stop number 3 on the Busch Series Tour. Stay with us.
The paint's changed from last year to this year. I'm still trying to catch up.
Coverage being brought to you by Suzuki. Your Suzuki motorcycle and ATV dealer has the ride you've been waiting for and the financing to get it. By TM8 engine treatment from Valvoline, because driving is more stop than go. And by Firestone, America's tire since 1900.
We see the car still sitting on pit road, making sure that the engines are completely
See, this is
warm before they roll
1996.
off.
We had the Lance
Once you go on the
sponsorship
racetrack,
of
the two tools
Moroso in
basically don't go up.
'95, and I know
Now,
Moroso
We
is
talked
out
about some of
now.
the cars that started back in the field. They had trouble in qualifying. They couldn't get any heat in their engines. Could not get any temperature in the motors. The field of 41 rolls away. Let's take a look at our Suzuki starting grid. And you've already seen that on the front row, for the 4th time in Busch Series racing, Jeff Purvis, the pole sitter, and alongside Dennis Setzer, former runner-up for Rookie of the Year. Back in row 2, Bobby Labonte and Mike Wallace, a pair of Winston Cup regulars. Bobby, a former Busch Series champion, as is David Green, the 1994 Series champion, alongside another Series champion, Joe Nemechek.
In row 4, we find Mark Martin that I talked about just a moment ago, and Jim Bound, great qualifying run from a young man from Asheboro, North Carolina. Row 5, Todd Bodine, back in Busch Series in 1996, and Doug Hebron. In row 6, there's Curtis Markham and also Buckshot Jones.
And in row number 7, Chad Little in the Pontiac, and Hermie Sadler with a good qualifying run after having engine problems. Michael Waltrip and Steve Grissom make up row 8. And in row 9, we see Pete Orr and Randy LaJoy.
And row 10, Rodney Combs, who missed the field down at Rockingham, and Dale Jarrett. He didn't qualify well, but he was the fastest car in the final Busch Series practice yesterday. Row 11, Kevin LePage had that great qualifying run at Daytona alongside Randy Porter. And back in row 12, Elliott Sadler. He's the younger brother of Hermie Sadler and 2-time former Series champion Larry
3/10
Pearson.
separate back to 24th.
25th spot, row 13, is Patty Moise, and she will start this car. It was qualified by her husband, Elton Sawyer. Jerry Nadeau, a rookie on the outside. Shane Hall, another rookie in row 14, alongside Terry Labonte, and we know he will run well. In row 15 is Glenn Allen Jr. and young brother Phil Parsons.
And making up the 16th row is Johnny Rumley and Jeff Fuller. Row 17, we see Joe Bessie and Jason Keller. And in row 18, Mike Dillon and Tim
Here we are.
And back in
Mike
row 19, these are provisional starters. Mike McLaughlin had trouble getting the car qualified, couldn't get it to turn in the corner. And the Goodrich Chevy, that is the Dale and Teresa Earnhardt driver, Jeff Green, had engine
34
trouble.
is Clyde
Had trouble
McLeod's car,
qualifying
and
the original spot.
he
Johnny
and my
Shepard,
dad were
rookie
pretty good
driver,
friends
in row
then.
20, and Mike Laughlin Jr. starting the car number 35. And
Mike
along
Laughlin
with row 21,
Jr.
former
is
1990
the
Series
son of a
champion,
chassis
Chuck
builder
Bound,
from New England that built the
41st.
modifieds to begin with.
Once again with Bill.
But then people started running Laughlin chassis down in the Southern Series.
Is in that car. As you guys mentioned, Elton Sawyer did qualify
I
that
grew
car.
up around the same age as his daughter, Robin.
Last week at Rockingham.
Oh, I'm sorry. Laughlin is different. My bad. I'm thinking Lindblad.
Got it in the show, and Patty's going to start it. So
Robin is a Lindblad. Laughlin, they're both chassis guys. Laughlin was Southern, and Lindblad was Northern. I got all confused for a minute. Got all the memories tangled up.
It all comes to the same place at the end. 2 to go, guys.
And Bill, Patty told me that she said, I want to take the car to the first caution flag and hope that it's not me that produces the first caution flag. And her left knee very, very sore. As you see some of the roof cameras there, riding along with Rocket Rodney Combs. Today's field, 41 cars, 26 Chevys, 12 Fords, and 3 Pontiacs.
And no Edsel. Not a one.
All the early chassis builders like Banjo,
Can they get enough heat in the tires doing this, or just take the cars up to speed?
Laughlin.
It takes the cars getting up to speed.
Up
If
north,
you noticed
it was
yesterday during
Lindblad
the
and
qualifying and
Rosman.
during the Busch qualifying, like you guys have said, the track was so cold. The guys threw away
Troyer.
the first lap. There were big differences
They
between the
still
first
run some
qualifying lap and the
Troyers.
second lap. So
Richmond
what they did,
does.
they weave, they get a little heat in them, then they try to run an easy lap. You're going to see some scary stuff going in this first corner because these guys want to get their tires hot, but there's no way to get them hot enough.
Jerry Nadeau has spun out.
And I expect that he probably just tried to accelerate a little bit, and on those tires, they're pretty hard and cold, and he probably just got out from under it. We've seen that here in the last couple of days, just, not even going fast and spin out. So Kyle said, yeah, watch that first turn down there.
That's a perfect example of what Kyle was talking about. Here's the guys
I
that
think
did not
they
make the
do
field. They went
come
home.
out of the Busch
13 of them.
North, if I'm not
54 cars were here.
mistaken.
41 will start. And guys, I'm going to tell you, next week in Atlanta, they already have 65 entries for the Busch Light 300 in Atlanta. That was as of yesterday, and they continue to file entries. As we get set to go green flag racing, glad to have you with us here at Richmond.
Remember how many would try to make the race and how many would go home? I mean, it stunk to go home, but you know how great it was to make the race then?
Paul Sawyer and his sons Wayne and Bill have built here. We're ready to go racing.
Kind of like Cars Tour now, to be honest. 57 tried to make that Florence race. Just to make that field was an accomplishment. And that was a great race. I wish the coverage was better. I gotta try to find... Dillner might have some footage or something that's better. It's such a great race at Florence. I hope they piece together everybody's videos and make a decent one. Maybe Landon will. Landon will for sure.
Everybody was pretty careful that first lap. They knew what to expect on that first lap, and so everybody drove really nice.
Y'all don't follow Landon Huffman on YouTube. You really need to. It's really interesting content. It's not long videos and all that, unless it's a race day video, but he works on the car in the shop. I watched all the way from when they built the brand new shop. Well, took his dad's, Rob's old shop, and cleaned it up, renovated it into Landon's shop, and he also knows he's in his late 20s, so he's getting up there in age nowadays, right? So he's given it his all as a backyard team, and that's what's exciting. It's very much like how we did in the old days.
He's in 5th place.
Mark back in 6th.
Mark Wallace trying to get on the
Focus more on handling than motor, because you're running against these big dollar teams. Right now he's teamed up with Carroll Speed Shop, and they're doing fantastic. I mean, making shows and everything, which is, like I said, an accomplishment. And not just making shows, top 20, top 15, top 10. They'll be in.
Ned, you get up on the outside and just open the door.
Yeah, it really does. I've seen a couple of cars
And
in
the
the
old
back that have been doing some
people with extra money want to sponsor somebody. That's a good kid to
cars are. The outside groove is not
get
the place
behind.
to be, as Dennis Setzer is finding out.
Setzer continuing to backslide, start on the outside of row 1, now being challenged on the inside by Joe Nemechek. And here's another move by Steve Grissom, moving inside the car number 75 of Doug Hemrod.
And he's bringing 74, Randy LaJoy with him.
Well, Grissom's car is on the move.
Michael Waltrip there in the 12, the red and white car, MW windows. Hermie Sadler in the 1.
Hermie Sadler blew an engine late in practice yesterday, just before the end of the practice, before their qualifying. They hustled around and got another engine in it, and they still had a good qualifying run.
3 abreast.
Ooh, back off, Dennis. He did.
That 23 car, the John Deere Pontiac, that is Chad Little on the inside. The Lux, that's the yellow car, 51 is Jim Bound.
My dad had worked with the 2019 the year before. They were Channel Lock before they were WCW. And he took the job to be team manager over the Mike Dillon shop through the winter of 95 to 96. And he's racing with them at this race here.
if someone is out there, they don't know it. They just pin them against that outside retaining wall.
And there's Jeff Purvis, who was our pole sitter. He has led since the drop of the green flag. In second spot is Bobby Labonte in the car 44. And David Green in the Caterpillar car. Now, Kirk Shelmerdine, his third race as the crew chief on that car. One car slowing.
Hermie Sadler, man, oh man.
Well, he had such high hopes coming into this race here. This is close to his home.
And
his race shops really are in Richmond, Virginia. And he wanted to show
I
the
heard her
home folks
walking
here
around.
what he could do.
And he's smoking badly going down in turn 1, so I guess it's an engine problem on the DeWalt Chevrolet. Martin has been able to get by Mike Wallace. That's Martin in 60, Mike Wallace in 90.
Moves Martin up to 4th.
Started back in 7th spot. Knew he would be strong watching that final practice yesterday.
Joe Nemechek in the 87 blue and white car trying to get on the inside of Todd Bodine.
Then after.
Oh, Bodine goes up the hill and
Stella.
Nemechek.
There you are.
And second place, David Green, the Caterpillar car, has taken it away from Bobby Labonte.
And here's a spin.
That's Jeff Green has spun up in turn 4. Will bring out the first caution flag of the day in the Goodrich Chevrolet. So he gets it
Jeff
right.
Green.
Will lose a lap.
But some pretty
Oh,
good
that's
damage
not
to the left
good.
rear of that car.
There is a lot of damage there.
That's the worst part to hit because you can't
he's
fill
able
the
to
gas or
continue.
anything. It does a lot of damage.
And this was the caution flag that Patty Moise needed to put her husband and co-owner of that race car, Elton Sawyer, in it. First caution, lap 14. An incident coming out of turn 4, not the break that Jeff Green needed, but there is Patty Moise, the Purex dial machine that she and her husband Elton Sawyer co-own. We mentioned Patty was injured in an accident at Rockingham last week. Has possibly some torn ligaments in her left knee, and there's the damage on the car number 3 that brought out the caution.
And that's a lot of damage here.
See if we can see what happened to the 3 car here just a moment ago.
And we see him up there and backs it in the wall pretty doggone hard.
He was in some pretty heavy traffic back there. So
He pulled up beside of Joe Bessie. I don't know if he if that just would be purely speculation that they might have made some contact. But
First caution flag today, and here is Patty Moise coming in. She had trouble getting in and out of the car in practice. In fact, yesterday morning they had to actually take her seat out of the car because she couldn't even practice the race car. You see the crew members going in to try to help her out. She can't bend her left knee, so they literally lift her out. There's her husband, Elton Sawyer. And they climbs in. They had a pillow behind Patty Moise because they had Elton's seat in the car.
I think he's going to get lapped. I think that Elton will be lapped before he can get the car going again.
It's going to be awfully close. Of course, Patty is thinking about her dad also, who had heart bypass surgery.
That's Elton Sawyer, the NASCAR director of operations, whatever. He's in charge of like race operations, race director, whatever. He's in charge of making the calls. Of fines, this, that, and the other. Like he just ran the stop sign.
Sadler, like you guys said yesterday, that he broke a motor right there.
But he knew it.
He's only run 15,
Plus, he had a window
today,
net
you've got
down.
more problems. What seems to be the problem?
Yeah, they just told me we.
You see his hand holding on
so we're done for the day.
To the door.
Same old story, you know.
When he
we
took
keep,
off.
Trying and working hard and can't get to the finish yet, Kyle. We'll keep running and get this DeWalt car up front pretty soon, I hope.
Well, he'll be back. You can count on that. There is oil all over pit road, and that could be the problem for the spin, guys.
And the window net, we are told, is down in Elton Sawyer's car. There's Patty Moise, who climbed out of the car. Plus, he ran the stop sign at the end of pit road, so he will come back down pit road for a brief penalty. And we'll take this break and come back to Richmond after this. Back at Richmond International Raceway, our live coverage of the Hardee's Fried Chicken Challenge 250. And the challenge right now in the Goodrich pits is to try to somehow
take
reassemble
a big old
the
rope of the tape, wrap it around the nozzle filler, fill your gas. Get that solid first.
Penalty from NASCAR. And there we see the oil drive being put down on pit road for that oil, I guess, that came out of the one car of Hermie Sadler.
Well, you can join ESPN2 later today at 5 p.m. for IndyCar pole qualifying for the Grand Prix of Miami presented by Toyota. The 28 entrants will qualify for the best time of 2 laps, and practice laps have shown cars reaching
Fun
almost
fact,
200
my dad won the Grand Prix of
In fact,
Miami.
some of the top drivers there include Allister Jr., Michael Andretti, and Paul Tracy. That's today at 5 p.m. Eastern on the Deuce. That'll be live qualifying.
86 or 87-ish. This is 96, so 10 years later.
As the cars are preparing to go back to racing on the green flag conditions, the light is out atop the Pontiac pace car, and that means that the next time by they'll throw the green flag and they'll be racing
Mike's
again.
still way in the back.
Mark Martin was gaining
32nd. He started 35th though, so he's passed a couple. Oh, like Sawyer or Green, Rumley, and Settler.
He is fast on this racetrack, and we're ready to go racing again.
Which actually means he lost a few
Martin,
spots.
a two-time winner here. One of 9 different drivers who have won in Busch Series competition. Pretty good jump by Joe Nemechek. He challenged for the 4th spot. And so we go back to green flag racing, and Purvis leads him out of turn 4. Check in the pits with Kyle Petty, who's standing by with Patty Moise.
Well, I'm here with Patty Moise. You did hit hard last week. Obviously, you're limping. You've got some problem with your knees. You've had a tough week. You've been in the hospital with your father and stuff. And then, obviously, the driver change didn't go. Oh, wait a minute. There's a spin out there on the speedway.
Okay. And no caution flag.
No caution. Sorry about that. Anyhow, the driver change didn't go as smooth as you wanted to. The Nascar official kept holding you. What was the problem?
Didn't beat the pace car down at the end. It was held by he went by the guy who had the stop sign.
Hey, that happens. I've done that a million times. How are you feeling?
I'm okay. Just wanted to go up here at Summer Car to have a good run. And my knee, I tore something in it. It's hard to keep it bent that long.
Yeah, it's hard. I tell you what, it's hard to drive a race car when you're feeling healthy, much less when you're not. I will say this is the first time I've ever seen a wife get in for a husband get in for a wife in Winston Cup racing or in NASCAR racing. I wouldn't let my wife in my car or my husband, either one. See you guys.
That's Kyle talking to Patty Moise. A moment ago, the incident coming out of turn 2 involved Chad Little and Jim Bounds. You saw there was no caution flag. Those cars both righted themselves and continue to go.
Now see Mark Martin has taken over the 3rd spot, and Mike Wallace has taken over 4th. Bobby Labonte drops back to 5th, and here comes Nemechek. They're contesting that spot.
Like Labonte's car is pushing up just a little bit in the turns, and they're able to drive right under him.
Bobby Labonte in the shell car. Let's see if we can tell exactly what happened between Chad Little and Jim Bound in the Lutz car. There we see Grissom in the WC. Some contact from Grissom in Jim Bound's car. Around he goes, and Chad Little, he just got really true. I don't think either of those cars hit anything there.
Well, I tell you, Chad Little did a great job of getting his car slowed down, not hitting either Bound or the wall.
Bound's donut wasn't too shabby either. I'm going to get more coffee.
Just up the road about 30-40 miles, and these cars going by Jeff Green.
Bobby Labonte now backsliding. He's being shown in the 8th position, and we might mention that Dennis Setzer, who started on the outside of row 1, his car continues to have handling problems, and he is now being shown way back in 15th spot.
The better you'll get.
Battle for the lead. David Green, the cat car, has a prey in front of him, and that prey is Jeff Purvis.
At Daytona, David had help from Kirk Shelmerdine, as well as at Rockingham. They really haven't hired Kirk, but they would love to have him. He sort of just shows up, and when he shows up, they're all smiles. But they said, hey, Kirk, this week, could we order you a uniform, maybe have you come around like every week or so? Because Kirk, well, we'll see. But Butch Enders is the crew chief, Kirk Shelmerdine working on that car with that crew, and David Green, and boy, what a difference that has made.
Well, Kirk Shelmerdine drove Butch's car some back when Carroll Levin owned the operation, before Bud McCall stepped in and bought the 95P.
Hey, Gamer, how you doing?
Purvis' car might be getting a little bit loose then. And David Green's going to take advantage of that. Try it right here.
Just refilling the coffee.
knows that David Green had better hustle and get by as quick as he can because he's going to have somebody on his tail in just a
I have a
moment.
table in front of me. If I bend over, it's like I'm reaching for things on my desk. I guess it's a desk, it's an armoire or whatever. Buffet style.
151 of 197
Just
laps he led,
adores.
and he's strong, and he's a two-time winner
Pretty
here.
cool.
Here's Green once more. He drives her deep down into third this time. Gets alongside. Is he going to be able to pull it off? Yes, he will. Going into turn one, he'll take the lead from Jeff Purvis. Now Purvis closes the door on Mark Martin.
These three cars have pulled away from the fourth and fifth place cars of Mike Wallace and Joe Nemechek by about 15, 18 car lengths. As now Nemechek looks to the inside of Wallace. That's for fourth spot, and he will make the pass coming out of turn four.
Does it cleanly.
And up front is David Green after 32 of 250 laps in 1994. Busch Series champion has assumed the lead. Back with more live Busch Series action after this. Back at Richmond International Raceway, David Green is our leader. You see
My
our
bed's
field
too
summary.
high
The number
for
in
her to
parentheses,
jump up
that's where
very
they
easily.
started. Green started fifth, Mark Martin
And she
seventh,
weighs
and
like
Purvis, our
80
pole
pounds,
sitter,
so I can't lift her.
obviously has given up the second spot to Mark
But you
Martin.
gotta
Nemechek
jump.
and Todd Bodine in the top five.
Like when you
See
was a
Michael
puppy.
Walker started 15th, has moved up
Jumped
to
a
8th.
lot.
8 spots. And Dale Jarrett started 20th. He's up to 12th. 8 points he's gained so far, Ned.
Yes, moving along pretty good. And Terry Labonte he started 28th and he's moved up to 16th. Because those two drivers that Bill Weber talked about at the top of the show are beginning to move up.
Both of them have picked up 12 spots. And we see that Mark Martin, we kept talking about how well he was going to run. And David Green is kind of maintaining that advantage of about 10 car lengths on Mark Martin as we watch the rest of the field come off the corner.
What's the rest of the kitty
Chevron
food?
goes by the 3 car of Jeff Green. And there comes the leader. He is in traffic. That's Jeff Fuller at 47. Johnny Rumley at 25. Mike Laughlin in 35. The blue and white car. The green and white car is Randy Porter.
Well, David Green had to get off in a hurry there. He was about to get himself in a position he didn't need to be in, but he was very smart. Backed off. Mark Martin run right up on him, but he backed off too.
Green had about a 3 or 4 car length advantage, and now with this traffic, it's allowed Mark Martin to pull right up on the rear deck of David Green as Martin continues his charge for the front. Let's check in the pits with Bill Weber.
Well, the most surprised guys for that charge might be his crew. I talked to Bobby Leslie before the race started. I said, I heard that 60 car is pretty fast. He goes, not today. I said, what do you mean? He said, you know, we just haven't hit it.
That
We
is
don't
a
have the perfect
fantastic
setup here. I
looking
don't think we're going to be that good. In fact, we think Nemechek is the car to watch. But right now, Mark's off to a good start. A couple other things. David Green is a little loose getting off the turns. Jeff Purvis's car is a little tight. Bobby Labonte, the 44 car, is also tight. He wants a wedge adjustment when he comes in. The sun has come out since the last time these guys touched these cars, so a lot of them are going to battle the handling until they can get a pit stop.
Yeah, the weather conditions are definitely different today than when they were on the track yesterday, and we do see some cars that are not handling as well as they did
Oh,
in
okay.
the practice yesterday.
Okay. I'll
Fuller's
check it
still
out.
trying to maintain, stay in the lead lap. We'll go back to Todd Bodine in the 81, Mike Wallace in 90, and Curtis Mark in the 63 as they go by the Universe car of Randy Porter. Man, oh man.
Well, what a cluster of cars here coming off turn 2. My goodness, you're going to be very, very patient back there. And the leaders are only about a half a straightaway behind this mess. And that's going to be tough to negotiate through for Green and Martin and company.
Well, we see Dennis Setzer back there, and that he continues to move on back towards the back. Started on the outside pole, Jerry, but he is his car apparently not handling well at all. Dennis is being shown now in 25th position.
Holy crap. Thank you, gamer. Oh, my God.
Motorsports Lipton T-Team. They came here twice in the past.
Wow.
Cars. Thought they had the car that could absolutely dominate this race.
Wow.
But obviously something has happened with the car, or else the car is not handling.
That's pretty mint.
Again, Joe Bessie goes
The
by,
family
and
will
Frank
be
Setzer
like
back for the
amazed.
spot. Let's check into the pits. Bill Weber, what's wrong with Dennis Setzer?
Wow. I wish I could show it online. I don't want to give away the surprise. That is so cool.
You know, I think they get a top 15 from the talking to him this morning, but this young team's still learning, but I don't think they're going to race as well as they
Did he see it yet?
Going out on a limb after seeing what's happened here early in the race, but I don't think they were extremely the most optimistic.
I love the back.
Green flag fell.
There's Dale Jarrett in the Band-Aid car. That's the red and white and blue. Bobby Labonte in 44.
Oh, wow.
Moved around. Bobby Labonte took over the 11th position. Randy LaJoy running
Pretty
10th. Jarrett
cool.
11th. And Bobby Labonte now in 12th position.
Wow.
There's Steve Grissom, car number 29. We saw him make some
Excellent.
early moves. Steve sort of stabilized there now. His car was really strong at the beginning, but right now not moving towards the front.
Take a look at Dale Jarrett's progress. He started back in 20th spot and not have the good qualifying run he had hoped to have, but he's slowly moved his way toward the front. Now at lap 47, he is being shown in 11th spot. Now he won this race here last fall. Didn't qualify that well either during that race, but he ran about halfway. He was
Wow. Cool.
He was the car to beat.
Yeah, that's a pretty impressive move there up on the outside.
I like that. I like it a lot.
It was.
What y'all don't know is that's a paint from my history, my son's history.
The blue and white car, the Cadillac car. And Jeff Purvis still hanging
Cool.
on to third
Can't
spot.
tell ya.
Well, once they got up there in that traffic with those ill-handling race cars, makes it a little bit tough to move through. And Phil's car apparently not handling well. The
Channel Lock got on the
Chevrolet
38.
number 10
No, I
now, he
guess
does
that's
go
with
down.
Elton.
He's being shown
No,
in
that's not
31st
Elton.
position.
Who's in the 38 that
250 laps here at the Richmond International Raceway. Our live Busch Grand National coverage of the Hardee's Fried Chicken Challenge 250
So hard to
continues
keep
after
up.
this with David Green as our
It's
leader.
not in the top 10.
Back in Richmond International
But neither are
Raceway,
we.
there's our leader, David
Mike
Green,
Dillon's
moving
in
on
his
some
rookie
slower
year.
traffic. Jerry
He's
Nadeau,
Ty
the driver right in front
and
of him. You see the cars now behind him. There is Jeff Purvis.
Ty and Austin's dad. But it was when they were setting up the original shop. My dad was setting it up through the winter and the cars and all that.
Yes, they are.
But
They'd all love to see a caution.
he didn't stay very long. I think just till Atlanta.
Right front tire. He feels, Steve Grissom feels that he has a problem with his right front tire.
Now we saw some contact between the 74 and 29.
We saw Jerry Nadeau there. He was a second-round fastest qualifier. Had an awfully good qualifying run here yesterday. Doesn't have a sponsor on his car, but he does. He is carrying a message out there on the car today.
Clear.
Back of the car has MDA on it, Dad. Muscular Dystrophy Association and a number to call to be involved with that worthwhile charity.
Clear.
That's Chuck Bound in the 05 car.
Yeah, you pulled it off. I mean, great. Perfect.
Let's check in the pits. Talking about Steve Grissom. What about it, Kyle Petty?
Steve Grissom has radioed his crew and said that his car is pushing, and it's pushing so bad he's pushed the right. He's afraid he's going to push the right front tire off of it. You guys have talked about weather conditions. You've talked about tires getting up to speed. What happens a lot of time on a cool racetrack? You'll slam a lot of camber in that right front tire and make that thing turn and make that thing bite quick. They practiced on a cold racetrack. Now all of a sudden they're out here on a hot racetrack. They don't need that much camber in this thing right now, and they're pushing the inside of the tires off, guys.
And when he says a hot racetrack, the sun's shining here now. And when the sun shines on the dark asphalt, it makes a difference. And here's Dennis Setzer, one of the first of the top qualifiers coming into the pits, and Bill Weber is
That
there.
was Johnny Benson the year before at base with the champion team with Birdie.
Tight. So we kept going back in the field. They couldn't wait any longer. Crank and wedge, 2 rounds in the right side. Change the right side tires. It's going to be a 4 tires.
That's the guy that has to be big but agile, the Jackman. He's all the speed because they can't change tires till he's there.
25.2 and the 38 cars away.
disappointment for Dennis Setzer after qualifying on the front row. It looked like the car was so tight he couldn't even get off the corner. The car was just pushed way across the racetrack, and there were just cars going by him in those first 3 or 4 laps, 3 and 4 at a time.
And when you have that type of situation, when that car's pushing that bad, you get nervous, like Steve Grissom is right now. You wonder how much is it grinding the rubber off that front tire? Is that thing fixing to blow out on you?
This is the inside.
Oh, Rodney Combs got the Lance.
Michael Waltrip in 12, Todd Bodine 81, and Dale Jarrett in 32. I guess that's Lynn Bodine, Todd's wife, that's spotting for him.
Yep, sounded like her. Michael Waltrip just moved into 7th or 8th, and we'll make that 6th, and Dale Jarrett moves up into 7th.
Let's check in with Bill Weber on the Todd Bodine situation. Bill?
Hey, Benny, right on the money. That is Lynn up there. She's spotting for her husband, and she says she really likes it. They say she's a good coach up there, a nice, soothing influence. In fact, last year when Todd won that wild 3-wide finish at Rockingham, she was spotting for him then, too. And the only thing Todd said late in the race was, all I want to hear is from Lynn, clear, clear, until we get to the finish. Next time he saw her was in Victory Lane.
Well, at least you don't have to worry about him yelling at his spotter anyway.
Jarrett has been able to get by Mike Walter. And Todd Bodine trying to go by on the.
That was Lynn again, here on the outside lane. That moved Jarrett into 7th position. I was right the first time there a moment ago. I got myself mixed up. Michael Waltrip is in 8th. Todd Bodine is now in the 9th position.
Jason Keller in the Slim Jim car going by Bobby Labonte, taking over, what is it, 12th spot?
12th spot, VP. For Keller, he owns the qualifying record here at Richmond, although you wouldn't know it by the way they qualified here. Another side-by-side battle. Curtis Markham in the Pontiac as they battle for 5th position. Markham and Mike Wallace. The 32 car back there just watching to see what's going to happen. That's Dale Jarrett. He's come all the way from 20th spot. And
90 almost lost the nose.
Mike Wallace and take away 6 spots. 20th to 6th in how many laps? 67 laps.
His car seems to be working good now. It seemed at first of the race that it was not.
When you're running like that, I don't understand, like, why. Well, yeah, then he pulled in,
but now it seems to be working out pretty
you
well.
use up so much of your car trying to hang on the outside. If he's under you, it's
still our leader. That is David Green, the 1994 Series champion. He's driving the
more
car number
an
95.
ego
Moving in
thing.
on Joe Bessie in the Delco Remy America sponsored machine. That's Bessie coming out to the car number 9 on turn 4. The 95 is Green. Here's a battle back for 3rd spot. Joe Nemechek.
That's Nemechek in the 87 going by our pole sitter. That's Jeff Purvis in the red and white number 4. Fastest qualifier here in
try to clear up the quality of Smith. These are old tapes, you know.
Johnny Rumley carrying the sponsorship that Tommy Houston would have had if Tommy had made the field as Suburban Propane.
Johnny said that Tommy and Martha Houston came by and asked them if they would put the Suburban Propane on the car, but since they did not make the field, and trying to be able to give their sponsors some exposure so they can get their organization going, and hopefully we'll see Tommy back in Atlanta next week for the Busch Light 300.
Now then, here comes Mark. They're still trying to get by the 9 car of Joe Bessie.
Bessie trying to stay in the lead lap. He's in 24th position.
The last car on the lead lap right now. 24 cars, as Ned said, on the lead lap. He desperately wants to stay there.
71 laps in the books. It'll be 70 to go, or 170 to go next time by. I'm using Bob's calculator. Sorry about that, Bob Jenkins. Back with more live racing action as David Green shows the way here after 71 complete. Back at Richmond International Raceway in Richmond, Virginia, actually in Henrico County, Virginia. There is the leader, are the leaders. I should say there is the lead change that took place a moment ago. And here's Dale Jarrett making a move inside of Jeff Purvis.
Taking over the 4th spot. Puts Purvis back to 5th. Right now it's Mark Martin, David Green, Joe Nemechek, Curtis Markham, and Dale Jarrett. Dale Jarrett's 5th, I'm sorry.
And we had a lead lead change a little bit ago. Mark Martin moves up on the outside of David Green. Gutsy pass, but they were running behind Joe Bessie, the 9 car there, and Green had never been able to get by him. So Martin said, hey, let me try it up here on the outside, and he just motored right on by.
So Martin, our leader, David Green second. Nemechek is third. Then comes a 63 car of Markham. And Dale Jarrett is fifth with Purvis back down in 6th position.
And David Green is able to keep up with Mark Martin. Here's a battle for, that's Jason Keller, 57. Randy LaJoy in 74. That's for 9th spot. LaJoy has it, and Keller wants it.
Starting to see some pit stops, VP. 1 minute ago, we saw Steve Grissom come in for a tire change. And now Mike McLaughlin has stalled his car in the pits. The Royal Oak Chevrolet finally gets it fired. So he had made a tire change and gets it moving back down pit road.
And Kyle Petty has a tire on Steve Grissom's car. Kyle?
Just like Steve Grissom radioed in, said he was pushing the right front corner off the car. Just like I told you guys, if you got too much camber in the car, the tire won't wear even. If you can see, there's little wear marks. He's got okay on the outside. On the inside, he's down into the steel belt. When you go off into one of these corners and you're on steel and not on the rubber, this car's not going to stick. It's going to push it off. And that's why he had to be careful. This tire didn't have a lot of laps in it. See, Steve and this team got its money's worth out of this Goodyear Racing Eagle.
Yeah, that's right. Steel and tar does not work, doesn't it?
No,
asphalt.
Sure. Boy, he had a good feel of the race car, knowing that he was tearing that right front tire up, and needed to come in and get that tire off of there, or he could have been in the wall.
A lesser experienced driver might have stayed out there and bought him some concrete out there and poured up the front of the race car.
Todd Bodine. There's Mike Laughlin in the 35 car, the young rookie driver. Ooh, and he and Todd are very, very close. I would say that Mike Laughlin has stopped.
He's going to wreck it. Clear after him.
Phil Parsons just made a pit stop. He's headed back out into the action.
Let's say that Mike Laughlin has stopped and changed some tires.
Yeah, apparently, because the new tires pick you up quite a bit. After Steve Grissom came back out, he's been blowing off a lot of cars that were passing him earlier.
Now he's in 29th spot.
Pay attention to when the leaders pit. Go inside. Randy's out of the grass.
That's Lynn Bodine. Once again, that is Todd Bodine's wife, who's a spotter, talking to him, telling him to go inside Brandon LaJoy.
But the 5 car Terry behind him.
There's Terry Labonte, started, what, 30th, and has moved into 11th spot or so right now. Started 28.
Curtis Markham has moved up into the 3rd position, has moved around Joe Nemechek now. So Curtis Markham still on the move.
There's a serial on Terry Labonte.
Bobby Labonte coming into the pits in his Shell Chevrolet.
Big question was how long they could go on a set of tires. We're now showing 86 laps complete. And let's go to Bill Weber.
Bobby Labonte on lap 86 is on pit road. Strong qualifying run and a strong one, but his handle started going away from him. They're working underneath the right side of the car. He asked for bolt cutters. They wanted to adjust the track bar. This is going to cost them a lot of laps under green flag conditions. One crewman under there. They've worked on that. They were moving the chain from the rear end. Now they tighten on the right-hand side. Dale Jarrett also on pit road at the other end. 4 tires for Bobby
Ooh, they're going to be hurting now.
He started 20th. Carved his way to the front of the field. Let's go to Kyle Petty.
Dale Jarrett, Sam, they've changed right side tires. They're putting 2 cans of gas. They look like they're going to change left side tires. That's one thing Grissom and those guys didn't do. They changed right sides, but the lefts are going to be worn so bad that once they give up, they're going to be in trouble. Dale and those guys seem to be making the right decision, in my opinion. That was a quick pit stop right there, guys.
And there's the Band-Aid crew. Good pit stop for John Irvin and company. They are side by side. Jason Keller, that's for the 6th position. Keller, who started way back in the pack, the 57 car.
And he's about to take over 5th from Jeff Purvis.
He started 34th. Greenville, South Carolina driver in the Slim Jim sponsored Chevy.
Boy, these cars that have not made pit stops are slipping and sliding out there right now.
Dale Jarrett's pit stop. He lost 2 laps in the pits, being shown in 27th spot, 2 laps back. But that's sort of immaterial right now because everyone else is going to have to pit who hasn't been in.
Yeah, if they don't catch a caution, but if they pit under the green, but if they should catch a caution, it would be very significant.
Here's Randy LaJoie down pit road, the 3rd man in the point standings.
And Mike Wallace trying to take that spot away from the pole sitter, Jeff Purvis.
Doug Hevron was just in for a pit stop.
And Randy LaJoie is in his pit. There he is. We see the right side's coming off.
Steve Bird and crew working on that car. Bill Baumgartner-owned machine. That's the car and the team that won the series championship last year.
And they decided to go with 4 tires as well.
I think it's a good call to go ahead and put 4 on. Don't you think, Ned?
Yeah, I agree with putting 4 tires on, like Kyle said. As they was concerned about that left
I was
front.
looking to see where Birdie is, but there he is, right at the very far left of the
29.4 seconds.
picture, and I think it's
They
behind.
should be able to do this in about 23 seconds.
Like right below the Busch
Buckshot Jones, the
logo.
00 car we saw
He
earlier.
was.
Aquafresh car is off the pace. There he is. And look at Dale Jarrett go with those fresh tires.
Ooh, don't do that.
Oh, whoa. Buckshot gonna save it.
Rodney Orr car. Now, with those pit stops, we are still showing 13 cars on the lead lap. The last car on the lead lap in 13th spot will be the 99 car of Glenn Allen Jr. He's the rookie driver out of Cincinnati, Ohio. There's Buckshot Jones, a 00. You're talking about BP.
Well, and the 55 car is up against the wall coming off the second corner. It's like the... I don't know what's happened with Johnny Chapman, but down in turn 1 and just went straight up in the outside retaining wall. Just brushed it lightly.
He's staying out on the track. Didn't look like it did much damage there on the outside.
We can see just the mark itself.
White wall tires.
There we see as he goes up, and there he just brushes the wall.
Gosh, you don't want to be the one that brings out the caution halfway through
exactly
pit
what happened.
stops.
And maybe he got too high in the corner, just
Oh,
get the loose stuff,
man.
and away he went.
Good morning,
Purvis coming
Chief.
into
Hi,
the
how are
pits as we
you?
watch the car number 55, Purvis, the
Good
pole
to
sitter.
see you.
The Phoenix Racing, the James Finch owned the car.
Johnny Allen and company will go to work on. That's a brand new race car. They built a brand new short track car, came here and put it on the pole.
You see that now the Busch official count the men across the wall. He said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Evidently, not too many across the wall. Here comes Nemechek in.
Chad Little is coming in.
Bill Weber is with Nemechek.
Oh, glad you're staying warm. It finally warmed up here.
For Joe Nemechek, who has been the victory lane here, to go around to the right side.
58. That's warm. Was 40s.
Pit road. Now that car's on its way. They come around, loosen the left side lug nuts on the 87 Monte Carlo.
It's much more bearable.
Slap on the left side tires, plenty of fuel in there, waiting on the tire guys here, working on the right rear. Now Nemechek.
Oh, good night. Yeah, I could tell it looked frosty. I watched you most of the night and morning. I got Barney's brand Santa's White Christmas coffee. It was on sale. So it makes me feel warmer.
Just blew by the 60 car, who was our leader, to get one of his laps back. Remember, Mark
Some
Martin is
coconut
in.
vanilla.
Here's the 92 car down the road, the Stanley Tools Mac Martin owned machine. That's Larry Pearson, former 2-time series champion.
He's currently in 21st spot.
I was sold on the packaging. I have to say it was good marketing.
Terry Labonte coming in. Mike Wallace coming in. Elton Sawyer is in.
How can you resist when it looks like that?
There's Chevrolet, Glenn Allen, rookie driver. There's a 92 car. Filled in. They go to the left side. Ryan
The Santa
Peterson
Claus
is
and
the
everything
front
on
tire
there.
There's the Mike Wallace
It looked
machine, the
Christmassy.
Barry Owen crew. Oleg Myers. Quick work for the
Aw,
crew for
so
Terry
cute.
Labonte.
I got a tree.
92 car getting ready to leave as they have, well, a little bit of a problem there in the Larry Pearson. They're going to put some tape across
I gotta
the
refix
front
it though. I
rear.
didn't take it down. I just tucked it on my shelf. I gotta show
The
you.
left rear. They're still working on the left rear tire. Evidently got a lug nut rounded off or something. Can't get a tire off or on or something. Man, what a tough break.
Boy, that is costing him a lot of valuable time.
Saw Mike Wallace leave and Terry Labonte about to leave. And finally, Larry Pearson.
I need
able
to
leave.
fix
Here's
it and
Michael
decorate
Walters,
it.
NW Windows machine down pit road.
He had moved up to 7th place.
Show up. that show
Now
up.
there are only 6
There's my
cars in
tree.
the lead lap. Let's go to the pits
It's
and
got
call
little
it.
lights on it. I just gotta replace the battery. So I'll be putting that up.
Tires. He's got his left side tires on the wall. They moved around to the left side of the car. Michael's car's run pretty good. This is his own.
It's got little crewmen on it. I gotta show you that.
Since he owns these things now. But they're having a little bit of trouble with the left front. They've got the left front in now. Here comes the 60 car, the leader. Mark Martin's coming in, and he's right over here beside of me. On the other side. So
When my son was iRacing.
Mark's changing right side tires. Mark's making they're making a little bit of a change.
Oh, that's cool. I like those pencil tape. See, there's a little jack man. I don't know if it'll show up. It's a little jack man.
It's Mark Martin, and he's done it today, as everybody can say so. He's had a standard pit stop just like everybody
Little
else.
tire guy.
David Green on pit road, fuel and 4 tires. This is the run this young driver needed.
There's a crew chief and a tire changer and a gas man. They'll be all on the little tree. I know, right? I'm simplistic.
But unfortunately, David Green lost about half a lap to Mark Martin on that pit stop.
Charlie Brown.
The leader of the race is coming down pit road. The last car to make his
Very, very smart. A Charlie Brown tree. I like getting a little palm frond and just putting one big red ball on it. It's kind of cool. Christmas in Florida. But I'll be fixing that tree up, I guess, pretty soon. I'm a little more in the spirit this year than I was last year. I don't know why. I think it came up on us so quick last year.
Now, guys, what all of this has done, now all of the leaders have made pit stops. Steve Grissom
Brown.
was the first to make a pit stop. He's going to be shown as the leader. Dale Jarrett is going to be shown in second place. Now, their tires are a little bit older than others, but it's got some
I was
guys
rubbing her
down
with
the
my
lap
foot.
running
She
as long
lays
as they did,
down
like
right
Michael
below me.
Waldrop and several of other cars out there, Buckshot Jones and some of those.
Copy, Steve.
That's a spotter on the Steve Grissom car. The car number 29 who won it Daytona the season opening goodies headache powders.
I'll tell you, this puppy and I have been through some stuff. We've done like amazing things. She swam in waterfalls with me at the dam.
What a beautiful city. It's downtown Richmond.
She swims in rivers. She used to be so afraid.
Southeast's largest art museum and much, much more in a beautiful city. Tremendous hospitality here. That's downtown Richmond.
Oh my.
All the way from Richmond International Raceway.
What did I do with cats?
We're now riding on top
I put all the ornaments that didn't break easily on the bottom, like all the plastic ones. So they had something. Well, I didn't have a they. I got a dog and a cat. But the dog, my puppy dog, never ever had to be trained. She just does everything right. I don't know what it is. Oh, likes to climb. I have a pretty big cat too, but she's not gonna climb that little tree. I don't think she's ever climbed a Christmas tree either. She has been trained before to go to the bathroom, but now that we're in on a toilet, but now that we're in an RV, she don't like the RV toilet, so she goes outside, but she just hated a litter box. Who's this cat that hated a litter box? Funny thing though, one day I had her little seat on she has her own little cat seat for the toilet. I know it sounds stupid, but it's so much easier when they do that. Oh, you sent me a picture. Oh, cool. Yeah, when the cat went on, one day she went to the bathroom, and I come in there, and she had gone like this, like ran the entire roll of toilet paper on top of her seat. On the toilet. So I took a picture of that. That was funny. Hi, Vowdy. I'm glad you're back. Let me look at my Discord.
A little goes by, but here is Jarrett now as the door is still open.
Oops.
On the bottom of the racetrack,
Yeah.
and if he keeps Grissom high as he does, and Jarrett will have a shot to take the lead.
There we go.
Jarrett has fresher tires, and as Kyle Petty pointed out, Jarrett put on 4 tires, Grissom only 2, and it's...
Oh, it looks great, Chief.
Clear behind the 44.
Bobby Labonte is being shown in 17th position. He
Here's
is 1
Chief's
lap
Christmas
down. He would
tree.
like to get around.
I love it. Look at all festive and all that. What cute little place that place is.
Same thing we're saying. He's got older tires on there, and boy, does it make a great difference.
He's just trying to keep the driver
You still really like it there, I'm glad.
is to lose his enthusiasm because these guys are passing me. Steve, they've got better tires. They're supposed to be passing. Just keep going.
Don't get frustrated. Don't overdrive the car.
Exactly.
And Martin back there in 3rd place, he's gaining on Jarrett because he has fresher tires than does Jarrett. There you see him coming into the picture as he moves around, takes over 2nd position.
Good place to run right there.
That puts Martin in 2nd, moves Grissom back to 3rd.
See, the left front is really critical to keep these cars on the bottom of the racetrack, as much so as the right side, because if the left is worn out and isn't gripping, and you have to put all that pressure on the right front, it just will not do it. It takes all 4 of the tires gripping the racetrack to keep these cars on the bottom of the speedway. Steve Grissom, now 118 laps into the race, has not changed the left sides, and I'm sure that he's having all kinds of trouble keeping up the speed.
There's the interval back there in 2nd place car. Winn-Dixie Ford of Mark Martin. Martin behind the Bobby Labonte machine is being shown a lap down. Jarrett now cranking the 16th place car. Mike McLaughlin 1 lap down. That puts 15 cars on the lead lap.
And here's Terry Labonte. He wants to get back up there and get back in the lead lap. He has fresher tires.
And the interval continues to shrink between Jarrett and Martin. 32 cars. Dale Jarrett is now Terry Labonte's tires. The pressure, as you said, Ned, making a difference coming off the corner. And here comes Martin on the inside, headed for turn 1. Less than a car length.
Yeah, he shouldn't have any problem getting by because 15 or so laps difference in those tires. Boy, it just gives you that extra speed. If these things, if this race goes green the rest of the way, it's going to work to a huge advantage of Mark Martin being able to go that far and then be able to get back up to the front that quick, because he's got to be able to stay out there a lot longer than Dale Jarrett is before he has to change tires again.
And we see he drives down on the inside of Jarrett trying to take the lead. Can't do it that time. As we watch them come off turn 4, I'll tell you that David Green is down in 1 and 2. So that's how much time that David Green in the Caterpillar car lost on that exchange of pit stops when he had trouble changing the left rear tire. Now Mark is going to try it on the outside, knowing full well Dale Jarrett.
This is Richmond, and they tend to go green pretty much most of the time because the track is so unpredictable that they give each other a lot of room. If they don't, they wreck.
After 124 of 250 laps. We'll be back.
Caterpillar. It's about halfway. This is a really fast
Back at
race.
Richmond International Raceway here in Richmond, Virginia, the Hardee's Fried Chicken Challenge 250 riding along on the roof cam. That's the Lance Snacks Pontiac for Rock and Rodney.
Look how empty the bleachers are for the Busch races. Well, that's pretty good on the front stretch. Back then, the Busch was like not really heard of, or not that popular.
ACC Big East tournaments, men's and women's selection specials. News coverage begins today at 5 p.m.
Excuse me, I'm still a little cloggy from that flu 2 weeks ago. No fever or nothing, but took a lot out of my lungs, like bronchials.
Yeah, he's in some heavy traffic there. He just put Chad Little a lap down. Chad had gotten back in the lead lap, but Martin out there with a little bit fresher tires has moved around him now. Now Chad, that's in the green and yellow car right behind him, trying to move back up there. The next car that's in the lead lap is Terry Labonte, who's being shown in 14th position. Jim Bowen was up there, and he just went a lap down, and now Jim Bowen's in the pits.
For 11th and 12th spot, the 90 of Mike Wallace, the 00 of Buckshot Jones. Heavy traffic there with those cars.
There's my dad's car. But like I said, it's Mike's rookie year. He's learning.
running very well, but they're scrambling, Jared, to try to stay in. Mark Martin is not far behind them, and they know that he's coming, so they want to try to stay.
My dad was
they would like to have a caution right now.
Fond of helping young drivers get a foothold, like he did with Joe Nemechek back in 91 and 92. And he was there till 94. Then this is 95. He was at Moroso and Grissom. 96, he's here at the 72. And in a few weeks or next week, he's actually going to move to the 47 car. And Dad told me real quick, the story was that he had an engine in the car and it wasn't acting right, so he put another engine in. Ron Parker come by and said, those aren't Detroit gaskets on that motor, get it out of there, don't change a motor without my permission. My dad's a team manager, he's like, I'm not needed here. And he didn't stay after that.
Having engine trouble and
qualifying, he was accomplished enough that something like that was done.
At Richmond International Raceway.
But that happens a lot in racing. All it takes is one little spat in the garage and everybody's divorced, you know. It's such intense. Oh, the deer are ready. Look at the little jingle bells on them. Or little bows. I like your bird feeders. Those are really cool. You've got what looks like a red belly woodpecker, or is it a young pileated? Hello, caution. Yep.
We see as the cars come off the corner, and Terry Labonte just gets a little bit of a touch from Mike Waltrip.
I thought it was Terry got popped.
Here he can't make up that. Around he goes.
That sucks. You're always on the edge at Richmond anyway, especially where they were saying the tires weren't reacting. Oh, whoa, holy crap. Try a little.
I knew he was going to nail it.
Yeah. What a great job of driving.
One more shot is.
How are you, King Phantom? Did you get to go to Florence? I know you went to...
Left side of your screen. Now watch the green car come into your picture, Chad.
Oh, well, you're in New York, Riverhead. No, you didn't go to Florence.
You couldn't put a piece of paper between those cars. Leaders are on pit road.
Well, this sort of throws all of that straight.
Yeah, he is pretty. He is a pretty one. If they got like a red head, they're called a red belly or a hoary, Hoary. They look very much similar, but they have spots a little different on the back.
45 miles an hour down pit road under caution for the second time today.
Good, I'm glad, King Phantom, that everything's fine. Working, I know, I did a lot of years. Yeah, there's two different woodpeckers about that size. That for a pileated, it looks tiny. That's why I think he's young. But then there's the red-bellied woodpeckers that have red head. I don't know why they call them red-bellied with a red head, but they do. Yes, that's David Green in the 95. And Bobby Labonte's in the 44 Shell. Grissom's in the WCW. And, thank you.
When the 5-car spun a minute ago, Grissom was sitting on pit road. The worst luck that could ever happen is to run and hope that your strategy is going to work. You're going to catch a caution, and then you're on pit road when the caution you go on is on.
Welcome to the channel. We'll chit-chat a
If he could have
while.
run one more lap, he would be right back in the thick of things, and his strategy would have worked. As it was, it didn't work for him, and he's got a lot of laps on these
So anyway,
left
what were we? Yeah, Bobby's in the 44 Shell. And look at these guys. They all got into it for the day.
What a tough decision for Grissom to have to come back in. Under caution at Richmond. Back in a moment.
Hate to be the one to clean all those headsets. Back in the day, they didn't have to wear the helmets.
Perfect timing. Back at Richmond International Raceway. Second caution flag today involving a spin by Terry Labonte. The car looped around. A great job of driving by Chad Little to miss that car and stay in the lead lap. Unfortunately, it cost him a lap by making a pit stop. He could not beat the pace car out.
Rodney Combs in the last car. In front of him was
have been in the pits as they charge out of turn 4.
Royale.
Mark Martin, Dale Jarrett, Joe Nemechek,
No,
Todd
Buckshot.
Bodine, and David Green, the top 5.
40 car on the outside that's trying to get a lap back is Tim Fedewa. Remember, he drove the 55 car last year at Busch Grand National Competition. He jumped over to Doug Taylor's number 40, sponsored by Kleenex, and is a couple of laps down, I guess.
Yeah, Florence. Directed to you. Oh! Oh!
That's the first and second spot.
Very cool.
Nemechek, Todd Bodine, Green. There was top 5.
Curtis Markham going by Michael Walker.
Nice. I'm glad you're from here. Welcome. I'm Finnish, like nationality, so I have a lot of European friends. But I'm American.
Now, on the restart a moment ago, we had a car at
Oh, wow, neat. Switzerland is pretty. Lots of mountains and cold. Oh, Jeff Fuller.
Almost gets in the wall. Very, very high.
Very hard.
And we got problem on the back stretch.
Wow. Heavy contact with Johnny Chapman's car in the 55. This is going in turn 3.
And he is right in the middle of the racetrack, and they are going to be using the hand signals to wave and slow down.
Switzerland is pretty with the mountains. And
field getting slowed down. Chapman's car sitting totally sideways.
Destroyed. What do you mean? That car, the 55, yeah. Johnny Chapman was destroyed.
Down as they were, he wouldn't have raced them back to the.
That's right. Ever see Chapman moving around in the Ray and Diane DeWitt car? Here he is, the 55 car.
All right, what happens here?
Just, I don't know.
Oh,
just all of a sudden, car
loses
gets
it.
out from under,
My
and
dad's
goes down,
car's
smacks the
here.
inside wall hard.
Well, that sheet metal came off that thing, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
How did Fuller get in the wall?
Different angle as he comes down into the wall and hits it hard with both ends of the car, the front and then the rear.
And we see some.
He's right there.
He's broken the radiator. That's water. That's.
Oh, he probably got the
as
water.
Grissom goes by, Phil Parsons on the outside in the 10 car, and he comes off the corner and just gets it out of
Yeah,
shape.
cautions, precautions for sure.
He just gets it out of shape, and he almost saved it, and then it just snapped around on him.
Chocolate and cheese. Oh, yeah.
Chapman had been one of the
best things
guys,
in the world.
in the rookie points coming into the day's race.
In fact, he was leading the rookie points, I believe.
And he was the rookie leader coming in today. The guys you see in the race today, Mike Dillon, Glenn Allen Jr., and Pete Orr.
I wonder if Mike Dillon wins
17 rookies.
I know Dad leads the team, so look at Tony Stewart down there. There's some big people started that year.
Looking now, what's the situation?
Well, I hate to keep picking on Steve Grissom, but he's the guy that I looked at that only changed 2 tires before. Like I said, he was pushing. He pushed the right front off the car a minute ago. He got
right there, you're running on a 4-inch tire.
He came in.
You always got to make sure your camber is right.
That would help, but they didn't change the left side tires. And it's just like Benny Parsons said, when you use the right side tires as a crutch, once the crutch gives up, there's nothing on the left side to anchor you and hold you. Once his right side's...
That's why there's 3 temps, so you can adjust your angle of your tires for the maximum tire patch.
It took him 80-some on the last set of tires to wear them out, guys.
My goodness, those things on the left side.
Thanks, Gamer.
They were down to the cord, so... And there's Johnny Chapman, thankfully out of the race car, able to walk around, but not much left of that DR Racing Ford Thunderbird. Heavy contact in turn 3. Under caution. We'll be back with more from Richmond in just a moment.
I always look around in the background to see if I'm there because I know I was probably there.
Taking a look at Mike McLaughlin's Royal
It was an hour and a half from my house, if that.
This car carried a different sponsor, but also carried a very, very different message. We've had some very
And my ex
special
was
moments
working
over
with
the
Lake
years at
Speed,
BGN.
so
Many have come
I
on
was
the
at the
racetrack, but
track.
some
My dad's
come off the
team,
racetrack, and that was the
being
case
Bush,
last
was in a
August at
different
Richmond,
garage,
Tennessee.
so we didn't really
now,
like.
Before we start the beating and banging, we got a little question to ask here. Now, Mike Mooney, the PR director for this French's team, is sitting back in his apartment in Charlotte, North
We all
Carolina
had our own
with
stuff.
Krista. And Krista, he has a question to ask you. Hey, she said yes down in Charlotte.
Oh, we got a spin down the front straightaway. And Michael Watson.
Oh, they're just showing something from a week prior.
Tail time said, Krista, will you marry me?
That wet Bristol race.
It's a good thing you got an answer early.
Yeah. And I'm happy to
Or the
announce
year
that
prior.
today
I'm sorry.
At 2 o'clock at Seaford, Delaware,
I guess
Mike and
it's
Krista tied the knot.
Well, how about that? From the green flag when he asked her all the way to the checkered flag. Hey, look at this, Penny, in the crowd here. Roseanne, will you marry me, love Ed? Hey, we got to find out what she says.
Wow. Who's Roseanne?
Well, we know one. She's already married.
Yeah, she is. And she spells her name differently.
Yeah. Well, we'll find out what kind of answer Ed gets, and we'll take a break and come back. We're under caution for the third time today at Richmond International Race. Proposals everywhere. Back with more exciting on-track action in just a moment. Stay with us.
I wonder who is crew chief and Joe Nemechek then. I'm thinking it was either Mikey Borginger,
Second spot with Joe Nemechek third.
Jay Hedgecock maybe.
And Martin has pulled away to about a 2-car length advantage. Now, in fairness to Jarrett, there was a lap car on the outside that pinned him coming out of turn 2 that took the green flag. So he lost some time to Martin, but Martin now beginning to pull away a little bit.
Yeah, his car is fast. Joe Nemechek now working on Jarrett, trying to get around him for second.
Yeah, I know. It hasn't been very busy with bots lately. I guess they have no more agenda.
Mark Martin showing the way. 12 cars are on the lead lap. We'll remind the folks again that number in parentheses is where the driver started. So Martin started 7th inside the 4th row.
You see, Dale Jarrett started in 20th spot. And all these cars are on the lead lap.
There are 12 cars on the lead lap.
I know I'm so afraid of clicking on the wrong thing when I go to block. I don't want to click on the link or anything.
Lost that lap in the pits a moment ago. So he had to go all the way around the back. There's only one car.
I know, right?
Now 2 cars that are out of this race.
Yes,
So
yes, you're correct. 3 laps down, Fuller is. He's not going to do no good this race. I think my dad goes to that team at Atlanta. Because I remember something about Michael Rich, and I remember they couldn't qualify, and the car was pretty out to lunch. And then Dad started getting with them, and they did better. In fact, they'll even win. My dad jumped around so much he didn't stay with one team very long after Nemechek. He'd go wherever he felt that his chassis knowledge was useful to the team.
Turn 2 just a moment ago, smacks the wall. We'll see the red car in the very back of the screen. Gets a little bit out of shape and goes up and hits the wall right there and continues on.
There's that 800 number, the MDA, that he's carrying on his car today.
Young man, open-wheeled ace, former Barbara Saab driver, NASCAR modified sportsman dirt.
There's a battle for position. Curtis Markham in 63, double zeros Buckshot Jones, and 74 Randy LaJoy.
Oh, Gamer, Christopher worked on that 72 car. He was like a junior in high school, and he would travel. Let me see, not a junior. What was he? In 96. He graduated in 99, so he was like a sophomore in 10th grade, and he would go down and help Mike Dillon at the shop, you know, like sweep stuff, but he also would hold the baby, which was Austin, when they were all busy working on the car. And he also helped Mike build an exhaust system through the winter and stuff like that. So Chris has some pretty good stories about being with the 72 team as, you know, a high school kid giving him a hand. And he has one of them paints that somebody made him, I think when he ran Cush's League. Trying to think who Cush might have made it for him. I ain't seen Cush around in forever. I hope he's okay. If you're lurking, Kush.
Mike Dillon down in turns 1 and 2, sitting there.
Thinking about you.
And so far, no, I'm sorry, Johnny Rumley. Give the wrong guy credit for that. I saw the white rhino.
Yeah,
I
Mid-Atlantic.
thought it was Dillon, but I've forgotten that Rumley had Suburban Propane on the hood of his car this week.
So that's kind of a little connection significance for him. He runs.
And Dillon, or I should say Rumley, got me doing it now.
That's the car right there.
Well, Mike Dillon hit him. Yeah. That's exactly what happened to him.
It's not controlling your run as a rookie. He didn't mean to.
His car on the inside, you can't see it by those trucks.
Not on purpose. Poor Johnny Rumley.
He spun and righted his car, and we did not have a caution flag.
Why don't they throw cautions? I mean, I don't know. Watch Stafford. Stafford throws cautions very, I think, like the best decision, safety-wise. I miss Stafford. They don't start till the spring sizzler in April. Do you see, if I was living in New England, I'd be losing my grip with no racing. I taught myself football because I was so depressed after racing season ended. Yeah, I haven't seen him.
Strong here right now, as we heard Lynn say, clear. Mark Martin has pulled out about 6 or 8 or 10 car lengths in front of Dale Jarrett.
Joe Nemechek had moved up right on Jarrett's bumper, but then when Todd Bodine moved up behind Nemechek,
I remember Christopher was a baby. I was recently divorced. I was living in an apartment and watching the races. And when racing season ended, it was like, what do I do now? And I started learning how to play football, like all the rules and stuff, so I could watch it. And Terry Bradshaw was my favorite quarterback. That's how long ago.
He's really getting into the turns good.
A story on Dale Jarrett, Bill.
Benny, he called in a few laps ago and said they probably don't have enough right front spring in the car. The car is rolling over on the right front. He feels they should probably have a stiffer spring in that car. That may roll over till tomorrow in his Winston Cup car, because Mark Martin radioed in a few laps ago.
It's rolling over on the right front. Drop the frame height of your left rear to slow that. Or speed up the transfer from right front to your left rear.
You know what we just did, Bill Weber? What did we do, Benny? Well, we just told everybody in the Winston Cup garage area what to do to their car, because they're all sitting
science, gravity, or whatever help you when you need a Band-Aid.
You told them what's going on out here. They didn't have to go out and get hot and sweaty to find it out.
Benny, there's a technical term for that. It's called building.
Where do you want the weight when? That's all setup stuff. And level tire patch, all 4 tires, the correct stagger, because a cone goes around a corner better than a can. And those are kind of some basics, but your basics are your frame heights, your springs, and your shocks. You gotta have the right compression and rebound.
Mike Mooney and Krista getting married a few moments ago because he has parked the Royal Oak charcoal car.
Talking about the subtle difference in these cars are only 100 pounds apart. Now, they used to be about 300 pounds apart a couple of years ago, but NASCAR lightened the Winston Cup cars to 3,400 pounds, and they raised the weight on the Busch cars to 3,300, so only 100 pounds of difference. The biggest difference, I guess, is
75 to go. They had more cautions than normal.
In the Winston Cup, but a lot of similarities now, and a lot of teams going to
Remember
school.
Rockingham was the long race with not many cautions. Dover.
Tire change on Saturday that helped him with a 4-tire stop late in the 500, which probably gave him a shot at winning the race.
Dale Earnhardt's crew only changed 2 tires during your last pit stop down there. Jarrett's crew changed 4 tires because they learned on Saturday.
The most boring race ever is Phoenix. Oh my God, Phoenix! Like,
yeah, they learned.
Well, we said Mark Martin would be strong, and indeed he is. He's a 2-time winner here at Richmond International Raceway, trying to pick up his 2nd win in a row in Busch Series competition. We'll be back with more live action from Richmond after this. Another romantic adventure found in Richmond is cruising down the James River aboard the Annabelle Lee Riverboat, which offers daily plantation tours and dinner cruises. This 350
he's
offers dancing to live music, solo
he
singers,
and I gamed just for fun. Like, it was just something we did in the living room with, if you remember, the old duck hunt and Mario Brothers. I think it's all Nintendo stuff with the guns and we did all that. Boy and his blob. Pinbot. Oh my god, I was like killer pinbot. I like broke the record, like made it to the top.
Here's how it happened. Going down in turn 1, they ran up on.
And then I didn't do it much, but he had the V8 called a VR wheel or something with pedals. The hook to your computer. That wasn't online back then. Then he did a Gran Turismo, I think. And NASCAR Heat and all that.
Brand new team, Todd Bodine and Ron Neal.
Yeah. It was basically a controller. It just looked like a wheel and pedals.
They intend to do some Winston Cup racing in 1997.
I remember.
That's their hope and dream that they could take this team to Winston Cup and plan on running a few races in 1997, along with the help of ProMotion, the sponsor on that car.
So Mike Dillon's running like top 20.
We see David
He's a
Green
lap down. Fuller is 3 laps down. Both these guys not having fantastic days, to be honest.
He still has a pretty good race car and is closing up on the back of Dale Jarrett.
Yeah, I think he has a
Mike being his rookie year, Fuller coming off his rookie championship the year before. But Dad'll help him. Dad'll help him. I talked to him about having Dad work on the car, and he said that having a crew chief that working on the car or a chassis guy that you can trust makes a whole big bunch of difference on how hard you would drive the car. Your confidence, you know.
So familiar in the Busch Series.
Coming up on some heavy traffic there in front of him.
Kevin LePage in 71.
That 71 almost looks like a Smokey Unic throwback, doesn't it? It's almost the paint job they had on Firebird's car. And,
there he is.
McGriff.
In the lead lap.
Gosh, I went to the show and his wife was there. Why am I drawing a blank? It was
David
the
Green taking a look
13.
on the inside of Dale Jarrett. Takes over the fourth place, I'm sorry.
And here comes
I have to
Purvis.
look up Smokey
He's going to
stuff.
try to move in there and take over the 5th place.
That will crank Jarrett back to 6th spot.
And we see
Give your radio to Big E.
we see LaJoy in the 74 car has joined the battle. Michael Waltrip, MW Windows, a lap down to the leader, Mark Martin.
That leaves 11 cars down the lead lap. Jason Keller, the last car on the lead lap. He is in 11th spot. And now with Martin being caught in some traffic, looks like Todd Bodine is really in it a little bit.
Yes, he is. He definitely is picking up on it. I start to say that Jason Keller is in no danger of going a lap down. In fact, he's no more than a half a lap behind the leaders right now.
And look, Martin a moment ago was behind these two cars. Randy Porter and Mike Laughlin were side by side, and Mark couldn't figure out what to do. Because he does, you're right, he does have to go on because Todd Bodine, there he is, just isn't that far behind him.
Bodine did a nice job slicing through that traffic in turn 3 a moment ago. They held up Mark Martin. Bodine went underneath one car and around another one. Never had to back off, just tapped the brakes and turned it left and came out of 4, and that's why the interval remained the same. But now Martin has clear racetrack and pulls him by a car length down the backstretch.
Oh, Marvin Panch. It just popped in my head. I started looking at the cars. It was a 22 Marvin Panch.
No, I don't think so. I think Jeff qualified it yesterday, and I think plans to start it and run it.
I talked to Jeff. They had put Jeff's seat in the car.
And
Jeff
Fireball
Roberts
Roberts
so good. I asked Todd Bodine this morning in the garage, said, are you going to drive as you watch this couple of cars? Whoa, near accident there is Randy LaJoy a little bit dodgy. That's Mike Laughlin Jr.'s car. But I asked Todd Bodine, I said, are you going to drive for Big Brother Jeff tomorrow? And he said, well, I wonder how his ribs are. I said, well, I saw him dancing last night. I heard he was out dancing.
Play some of these sometimes,
I don't think I have to worry about hanging around on Sunday.
If you can tell,
So if you can do
this is a Smokey Unic show and dedication I went to. These are a few of the videos, and my dad and I here, and It's all events from Smoky Units. His outfit and his shop where he was, where the shop was, it still shows a little foundation, and his family was there. That's this photo. And he's kind of like Smokey was such an innovator, and he was special for the sport. In my opinion, like special for all of auto racing in general.
That's the 4, the 95, and the 74.
Even your passenger cars today, he built the combustion engine, you know.
And all 3 of those guys will run the full series for the Busch Series Championship. You'll be hearing
He's in like 40-something Hall of Fames. He's in every Hall of Fame I can think of except for NASCAR.
That's how they stand right now, 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Oh, wow.
3 laps to go here at beautiful Richmond International Raceway. Boy, what a beautiful day it has turned out to be for Busch Series Racing Action Live here on the Deuce. Stay with us. You're enjoying today's coverage of the Hardee's Fried Chicken Challenge 250 here at Richmond International Raceway. Our Speed World coverage being brought to you by the more than 1,250 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. By Texaco Haviland Formula 3 Motor Oil. Controls volatility and fights vaporization. Add more life to your car. Take it to the star. And by the NASCAR Story. To order, call 800-71-NASCAR.
Mark Martin is finally putting a little distance on Todd Bodine. There we can see it was just 2 or 3 car lengths distance when we went to the break, and as we come back, it's probably 10 car lengths.
The leaders last pitted on lap 138, so they are run now 65 laps on those tires. So
138. Well, they could go that far on fuel. Well, I don't know if they could in 112 laps.
They could make it on fuel, but I think the tires are going to be slipping and sliding those last 20 laps. What would you think, Dan?
Well, Mark Martin, he went a little over 100 laps on his first set of tires, and a good number of these laps were run under caution. So, yeah, Mark Martin probably make it.
We'll have to find out if Bill Weber, Kyle Petty might have some information on that down there. Kyle Petty, what do you think?
I don't know. I'm standing here with Bobby Leslie, and I asked him, do you think you can go the rest of the way on tires and gas?
Well, we sure can go on gas. If he saves the tires, we might be all right, but we're trying to use the tires up real fast. We'll just have to wait and see.
This is the same man that told us all he wasn't going to run any better. They weren't running too good out here. Weber, what's...
Tim Weiss is Todd Bodine's crew chief. Can you go the distance, and can you catch Mark?
Right now, the Promotion Chevrolet is running pretty good. We're just to ride it out. Whatever Mark does, we'll do.
So you're gonna hang out there. You'll wait to the end to see if Mark fits.
I can't hear what you're saying right now.
Well, we talked it over. You heard him say it. They're gonna wait and see what Mark does. But what some of these guys are afraid of, I think, is if they stay out there and somebody comes in and gets tires, they might end up getting lapped in the process.
Yeah, I don't think the caution flag could have. I mean, starting back with 112 laps is probably the worst scenario of all, because it really is stretching the tires. They'd like to stop at 80, 90 laps probably and put tires on it. But we saw, as Ned said, Mark Martin be able to run over 100 laps and still be pretty competitive. So put a lot of pressure on Todd Bodine and all the rest of these cars.
Got to believe that Joe Nemechek and Purvis, Jarrett LaJoy, those guys are praying maybe for a caution flag to be able to come in and get some tires under the caution and then see what they can do with the 60 car.
See, watching from the TV, you can't really tell all the pit strategy going on.
We've got to run 112 laps. We better take it just a little bit easy and save these tires.
Especially when they don't give you a ticker.
Really cool it as far as
it was real smooth then.
He's a smooth race driver, and he's been saving his tires as well.
Battle for 19th and 20th spot, the car number 99. These are a couple of rookie drivers. That's Glenn Allen Jr., the Luxair Chevrolet, and Mike Dillon, the Detroit Gasket. Ron Parker on the
little assy on the way out. That's the wedge going out when your gasket's low.
In the pits. But it just slowed suddenly going in third corner.
Yeah, he had just passed David Green for the 6th position. Then all of a sudden he slows it down and comes into the pits.
6, 7, 16 right here.
Must have thought he had a tire going down.
16th, I believe.
They'll probably just change the right sides this time.
Let's check in with Kyle.
Looks like they're going all the way around, Kyle.
Yeah. These guys are going to make a 4-tire stop. They broke a gun, though. Evidently, they broke a gun. He let the gun land on the other side. They better pull it back. Don't let him run over the hose there.
The half right here, though.
Tires. They're changing left side. Dale's the only one that's going to gamble here and go. Oh. Okay. He ran over his hose as he left the pit. They'll probably call him back in here.
Oh, boy.
Michael Waltrip comes in the pit.
Never make a bad situation worse.
By the field sale.
Right side tires on Michael Waltrip's car. You see the Bandit crew now wrapping up that hose. Unscheduled stop for Dale Jarrett. 38 laps remaining here. There's Mark Martin, the Winn-Dixie Ford Thunderbird. He is our leader. Todd Bodine, the car number 81, the ProMotion Chevrolet. He is being shown in second spot.
Dale Jarrett is now shown 2 laps down, but with the fresh tires. Hopefully could be able to make up one of those laps.
Now showing 9 cars on the lead lap. Martin, your leader. Todd Bodine second. Nemechek third. Jeff Purvis is fourth, and Randy LaJoy fifth, with David Green sixth. Curtis Markham is seventh. Mike Wallace eighth, and Jason Keller is in ninth spot. He's the last
Mark's
car
on pit road.
on the lead lap.
And Buckshot Jones,
No,
who was
Buckshot.
10th, just came down pit road.
I saw a black car go down pit road. I got excited.
And Purvis still trying his best to get alongside the 87 car. Nemechek went through turns 1 and 2, trying to go on the outside of Mike Dillon. Almost left the door open for Purvis.
Chad Little in the pits also. Buckshot Jones getting 4 tires. Chad Little getting new tires on his John Deere car. There he is in the Aquafresh car, Buckshot.
Ricky Pearson there changing the left front tire. And
The NASCAR official is holding him for something.
Is he over the line, the front of the car?
I don't
He's
think
out of
maybe.
his box.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, he's
yes,
over
he
the
is.
line. Bobby Labonte coming in as well.
That's a Shell Chevrolet for Bobby Labonte. And Bill Weber is there.
And they go to work on the right side of Bobby Labonte Shell Chevrolet, putting in fuel. Working lap 217, so just 33 to go. They whip around to the left side. This will be a 4-tire stop. So Bobby Labonte couldn't make it to the end. Gets fuel and fresh tires. Now they're going to make a chassis adjustment. Shove in the wrench. Crank on it 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. Yeah, try that, Bobby. Off he goes.
Well, laps are winding down here at Richmond International Raceway. It'll be 32 laps to go, 31 when we come back. As exciting Busch Series action continues after this. Stay with us.
See what's next.
Back at Richmond International Raceway, the Hardee's Fried Chicken Challenge 250. Now, as we went to break, the car number 4 had just taken the 3rd spot away. Jeff Purvis's car, but then just a moment ago, he had a problem.
That's Randy LaJoy, and we see he can go down the corner on the outside of Glenn Allen, and all of a sudden, looks like the car just got loose. He goes up the racetrack to catch it. I thought he'd blown an engine, but now his car's back up to speed again.
Looks like an
So I guess he
ignition
just got it out of
switch.
shape and had to go up the racetrack to catch it.
And he's running in 5th place.
And right now, they tell me that Todd Bodine is coming in the pits.
Well, not yet. We had a report that he was coming in, but he's still out there.
Yes, he is. He's coming in the pits.
Here he comes. Let's go down to Bill Weber. He's coming your way, Bill, at 45 miles an hour.
Okay, Jerry, his crew's waiting for him. He radioed in a few laps ago. He radioed in a few laps ago that we're going to need to pit, is all he said. We're going to need to pit. So here they are. We expect this to be 4 tires. Of course, they'll start on the right side, working lap 225. Todd was running second. They're going to crank some wedge in 1 round out on the right side. Now they come around to the left side. Loosen the lugs, slap on the left side tires, tighten them up. Field racing by Todd Bodine, 24-6. Here on pit road, now rejoins the race.
comes the leader as he exits pit road.
And you have to stay beneath that yellow line. You see, as Todd Bodine was coming off the pit road, you have to stay below that yellow line until you reach the backstretch. And that's why he was not able to pull up on the racetrack.
And he's going to be 2 laps down, and Dale Jarrett is coming up on Mark Martin right now to get one of his laps back. He's running about a half a second a lap faster than Mark Martin with those new tires on, and heavy traffic up there for both of them. There's Phil Parsons in car number 10. Phil is running in 27th position.
Lots of traffic in front of Mark Martin, the leader. Jarrett goes high. Remember, he's 2 laps down, trying to get at least one of those laps back with 22 laps to go here at Richmond International Raceway.
After this, I'll put the Cup race right on. I already got it tabbed up.
Dives down on the outside and turns.
We were with the spam cars, so
he is now 1 lap down, being shown in
I'm not sure how we do. I can't remember, because when you watch from in the infield, you don't really see what the race is all about. It's been quite a few years since I think I've even reviewed races from this time, other than this week when I was glancing at it.
That basketball championship game. After this, back with more from Richmond.
Glanced at this race. I didn't really glance at the other one. Oh, wow.
Here at Richmond, take a look at this. This is the car of former leader Mark Martin. The right front tire apparently coming apart. Just worn down the cords, and Martin's car now rumbling down pit road.
Waited too long.
He is the leader. Exactly. He is the leader. But that's what the leader of the car looks like. Kyle Petty is there. Kyle, will they ever get the jack under the car?
That's going to be their problem, is getting the jack under the car. They've got everybody over there trying to lift it up. I think if
they should have had everybody there quicker. They all walked around looking a little bit stunned for a minute.
Mark's waving at him. He's cut it off now. He's cut the car off now. Taking his gloves off. He must be going to get out. Bill Weber.
Yeah, he's like, screw that.
Hey, Randy LaJoy may have pitted too early. They were furious down here. Some of these other teams on the lead lap after the 74 car went by, jumping off the wall, looking for an official. The official waved by the 74 and then gave an indication, I believe, the pit road was open. So keep an eye on the 74. May have pitted too early.
That's the end of the longest line. Don't cry.
Now the guy just put the red flag down.
Or it is now. Maybe it wasn't
between
then.
turns 3 and 4, waving the green flag. Here's what happened to Mark Martin here. Now we had a caution coming out because of a spin that in turn 2. This is actually the race back to the caution flag.
He's on the outside of Mike Wallace, and he goes up and looks to me like he gets in the loose stuff, and the car just will not turn. Once you get in that debris up there, the car will not turn into the wall, and we can
those
see
two on the bottom of him, he should have backed off. No one. I mean, those two
now take a look from the roof camera of Rodney
not
Combs
easily predictable on what they're going to do.
Happened to Mark Martin.
You know, right
Mike
there.
Wallace goes up the racetrack to
not a good move.
Stay in front of Mark Martin to win the battle back to the line to keep his stay in the lead lap, or to save a lap, I should say. 90 car. Well, he is in the lead lap, as a matter of fact.
He's running in 8 spots, so all these cars now on pit road is going to put it down to a trophy dash, a sprint race here with just about 15 laps to go.
He should have known better.
Car with Kyle Petty.
Okay, Mark's led the race, led the whole thing. Your tires were the only tires out there that looked like they could go the distance. What happened out there?
Oh, it was going to be fine. The caution came out, and Mike Wallace was afraid I was trying to pass him there and run me in the left front. I slipped out in the marbles, and there wasn't no stopping it, you know. Everything was going to be okay. Some days it just works out that way. You know how it is, Kyle.
I know exactly how it is. A disappointed Mark Martin, but you can bet he'll be back tomorrow.
That's a tough. But, you know, he took that with so much grace. Did you see it?
Yeah.
We can see there as Mike Wallace goes up, and right in there is the loose stuff. And you get in that, it will not turn. It just goes straight, and it does in the wall.
Yep.
So let's check in on Bill Weber down on the 74 pits and LaJoy pits. Bill?
Okay, I'm standing down here. Apparently, Randy saw Mark Martin come down pit road and assumed pit road was open. So he came down. I'm standing next to Steve Bird. Steve, he came down too early. He followed Mark. He thought it was open.
Well, he followed Mark in, and he didn't see the flag, man. We were telling him pay attention out there, and just messed up, that's all.
Okay, one thing about Randy LaJoy that you may have seen this year in him, he's not the same aggressive driver. They tried to soothe him, try and calm him down a little bit. I'm sure he got excited to this opportunity, saw Mark Martin come down pit road. That's heartbreaking for him and this crew. I tell you, they're really dejected down here.
And what has to happen, he'll go to the end of the longest line on the restart.
And he'll be back at a long way to go with less than 15 remaining here at Richmond International Racing. We'll come back with the final laps.
Yeah, that's kind of a bummer, Randy did that. That's Corey LaJoie's dad, and my history was watching Randy's dad, Donnie LaJoie, drive modifieds. Randy didn't drive modifieds much. He drove some late models, and then I think he went to Busch North instead of modifieds.
12 laps to go next time by. After that wild scramble here with 15 laps to go, a car spins between turns 1 and 2. That was Mike Laughlin Jr. Then a race back to the caution flag. Mike Wallace up in front of the Mark Martin car. Martin's car getting up in the loose stuff, tags the wall.
72 still hanging in there, driving around, learning the track, learning how to drive.
Well, it certainly has. Mark Martin,
seat time.
Dominated the race, and now Joe Nemechek
Rookie seat time is usually the first year.
Lap to go. Mark Martin is out of the race.
They got more practice than they do now, though.
Well, I can't find the leader. There he goes. He's on the inside. Meanwhile, Dale Jarrett, Todd Bodine, both those cars that made pit stops are on the inside line, and they both are in the lead lap. Well, they're on the tail end of the lead lap, actually.
Yeah,
that's where they're.
Exactly, they're on the tail end of the lead lap. They and Rodney Combs. Well, Rodney might be still another lap down.
96 was a weird kind of a year. A lot of people switched around.
Joe Nemechek, the Bell South Mobility, is the leader of the race.
And we'll be joining the MEAC Conference Championship, South Carolina State and Coppin State at the conclusion here. It'll be 11 laps to go this time by for the green flag, and here they come. Joe Nemechek, the car number 87, the Bell South Mobility Chevrolet, is the leader, but Dale Jarrett leads him into turn 1.
Jason Keller, the red car, 57, is second place car, and David Green, the 95 car, is in third.
Lap cars start on the opposite lane. Back then, they didn't have a lucky dog. I'm glad they got the lucky dog now. They helped a lot of the safety. Like Mark wouldn't have got probably walled there if they had lucky dog.
There's Nemechek trying to get by Steve Grissom, gets on the inside. There comes a second place car, and Purvis is now third.
87,
take a look on the inside of Green for second.
95, 4,
best ever Busch Series finish last week at Rockingham. He finished third. He now has taken the second spot away. 9 laps remaining here in Richmond.
And Todd Bodine moves over and blocks the 87 car of Nemechek, and here comes Purvis.
Well, Todd Bodine is racing Dale Jarrett for position. Now he takes away what would be the 9th position or 8th position from Dale Jarrett. They're still on the lead lap, but Nemechek now about to move on the inside of Jarrett. That would put Jarrett a lap down. And he's going to let him go. He's going to let the leader go.
And here comes Purvis. This is a battle for the lead. The 4-car, Jeff Purvis, pole center. He's on the inside of Nemechek.
And Jeff Purvis has never won a Busch Grand National Series race. Takes the lead down in turns 1 and 2. And here's Nemechek back on the inside, and Purvis holds him off.
You know, I don't know that Jeff ever won. I mean, that Joe ever won after Dad left him.
Jeff Purvis, a two-time pole sitter in 1996, set on the pole at Daytona, set on the pole here for this short track event, but has never gone to victory lane in Busch Series competition. Over 350 short track dirt series victories, driving for James Finch, an unsponsored car. They don't have a sponsor on their car. The Phoenix Construction, that's actually the company owned by the car owner James Finch, a construction company.
Now then, all Purvis has got to do is just stay in front of the 87 car, but tell you what, Nemechek isn't going anyplace, Ned. Staying right there.
Staying right there with
all our families that raced back then, and then even the generation before, were really a mainstay for the sport.
It's getting late in the race.
Even still, all these people have families in it today. Keep it running.
Clarksville, Tennessee. Johnny Allen, Mark Reno, James Finch, that entire team building a brand new race car and bringing bringing it here for its maiden voyage on the short tracks, well, the intermediate track, the 3/4 mile facility here at Richmond, Virginia.
This is Purvis's 31st Busch Grand National start. There's been 415 Busch Grand National races so far, 70 winners. Will Jeff Purvis be number 71? 3 laps ago, 2.5 laps ago, actually.
And he looks up in the rearview mirror, and Nemechek is still there.
That's not what he wants to see, Ned.
No, he likes to see himself pulling away.
That's right. Likes to see a little more daylight between he and Nemechek.
It'll be white
3 to
flag
go.
next time by.
2 to go.
Length and a half separating Purvis and Nemechek. 2 Chevrolet drivers. Chevrolet Monte Carlos. The car in front of them is the 81
Purvis,
car.
Nemechek,
On the
Green.
lead lap at the tail end, but the 4 car is the leader as the white flag from Carl Simmons signifies 1 lap remains.
And Purvis hold him off. There's Todd Bodine up in front, but I don't think that he's going to catch Todd Bodine. Can he hold off Nemechek?
He kept it down low on the inside. That's what he'll need to do here in turns 3 and 4, and he's keeping it right down on that yellow line.
And for the 67th time, a Busch Grand National race has been won from the pole. Jeff Purvis.
3rd different winner here in 1996. 3 races, won a competitive series, and there's Johnny Allen in the crew. Let's go down to Kyle Petty.
Okay, I'm standing here. Mark Reno's the crew chief on this car, but Johnny Allen is the acting crew chief in the pits today. You guys did a great job. Where did you come from there at the end? You sat on the pole up here, but we hadn't seen you in the top 5 or 6 in the last 100 laps, and all of a sudden you win.
Well, we got a heck of a driver, is all I can say. You know, we made some changes on the car all day. The car's been tight all day long, but we had an air wrench mess up there on the last pit stop and sent him out 4th, but he done the rest.
Well, there you have it. These guys are excited. I don't think I've ever seen a crowd this
Unsponsored
excited
team
to win a
winner is
Busch
pretty
race in my
cool.
entire life. They're all running to victory lane right now, guys.
Well, what a good deal for Mark Reno and Johnny Allen. There's the Phoenix Construction Chevrolet, the winner of the Hardee's Fried Chicken Challenge 250. Of course, lots of action coming your way later today. They got IndyCar qualifying coming
I'm
up.
gonna
IndyCar
put
pole
on
qualifying
the
from Homestead, Florida,
Cup
5 p.m.
race.
Eastern time. Speeds approaching 200 miles an hour.
Next, I have it
Michael
tabbed up.
Andretti, Allenster Jr., all the IndyCar regulars up there. Of course, lots of action coming your way live tomorrow. RPM today.
Purvis is lost. He can't find victory lane. I love it.
Hey, where do I go?
Hey, where do I go? You're on the wrong side of the wall, Purvis.
Never been there before. NASCAR today coming up at 12:30 p.m. Eastern. The Pontiac Excitement 400 at 1 o'clock Eastern tomorrow. Live flag-to-flag coverage at 9:30 p.m. Eastern on ESPN2. RPM tonight. He said, take a left here, take a right, go to the convenience store. That's crew chief Johnny Allen said, hey, you got to be on the other side. It's a checkerboard area. That's okay. With the kind of car he had today, he'll get accustomed to being in victory lane quite often this year.
Make it a U-turn.
Jeff Purvis, better known for super speedway wins, although most of his experience has been on short tracks, but he has been in ARCA competition, has been very strong, won a lot of races there. First short track win in NASCAR.
Unofficial results: Purvis, Nemechek, David Green, Wallace, and Curtis Markham. Good run for the Pontiac driver in the top 5.
LaJoie, Jason Keller, Todd Bodine. Great run for Todd today. And Dale Jarrett back in 9th. He was a lap down. Terry Labonte also. Then the car's 2 laps down. Glenn Allen Jr. And there we see the cars through 30th spot.
Dennis Setzer in 22nd
Dylan
position.
come home 23rd, started 35th.
His front row starting position early.
41 cars started. What a tough break for Hermie Sadler. Had another engine problem today after having one yesterday in qualifying. He will finish 41st. Let's go to Bill Weber in victory lane. Bill?
And Jeff Purvis gets a victory drink here. Hey, glad to see you made it to victory lane. A few extra laps there for you, huh?
I've never been here before.
Yeah, your first one, Jeff. How's it feel?
I'll tell you what, we're tickled to death. You know, we didn't have the fastest race car here, but that doesn't usually, you know, that's not always what wins the races. We had a good race car. It's a brand new car, and we learned something about it all day long, and it came up in victory lane.
And you had to battle back through the middle portions of the race, Jeff.
Yeah, well, off and on we got down a little bit, but they got me right back up there. They fixed the car, whatever I thought, you know, that it needed, and they sent me back out there, and this Phoenix team gave me a great race car today.
We started the broadcast talking about guys that are running for the championship, going the whole way. You're one of those guys gunning for a championship. Now you've got your first Busch win. How does it feel?
We just wanted to win one of these things. We, you know, it's obvious we didn't know where victory lane was, but You know, it feels great. This team's worked their butts off. You know, we don't have a sponsor, but, you know, we'll pick up one of those. We want to win some races right now.
And he's got his first one, Jeff Purvis, unsponsored, but in victory lane.
And a record today, a record for Busch Series ever. Most cars running at the end, 36. They previously had 35 running at the finish today. 36 of the 41 starters were running at the end. Remember, IndyCar qualifying coming up
Austin
live
LaPlante
from
is
Homestead
my
at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Once again, for
favorite
Kyle Petty,
channel.
Joe Weber, Ned Jarrett, Benny Parsons, I'm Jerry Punch. Congratulations to Jeff Purvis. And now let's go to watch MEAC Conference Championship basketball. South Carolina State and Coppin State. Here's Larry Farmer.
This is Richmond. We're gonna go to Richmond.
It is a crisp, cool, but clear day here in Hampton, Georgia, as we welcome you to Atlanta Motor Speedway.
For the Pontiac Excitement
NASCAR
400.
Busch Grand National Series.
After 2 races, there are several who finished in the 95 season top 25 in points that are not in the current top 25. It's a rather long list.
I'm in Lake
And
Speed's
notice at the
pit
bottom
this
is
day.
the defending NASCAR Winston Cup champion who comes into this event 43rd in the points. Last year, he was on top of the heap. But he and his teammate are up front today. Here's Dr. Punch.
I don't know how long the pre-race stuff is.
Well, Bob, for the second week in a row, it's an all-Hendrick front row. They're hoping not to duplicate the double DNF of a week ago. Terry Labonte has led the most laps in both events this year, but has yet to go to victory lane. That could change today. Remember, he won this race a year ago. Now, teammate Jeff Gordon needs some kind of break. 42nd and 40th his first 2 starts. He's 43rd in the points, and it comes to the racetrack in this race where he had his worst finish in all of 1995. He finished 36th in the opener at Richmond. These 2 guys need a break, but back in the field are a couple guys who have gotten all the breaks. Their names are Dale and Dale. Let's go to John Kernan.
Back in the 11th spot, Dr. Jerry Punch, you got Dale Jarrett. Brand new race team. They come right out of the box, win Daytona, and then finish second at Rockingham last week to Dale Earnhardt. Earnhardt here at Richmond has 24 top 5 finishes, 5 career victories. And Bill Weber right now, he and Jarrett are tied atop the Winston Cup standings.
And, John, there are a lot of surprising names in the top 10 in the Winston Cup point standings, and a lot of surprises in the top 10 in qualifying here at Richmond. There are 152 victories among the top 10 drivers, but those victories are split among 5 drivers. The other 5 drivers in the top 10 have no wins, but great references. For instance, Kenny Wallace, multiple winner in the Busch Series.
That'll
and a
work
Busch
with
Series
Kenny Wallace,
runner-up.
97.
Then in this row, you have Joe Nemechek, and across from him, Steve Grissom, a couple of Busch Series champions in earlier years. Row 3 has lots of experience with Elliott and Martin. And in row 2, starting 4th, Ricky Craven, Rookie of the Year last year in Winston Cup and a former champion of the Busch Grand National North Series. A lot of young talent mixed in with the veterans, Jerry Punch.
Indeed, Bill, and for the second week in a row, Pontiac qualifies third. This is the Pontiac Excitement 400, and you know Pontiac hasn't won this race since '89. Richard Petty owned Pontiac, hasn't won since 1983. And this driver, Bobby Hamilton, has never won a Winston Cup race. People thought that would change last week, and then suddenly on lap 345 came the tap right here. And suddenly the most recognizable color scheme in all of NASCAR history was embroiled in controversy. Now, we talked to both drivers to try to put a wrap on the tap, and here's what they had to say.
Well, you've had 5 days. Any opinion changed any on the incident at Rockingham?
That's a great win. Been a good week for us.
Is there any way the accident with Hamilton could have been avoided?
Well, as Benny, I mean, we bumped a little, he got in the wall. I didn't wreck him.
Well, you know, Dale and I were just swapping lead quite a bit, and we was taking air off of one another, and he come out of the pits in front of me, and so I passed him. He come back and passed me his famous Earnhardt move, and then so I done a famous Earnhardt move on him. I passed him back the next lap, and we come up out of the hole, coming out of 4. What I mean coming out of the hole, you know how it comes up out of the hill there, in turn 4. And I was wide open, you know. He loosed me up a tad, and probably enough to haze the tires up, whatever, and he just
Kenny Wallace,
you know,
yes, he's
Jared
very
got
nice
into me,
man.
And I saved my car. I mean, guys
He
got
does
into
a
each
lot
other
for
all
the
day long,
sport,
wrecked
even
each other.
still.
And, you know, Labonte wrecked and because of somebody bumped him from the rear, knocked him out of the race.
Have you had a chance to talk since then? I mean, you two discuss anything?
Not really. I seen him. He talked. I listened for about 2 minutes and I walked off. He was still talking, but you know, I want to tell you what, I like Dale a lot. I've always figured him to be a pretty good friend and all that. And my only complaint was, and complaints don't mean a lot in racing, is you know, that guy's the best race car driver in the world. I've seen him go through wrecks at Daytona and never touch anything. I've seen him pass cars and never touch anything, and then all of a sudden you're just one-on-one, and then it happens. And when you don't think a guy ever makes a mistake, when something like that happens, you put the mistake out of your mind.
I hate it happen. Petty's got a good race team. Hamilton's a good driver. It's over and done with.
Yeah, that one can't be undone now. Let's get on with this one today. And one of the guys we have to watch is Rusty Wallace. A fantastic record on short tracks. In the last 27 short track races, that's tracks that are under 1 mile in length. Rusty Wallace has finished in the top 5 25 times, including 11 wins. Even though he had to change engines after yesterday's practice, I still think that he'll be a strong contender here today.
And then another car that'll be a contender, Ernie Irvin. The last time he was here in the spring of 1994, he won the race. But Friday afternoon, going in turn 3 just before qualifying, bam, he locks up the brakes, in the wall he goes. They go to a backup car. We can see the damage to that automobile. They bring out the backup car. He makes 1 lap. He qualifies 38, but he comes back on Saturday morning and will qualify and start 26th. Ernie Irvin could be a contender here this afternoon.
We are here at Richmond for the first time since 1983. You wouldn't even recognize the place from then. The amount of effort and money that the Sawyer family, the County of Enrico, and the City of Richmond have put into this track is absolutely unbelievable. It is indeed a showcase for NASCAR racing, and we are delighted that we could begin our Winston Cup coverage here this afternoon. The green flag is scheduled at 1:15 Eastern Time, and we'll be back with more in a moment.
Crazy.
ESPN Speed World coverage of the
They get a lot of pre-race.
is being brought to you by Pontiac, proud sponsor of the 1996
I might have to fast forward through some of this
driving
stuff.
excitement. By Allied Signals Fram Filters, you can pay a little now or a lot later. By Texaco.
Boy, there's a lot of black shirts for the 3.
Professional sports, our Grand Marshal, Mike Mitchler. Gentlemen, start your engines.
General Motors. Where are we? Way in the freaking back, probably. We're probably pitted on the back stretch. So I think we didn't qualify good here.
40 cars fire to life here, getting set for our afternoon of racing at Richmond International. Here's Dr. Jerry Punch.
Yeah, so when all this is going on, I am probably on the back stretch.
The fans here is that it's a combination of the intimacy of side-by-side short track racing and the nose-to-tail 150-mile-an-hour straightaway.
Not in the bleachers, but in the infield, in the spam pit.
That can pose a problem for the competitors, as we saw yesterday during the Busch Grand National race. With more, here's Bill Weber.
Well, Jerry, Goodyear would love to design a tire that would last a fuel stop here at Richmond, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. You have to find a happy marriage between traction and wear.
It won't be long till green. They're just heating up the oil. I'll be right back. A quick bathroom break before green.
Yesterday in the Busch Series, we saw considerable wear on the front tires. These cars are heavier and faster, but you have better drivers and perhaps better handling race cars today. We'll have to see what happens. John Kernan.
Bill, the one thing you want to have in your pit, lots of tires, and just about everybody does. I checked with Goodyear today. Just about everyone got 7, 8 sets of fresh tires, and back on the truck, if they run out of those, hey, there are more Goodyear Eagle GT radials back there in the garage area. They can mount them up.
going to keep the cars running on pit road for a while and then take 4 warm-up laps on this cold Sunday afternoon before the green flag. Welcome back to Richmond International Raceway in Virginia as we're just moments away from the start of the Pontiac Excitement 400. There's Jeff Gordon, who is pensively waiting for the cars to move away. It's a little cold here, as we said, and so they're letting the cars warm up. There's Terry Labonte. Here's Kyle Petty, who's set to go in his Pontiac. There's Ricky Craven, who's looking for a good finish after his best finish ever in NASCAR Winston Cup competition last week. And there's Bobby Hamilton, who goes from 3rd starting position here this afternoon. In fact, let's take a look at the entire starting lineup. On the pole will be Terry Labonte, qualifying at 123.728, and alongside his teammate Jeff Gordon, same front row as last weekend at Rockingham. In the second row, it'll be Bobby Hamilton and Ricky Craven, starting 3rd and 4th. 5th and 6th will be Mark Martin in car number 6 and Bill Elliott in the 94 McDonald's Ford.
Next row we find Steve Grissom and alongside Joe Nemechek. Back in row 5, Dale Earnhardt will be on the inside and Kenny Wallace. Great start for Kenny on the outside. In row 6, we have Dale Jarrett, and on the outside, the old man, Darrell Walter.
And in row 7, we have Ken Schrader in the Budweiser Chevrolet and Rusty Wallace in the Miller Ford. Row number 8 is made up of Ted Musgrave in the Family Channel Ford and Sterling Marlin, 2-time Daytona 500 winner in the Kodak Chevrolet. Row number 9, we find Wally Dallenbach and Rick Mast.
Jeff Bodine will start in the 19th position, and he'll be going all the way, unlike he did last week because of the broken ribs. Outside of that row will be Elton Sawyer. Row number 11 is Jeff Burton and Morgan Shepherd. And in the 12th row, Robert Presley to the inside and Brett Bodine outside.
Mike Wallace, who finished 4th yesterday in the Busch Grand National Race, will start inside row 13, and Ernie Irvin, fastest qualifier, outside him. Row 14, Derek Cope, main and tail car, and Ward Burton, who's off to a terrible start in 1996, needs to get it turned around. Jeremy Mayfield and Jimmy Spencer next.
And in the 16th row, we find Hutch Strickland and Dave Marcus. Dave having a good year so far. Row number 17 is Johnny Benson, fighting pneumonia here today, and Ricky Rudd in the Tide Ford. Row number 18, we find the Michael Waltrip Citgo Ford and Kyle Petty's Coors Light Pontiac.
And the 4 drivers who took provisionals to get in, Bobby Labonte and John Andretti. And in the 20th row, starting 39th and 40th, it's Lake Speed and Bobby Hillen. And Johnny Benson, as Ned mentioned, is suffering from pneumonia, and the car doesn't appear to be running very well.
And he's got bigger problems with pneumonia right now.
Yeah, just apparently wouldn't fire.
David Green standing by to jump in as a relief driver if Johnny thinks that he needs one.
And that car has still not started. They're going to push it around to the garage area and evidently change some of the electrical system in the car because it still hasn't. John Kerner, what's wrong?
Well, I just talked to David Green, who is standing by to relief drive if needed, and he told me that Johnny says it feels almost as if either something's wrong with the transmission, it's not getting into gear, the drive shaft may not be connected, it just will not get into gear, it will not go for him. So they're going to have to bring it down here and get it fixed behind the wall.
Okay, so it must not be an engine problem then, just there's something wrong with the drivetrain.
Couple of more laps before we get the green flag. We can overemphasize how cold it is, but one thing we do have to mention is the fact that it didn't keep one single person away. I don't see any seat available in this beautiful facility. As all seats are filled, they're ready to see some racing. And the 18 car is now catching up to the rear of the field, as is Bobby Hillen.
He might have stopped. He might have slowed down just to be able to run that half lap to get the tires warmed up, because that first lap is going to be critical. Camera inside on top of the Goodrich Chevrolet of Dale Earnhardt. Also, Mark Martin of Valvoline Ford has the same camera on the roof of the automobile.
There's Bobby Hamilton and a roof cam on the STP Pontiac. And the King, Richard Petty. He's watching television. He isn't watching the race car.
Yeah. Turn around, Richard. Wave to us.
And Kyle Petty is set to go here this afternoon, starting from the 36th position. There is the Family Channel car driven by Ted Musgrave that will also be carrying a roof cam.
And it's, you know, we keep talking about how cold it is here. Really and truly, it's about 45 degrees, but the wind is blowing about 25 miles per hour. So wind chill has a temperature of probably 25, 30 degrees. That's what these crew members are feeling. And I tell you, pit stops are going to be critical today because their hands are going to be frozen. Oh, thank you. Keep your hands in your pocket down there, guys.
Need to get them some of those little things that they use in golf that you can get at the golf shop and keep your hands warm.
More on Johnny Benson from John.
Well, Bob, it is the drive shaft not hooked up to the rear end gear. They sent a crewman into the garage area to get a U-bolt and a yoke. They're working on the car right now. The pace car coming by. These cars still getting warmed up out on the racetrack. Johnny Benson sits in his car helplessly. They're waiting, hoping they can get it fixed before this race
Looks
goes
like it's
green.
out of
But the
gear.
pace lights
I
are
was
off
seeing
about the
him
pace
have
cars. There should be
trouble.
one to
I was
go.
watching from the corner.
Evidently, they changed the gear in that car this morning.
Yep.
And when they put the drive shaft back in, they just slid it up in the rear end yoke and did not put the little U-bolt that hold it in, and it fell out. There is a
Checklist,
loop,
boys. That's
keeps
that's
the drive
what I
shaft from
keep
dragging
saying.
on the ground. It probably
Punch
fell down
list,
against that.
every
That's
little
why it didn't fall
detail.
out.
And they push these cars through inspection, push them out onto the start-finish
There's
line.
just
so
so
it's never
much to
fired
do.
until
You
they
have
get
to
ready
have a
to start
punch
the race
list.
after that, so they wouldn't have known him.
While Benson
do
sits
one
on pit
once
road and the
over
crew
before
works
you
on
go
the
out.
Pennzoil car, the field is set to get the
You
green
double,
flag.
triple
The
check
pace
everything.
car
Check this,
is
check.
in turn number 3. Only 3 went home from here. Dick Trickle driving Roy Allen's car, also Randy McDonald and Robbie Faggart. There's the huge crowd on hand here this afternoon
I think that
for the
02
third
is Mike
race of the
Rich's car.
96 season, our first NASCAR
Wrong
Winston Cup
series.
telecast,
Okay.
and we're ready to go.
Never mind. Green is out. Got all these superstars, the real heroes in NASCAR here. The second generation of heroes. Because I was a Fireball Roberts fan, you know.
Johnny Benson rolls out of the pit area, but he's a lap down as the battle up front is underway. Labonte has taken the lead, but look at Bobby Hamilton getting past Jeff Gordon for second. And now Hamilton has his sights set on the lead.
Boy, he went into that turn very hard, slipped a little bit. Lost just a little bit of momentum he had, but he's coming right back.
Mark Martin and Ricky Craven are running together on the racetrack for fourth. From the roof cam on Bobby Hamilton's car, you can see how close he is to the leader, Terry Labonte, as Mark Martin tries to get underneath Ricky Craven back there for fourth position, and Hamilton again bids for the lead.
If you're bored, I have some sounds.
He's got a nose up there.
I don't think that the song request part is working. But I think it made me glitch, so I had to cut that part off. For now, anyway.
Yes, he is the leader. Continuing where he left off last week. Side by side, Mark Martin takes a spot away from
I
Ricky
think SR
Craven.
works at all.
That's the fourth position. Martin in fourth, Craven fifth, and it's Bill Elliott, Steve Grissom, Dale Earnhardt, Joe Nemechek, Kenny Wallace, and
Try
Dale
it, but I don't
Jarrett.
even know how to hook it
Look back on Craven from Mark Martin's camera.
That's in the rear bumper of the
up.
Valvoline.
Good morning, Pops. Hi. How are you doing? It's good to see you.
Here's Brett Bodine in the 11 car to the inside of Darrell
It's
Waltrip.
another
Ricky
week.
Rudd trying to
I'm
get to
going
the
over
inside as
Richmond.
a whole bunch of cars now are side by side
And
behind that.
this is the Cup side. This is I'm kind of watching just for fun because I was there. And I was with this Spam car. We qualified P dead last. Actually took a provision. Richmond's a tough track for setup guys. Changes so much. And the tires are always
from his teammate Terry Labonte.
Gordon making the move in turns
Kinda,
3 and 4,
you know,
going to the inside
hit
of
and
Labonte.
miss.
So now it's Bobby Hamilton, who led 36 laps last week at Rockingham up front. And Gordon in second, and some great battling going on toward the rear of the
I hope
pack.
you're warm. I
Kyle
hope
Petty
Texas
leading this
is
group into turn 1.
comfortable this week. We finally got on the warm side of the cold front. 64 degrees. It's a heat wave.
And look at Benson go? Made it 3 abreast. Took the spot away from Hut Strickland. That's Hut in the 8. The red number 8.
There's our car.
The blue number 9 on the
We're
outside.
moving on up. We passed 4 people, 3 people.
And Benson has a lot of
Muy
room to make up, but he's trying to do it. He goes to the inside.
Jim
there.
Long is
John
crew
Andretti
chief.
making it 3 wide.
Oh boy, this ain't big.
And Michael Waltrip spins in turn number 4, and Strickland amazingly didn't hit him.
And the caution still.
Jim Long set up a lot of times for the end of the long run. Lake was a super cautious early racer, but he always seemed to be in the top 10 in the end. He didn't set the world on fire. Oh, I'm so sorry you don't feel good. But yeah, thank you. I have been riding for like 3 years, and I hit a point where I couldn't write. How do I explain it? It was really emotional because all the people we raced with died, you know, like. And I had to get a new, like, kind of footing and watch a bunch of races and get over it, and like. That's just part of it. And
that is incredible.
What got cool is I was out to dinner one day with Mom and Dad, and I said, you know, almost everybody that I want to ask questions about these races are no longer alive. And I talked to one of my friends from the races way back, and he was able to fill me in on some stuff like that. And he's helped a lot, like fill in some of the blanks, but I was able to finally like get another.
Wallace and Wallace.
How do you say it? Like a burst of energy about or inspired, whatever riders get. And I was able to go through and edit that little section. I've got like 30 pages written, but what I sent you was only the intro and like the first forward to the first chapter kind of thing. My dad's book, my mom and dad named it No Compromises, which is so much like my dad. Like, if it wasn't, he wasn't able to win. Like, I'm sorry, if he wasn't able to put his setup in and feel they had a chance to win, he didn't want to stay with that team. And he moved around a lot, teaching young kids a lot of the ins and outs of the racing sport. And that's what he really, I think, likes the most, even still today, is helping younger ones get better. He talks on the phone about questions, but he's getting older too. But he does keep in touch with a bunch of drivers every Monday to go to coffee in the Daytona area. Or racers, crew chiefs, drivers, modified days. Got some photos of all that.
So they're going to have to push that down. They just got a good old-fashioned mess of that number 8 Circuit City Ford. Let's go down to Ernie Irvin's pit.
Well, these guys are going to work on the front right side. Heavy damage there. The hood is buckled. They'll try and bang that out. There's damage to the left side. He's obviously rubbed tires with somebody on the left side of the car. The tire on the left side.
I want you to feel better first. Read it when you're in like a nice chill space.
It looks like they're going to try and do the sheet metal repair, then send Ernie back out and bring him back around and do some more repair.
I think it's pretty easy to read. I don't think it's tedious. I try to edit it way down. I was a literary agent way back in the day and went over manuscripts. Wow, somebody just wrecked on the front.
And Irvin just ran into Wally Dallenbach, it looked to me like, Ned.
That's the way it looked, and this had nothing to do with Hut Strickland other than the fact that the caution flag came out. Over here, there's Strickland spinning out on another part of the racetrack, and they came by and got the caution flag here, and Ernie Irvin and Wally Dallenbach got together.
And Strickland is back in. And Ernie Irvin also coming back into the pits
to the next
get repairs
green.
after this incident down in turn number 1. We'll take another break and be right back with more from Richmond, Virginia.
And Benson spins right in front of the leader.
just kisses the wall.
Poor Johnny, man.
And there's no caution out
He
yet.
shouldn't have got up that day.
And Michael Waltrip is going to race as hard as he can to
Here
get
we
his
are.
lap back. Benson gets his
1,
car
2,
going.
3, 4, 5 from the end, 6
lap.
from the end now.
Just after he got
there's a
back on the
plus.
lead lap, he goes a lap down again. But Michael Waltrip is going to benefit from all this. Let's watch the race to the line here. And yes,
My
Michael
son went out.
Waltrip
I
will be
forgot
back
to.
on the lead
I
lap.
try to shut my bedroom door so I don't disturb him.
By the way, we mentioned that Wally Dallenbach was also involved in the incident earlier. He's behind the wall. This is the reason for the most recent caution.
There we see the contact between the two cars as they go down in the corner, and Hamilton goes up and almost runs
That's
in the
just
back
a
of Michael
lack
Waltrip.
of controlling your
Michael
run
jammed on the brake trying to
situation,
avoid
and
Benson and almost
because you're
got
looking in
Hamilton
your
the
mirror
lead.
because the leaders are coming.
Not a whole lot of damage probably to Johnny Benson's car, but a little bit on the right side. Let's take a look at it from another angle.
Watch the tires. Watch the smoke when they make contact. Right there, we can
Don't
see as the
cut
tires
down,
start
not
rubbing the sheet
clear.
metal,
Oh,
the smoke
God.
boil up, and Benson jams on the gas and just barely makes contact with the wall. And all the cars, the whole field is
It's like
making
being
pit
on a
stops.
motorcycle or something. You just can't
Just a few
stop.
cars remain on the track, about 7 of them. Everybody else is in for a pit stop. Here's Jerry Punch.
4 tire change. This will give the crews a chance to look at the tire wear concerning
Front
about the
stretch.
right front and left front tire. The jackman falls down here. Let's check it down in the Labonte pit with Bill.
4 tire change for Terry Labonte. Fuel's already in and the car is away. Now to you, Jerry.
Left side tires on the Bobby Hamilton car. Meanwhile, Jeff Gordon's crew has already changed 4 tires. The defending series champion is down and away. Gordon complained that his car had a push going in and was very loose coming off the corner. They were going to make an air pressure adjustment on the corner.
Gee whiz.
Now, figure out who's in front of that bunch there, guys.
Yeah, I'm glad that's NASCAR's job.
Let's take a look at how Earnhardt got through this. And Mark Martin.
Well, fortunately, the water sort of parted. The car that was spinning, Johnny Benson, went high, and they were able to just drive right under it.
Hey, little furry rat with pretty hair.
Ernie Irvin comes back into the pits for a stop. He completes his service and rolls back out. Here's John Kernan in Hut Strickland's pit.
Just an update on Hut Strickland, who's been sitting here on pit road. The left front shock was broken, the mount there, and also the lower control arm bent on the left front. Hut's still sitting here as Felipe Lopez and the crew are trying to get that fixed up. Michael, I should say, the 30 car Johnny Benson Jr. has taken on 4 tires, and they've checked the toe out. Apparently the toe has been knocked out on that car on the right front, so they have checked that and sent Johnny back out on his way.
So while Hut sits on pit road, the cars are still under caution on the racetrack, and we'll be right back. We've just gone green, have some new faces running up front. Jeff Bodine is the leader of the race. Running in second spot is Ward Burton, then Dave Marcus. Now the 28 car of Ernie Irvin is a lap down. Johnny Benson, we understand, has a possible bent A-frame on the 30 car because of his contact with the wall up in turn 3 and 4.
Now, some cars didn't pit. Jeff Bodine was one of those. Dave Marcus actually was the leader when the green came back out. He's dropped back a little bit. He didn't pit. And neither did the 22 car of Ward Burton, nor Elton Sawyer in car number 27. A couple of other cars up there. There's Ken Schrader in the Budweiser Chevrolet. He only took on 2 tires. John Andretti only took on 2. Most of the other front runners did take on 4 tires.
And we see Earnhardt has been able to pass Jeff Gordon since the green flag has flown.
I know, isn't that neat? I like it. It's kind of like a barbershop quartet
Takes a
look.
position
I
away
thought they
from
were
Elton
cool.
Sawyer and brings Jeff Gordon along behind him. So now Earnhardt is in 4th and Jeff Gordon in 5th position as the positions are changing up front. With some of the guys who came in and got some fresh tires are passing those that are on old tires.
What? We're down the lap of
From Mark
what?
Martin on to John Andretti and others. And Dale Jarrett there on the right.
As we mentioned, Andretti only took on 2 tires, and that might be telling on him a little bit. It did give him good track position. But, boy, the 4 new tires here at Richmond means so much.
Dale Jarrett closes in right on the back bumper of Mark Martin. Mark gets on the
Mark's
gas,
car made a very weird sound at a certain RPM for a second. But I didn't hear it the next time he let off, so it was like almost sounded like a Jake brake.
Rather easily into turn 1.
For a second. It was just a weird
tried to move up there on
vibration.
the inside, couldn't quite follow Bobby Hamilton through there. You see Earnhardt coming up there now on the outside. Earnhardt running in the 4th position.
Ernie has position on Ward this time, going down in the corner. And Earnhardt also follows.
Yeah, those tires that Ward Burton has on there, we're on lap 45 right now. And they're beginning to get heated up and worn and just don't have the adhesion that newer tires have.
Now Jeff goes by Ward Burton on the inside.
Last time I kind of did a count, like a rough count. I've been to like 56 tracks
Right now, Ward. And here's a
in
battle
person.
for the lead. Hamilton on the inside of Bodine.
Thousands of races, I guess. Starting in 61 was my first race, and I remember all of it. It's crazy. I got like this baby memory that's weird.
On front on lap number 45.
It's actually a really cool
Pick up on some other battles.
cool thing to have, I guess.
Marlin, Elton Sawyer, who was up front just a few laps ago, and look how far he's gone back because of the worn tires.
Also, that's Robert Preston in the 33 car. After all this time, I still won't say Harry again.
Well, you can't blame some of the teams for trying that strategy of putting just 2 tires on to get the track position, which is very, very important on any racetrack, but especially a short track. But they'll rethink it now.
43 is Bobby Hamilton this particular year. It was a year after Petty retired.
Similar strategy for Jeff Bodine, Ned. He stopped on the first caution of the race, came in, topped off with fuel, and got 4 tires. Qualified 19th, was leading, currently gave that up, but still running at the front of the pack, running second with Ernie right behind him.
So his tires aren't quite as
Or
old
maybe
as some
it
of
ain't
those
the
others
first
then,
year. I
since he
can't
stopped
remember
on
when he
that first
retired, to
caution.
be honest.
And so that was good strategy on his part.
Yeah, the 22 Ward
Might have
Burton
been
also stopped on that first caution flag to
93.
change tires. That's one reason he was able to keep up as well as he was. There we see some very, very close racing between Steve Grissom, the 29 car. That's Dino's feet's really hot as he comes off that corner.
He had a close call earlier, and Ted Musgrave had the bird's eye view. Watch to the right there.
He started to make it 3 abreast on the outside. Said,
That 37K mark,
So he dives down in the corner on the inside.
Andretti,
and,
Johnny Andretti.
Elton didn't realize
I
he
think
was
Tim
going to be
Brewer is
there.
crew
Some
chief and turning wrenches on that car at this particular race. A few before that as well.
Presley, Schrader.
He'll end up working mid-season. He'll come over to the 7 when we're there in 97. 7 and 97.
Probably charged down
And I'll score for that car too. Score for late, but it's at the end of the season, or like Dover, from Dover on, or something like that.
Good battle
Maybe
between the 3
Darlington.
and 24 cars for 3rd position.
Earnhardt has the 3rd position. Jeff Gordon now wants it back.
Bodine is in 2nd place in the 7 car. Ernie Irvin in the Texaco 28 car is a lap down.
He's in 36th position. Here's some almost 3 abreast racing. Wallace, Schrader, and leading the charge, Ted Musgrave.
And while that was happening, we watched that. Let me tell you that Jeff Gordon did in fact pass Dale Earnhardt for the 3rd spot.
And now he sets his sights on the 7 car of Jeff Bodine, running 2nd. Meanwhile, Ernie Irvin has been able to get past Bodine, but he's still got a long way to go before he gets his lap back because Bobby Hamilton has checked out. Here's the battle for 2nd. Oh, and Jeff Gordon is to the inside of Bodine, and I believe he's going to take the spot away. It's close.
It is close. I hate to have my finger between those two cars.
Now he's going to get the spot.
Oops, okay, I was muted. I just tried to see if I can make the quality a little better. If it's glitching, let me know and I'll turn it back down. But I put it up at 780 or something.
That's just 32 left. And when he saw Gordon go by Earnhardt a moment ago, he radioed his young driver and said, hey, don't use it up too much early on. Save it. Let's save it. Let's go and check in with John Cronin, who's standing by with Wally Dallenbach.
Well, Wally's Hayes Motom's Ford Thunderbird in the garage area, the rear end pushed back. Wally, a little help from behind, it looked like.
Yeah, we had, we had a good car working. It was early in the race. It's pretty dumb when somebody runs into you after the yellow flag. It's really unfortunate. It really is going to hurt us in the points and everything, but we'll be in Atlanta.
All right, Wally Dallenbach, he's out of the race for now. In fact, they just brought the car back to the truck. They're getting ready to load it up, guys.
Boy, that is a tough break for Wally, who has had so many good runs here in the early part of the year. You got to think that this team is going to come together, and you got to really think that they're going to be strong when they go to Sonoma in May.
Rusty Wallace getting by Terry Labonte. Both these cars, the 2 and the 5. That's Rusty in the 2 and Labonte in the 5. These cars run so well at this speedway.
That is coming up. Jeff Bodine is running in 4th place. Rusty now 5th. And
I
Terry
bet you at
Labonte
this
in 6th.
point I have a vehicle parked in that infield.
59 laps are completed here at Richmond International Raceway on a beautiful Sunday
I've seen all
afternoon.
the passenger cars there.
A little bit cool and windy. Bobby Hamilton is your
And
leader.
it looked familiar.
We'll be right back.
Because what the deal would be like the team would go to the track Friday, Thursday or Friday, depending on the schedule.
Who started in 3rd position
And then they'd all drive back to the shop. I'd pick my husband up, go back to our house, and then first thing in the morning we'd leave and go to the track. Saturday and Sunday.
He registered 2 top 10 finishes here last year. He was 9th in this race a year ago, and he finished 5th in the fall
So we would go
race
by
here at Richmond.
vehicle, and with him being a crew member, we would probably have parked in the infield.
Was half mile. There's Richard Petty, who won so many times here.
They were good when it was dirt.
28 years
half
ago.
a mile paved asphalt, and now good on this one.
Still to this day, so much respect to Richard. When I'd see him in the pits, I've never actually introduced myself, or I would be known like by faces, just being Vic's daughter to most teams. And people were 28, started 39, so we did good. We passed 11 cars.
Car number 18. Ricky Rudd in car number 10.
But anyway, yeah, I'm more known as just Vic's daughter, mainly because I look just like him.
Yeah. He and John Andretti
It's
make
hard
some
for
contact
people
down in
to
the
tell
first and
I'm
second
not.
corner, and Grissom goes up the racetrack and was able to get it back under control without spinning.
Plus the difference, a lot of these people came up from the modifieds.
A little bit of contact on the left rear, and Grissom goes up to chase
My
the back
history
end, almost chases it to the wall, but he
would
finally
be
catches it
like
just before
right
the
out
wall.
of high school.
He's had a couple close calls
I
already
worked
today.
There's Dino.
like 3 different jobs, and then
That's the
I would get out of work at like 9:30 at night, and I'd jump in my car and run to Stafford or Thompson or Westboro or Seekonk or wherever they were running, and I'd knock. And the heats would already be over, and the ticket gate closed, so I would be able to just walk into the pits at that hour, but I was just like known as Dick's daughter everywhere I went. I went to like four races a week sometimes in high school.
Yes, he's one of those cars.
As soon as I got a license and a vehicle, I was off to the races.
And man, does it work for John Andretti.
And in the infield, of course. I didn't like sitting in the bleachers.
Bobby Hamilton still in the 43 car leading the
felt
race. Michael Waltrip, the Sitco car, a lap down. There we see Bodine in the 11. Brett
so different
Bodine,
to be in the
Penny in the
stands.
42. Rick Mast in the 1 car. That's a Pontiac this year.
And when I scored, I had to go up in up the bleachers and in the booths and stuff sometimes. But it was different. It was like you weren't watching the race; you were just watching your car because you had a job to do and you had to do it right. Of course, this Blake's passing Derek Cope in the main and tail car.
Leader, Bobby Hamilton, but he's coming
just
up.
Looking.
He's lapping some race cars out there. He just put a lap on Michael Waltrip and Elton Sawyer. Joe Nemechek has gone a lap down. Bobby Hillen and Dave Marcus. So Bobby Hamilton set
Jim Long was a very young crew chief then. He was very good instincts. He always kept working on the car through the race and it get better and better.
Of course, our pole sitter for this race.
Last time you saw Terry Labonte, which was about 10 laps ago, he was right behind Rusty Wallace. Well, Rusty, as you can tell by our scoring pylon on the left side of the screen, was able to get by Bodine and drive off by 15, 20 car lengths. But Terry Labonte's had trouble getting by.
And then 96, you got to remember, like 92, 93, 94, we lost so many drivers due to accidents and stuff at the speedway and various things. A lot of the drivers that normally would stay racing kind of decided to retire.
This is how far he has come. Rusty Wallace starting the race in 14th
Blake
position.
will race a couple more years and semi-retire
Kept picking him
from
up,
the
on the 75th lap is
like cup
fourth
stuff.
and looking for third as he goes to the inside of Dale Earnhardt.
Don't make it
Stapleton 42 has some really cool lake stuff on his channel.
Tempting though.
It did look very tempting, that hole on the inside of Earnhardt. And we've got a crash. Jeff Bodine is in the wall in the QVC car up in turns 1 and 2, and the caution is out.
Car is up against the
top
wall, and
5.
there won't be any other car involved.
Looks like there'll be some damage to the left rear. Yes, there is.
Jimmy Spencer was about to go a lap down in 30th position, so the caution is a godsend for him. Let's take a look at how this incident happened up in turn number 2 involving Jeff Bodine in the QVC Ford.
Well, we'd seen Terry Labonte trying to get around Jeff, and he's not close to him there, but he does come down and clip the Dave Marcus car, number 71. They make contact, and it sends Jeff around.
Oh,
and
man,
back into the wall.
misjudgment, that's all.
There's Sterling Marlin and Dale Jarrett both getting by. So a tough break here for Jeff Bodine.
He was no spring chicken
And
at
pit
that
road is
time.
open, so those on the lead lap going to be making their way to their respective pits to get some fresh tires.
I mean, he was dating Tanya Tucker then and
Welcome this opportunity. They've been out there a little
doing the
while on those tires.
bobsled thing.
Jerry is in Bobby Hamilton's pit.
But he wasn't young anymore.
37-year-old Bobby Hamilton brings the STP Pontiac in.
What a shot, huh?
24 and 3 stacked. As you watch them top to bottom, STP Pontiac, middle of your screen is the Gordon car with the Chevrolet, bottom of the screen, the Goodrich Chevy.
Big.
Watching the crews now go to the left side, put left side tires on. Problem to the right rear a little bit on the 43 car.
You know, if I
Now
painted
they go to
just
the left
that,
side as they watch
those 3 right there, I might actually screenshot that for a future painting. That was pretty epic. I don't paint great, but I paint okay. I did one painting last year. I'm still figuring. I have so many painting designs I have in my head too, and I got my book. Trying to stay with the book, you know.
Here's how the incident looked from Jeff Bodine, from Mark Martin's in-car, actually, the roof cam up ahead.
For all you that don't know, that I like helping out young teams and stuff, and I painted
Impact with the wall. He's back running, but there is damage to the rear end of that car. We'll take a break and be right back.
Like with paintbrush. last year.
All right, Mike,
Most of
and
you
just as
know
you
me,
return
know I
once
did
again, the
it, but
green
some of
flag
you
comes
may
out, and
not
we are
know.
back to racing on lap number 85. And at the front of the field is Jeff Gordon with Rusty Wallace running second. Now, at this time last year, Jeff Gordon had already won a race at Rockingham. This is the first time that he has led a lap in 1996.
I'm looking it up.
Rusty Wallace is second, Earnhardt third.
And Sean Parker, the
June.
rear tire changer on the 2-car, I'm disappointed. He assured me this morning after the first pit stop that 2-car would be leading. They made 2 pit stops, and he's still only up to second place, Sean.
That's still pretty good.
Yes, it is. Bobby Hamilton is running fourth. We're watching from his roof cam. Now ahead is Michael Waltrip. However, he is a lap down in 31st. There are 30 cars on the lead lap.
30 cars on the lead lap. This was a painting I did last year for that young team when they started moving up. Landon and his dad, Robert. I saw Robert race. And Landon and RJ is in the photo down below in the car. But next photo I'm going to do is the car big. But I don't know that it would be that team. There is one I want to do of that team winning the Hickory Championship, and I've got all the photos picked out for it.
And Bill, I would say that was when the car
Thanks,
locked
Pa.
up the brakes and slid the tire that caused that problem.
Yeah, I've got all the
that way from his 50
zoom
laps
in.
around this racetrack.
Certainly a possibility, Benny. You can see they're still looking at it down here.
You stop these tires and slide them over the surface of the racetrack. It's almost like sandpaper. Just takes that rubber and
I
peels it
just
away.
It's called flat spotting sometimes, but that was a little more than a flat spot.
Yeah, there's not a lot of
I think next time I'm going to do the car. I got some pictures picked out.
You lock them up a 3,400-pound race car.
That was his first-year team that won the championship at Hickory in 2022, and this is his 2023 ride.
As a matter of fact, about 1/8 of an inch is all the rubber there is.
I went and actually gave it to them guys in person
Are battling for position. Meanwhile,
at
Hamilton is about
New
to take
Smyrna
third
this
and
spring.
does take third from Dale Earnhardt.
And I try to
Let's watch this and see how close
promote
they come
that
on the
team because they are just backyard competing in the big stuff, you know, in Cars Tour now with Carol.
in Winston Cup racing. Here's a Fram Field
Carol
summary.
Speed
Watch for your
Shop, you
favorite
know.
driver. The numbers in
RJ has
parentheses
his
indicate
channel
where
he's
they
trying to
started.
build on
Rusty has come
YouTube,
from
and
14th
I
starting
monitor
position
his
to
channel.
run second.
Moderating on YouTube is a little different than Twitch. Sometimes it's really weird and sometimes it's okay.
Here's John Andretti, Ted Musgrave.
It's hard for me to know when someone's being a smart aleck to him and just one of the racing friends. Lake's up to 25th. Or if it's someone being sarcastic, because they all cut up anyway.
As we watch this, Robert Preston, we see the green car has just gone past the 4-car of Sterling Marlin, taking a spot away. And they're still contesting this position.
I want to do a
Nelly just said,
painting
I wish
of
somebody'd win so we can get in line here.
Somebody do something.
them winning the championship and him almost getting the clock. Those are two that I've pulled pictures for. And then mainly because there was a picture of him and his wife standing on pit road, like after he missed getting the clock by 6 inches. And it was just a very dramatic photo. And I like paintings to have a theme. Like that one was his dad hugging him when he won the race. It's kind of like,
Well, there are your top 3 plus
I don't know.
Johnny Benson, Gordon, Rusty
and the one
Wallace,
with them, like I love the picture of them on pit road at Hickory pushing the car. It was before he had fancy sponsors or anything, and I still want to do that one too. And I also want to do one of Fuller and his Bristol win. Yeah.
And now we switch to Bobby
Need more
Hamilton.
canvases.
Check out this battle that rages on
I still
between
have empty
Andretti and
ones, so
Musgrave.
ain't a rush.
Well, they're having a good time out there, aren't they?
No, they're not, because their leaders are driving away while they're trying to contest this spot.
Bill Elliott's not having a good time because still don't know which one to follow.
I know a lot of the racing artists have passed.
Andretti's giving him plenty of room. Now he gets the spot.
It's a niche.
Wow, he had to work for that one, didn't he?
Andretti's 10th, Musgrave 11th, and Bill Elliott is 12th. There's your scoring pylon on the left. John Kernan has more on John Andretti's
I
run
have
so
an
far.
associate's in
Bob, I was talking to Tim
art.
Miller this morning, and he told me, hey, despite the fact they had to
Professional
use a
art.
provisional to get in the field, they haven't changed
Visual
the spring, a
professional
shock,
arts
anything
or
on that
something
car
like
this
that.
weekend. It just so happened on their qualifying
And then I
lap,
went an
apparently
extra
something
year
that
to
them
take
was
some
testing
extra
on.
study.
Those happen to be the slowest laps they ran
Theater.
this weekend. Tim said he hoped that he gave me something to talk about today. Well, obviously they
Dang
have
it,
right
that-
now. He's running near the top 10, and John seems to be pretty pleased with the car right now.
It's gained 28 positions since the drop of the green flag from 38th to 10th. Well, we have a Chevy, a Ford, and a Pontiac. Top three. That's what I call parity.
And there we have the lead change as Rusty Wallace takes the lead.
In
The Miller
person,
Ford,
that
and here
Miller
comes
car was
Hamilton in the
gorgeous.
Pontiac.
Just have to say, I mean,
Taking second place away from Jeff Gordon.
just walking by it, I just
Is this the
remember
first
how
time Rusty has led
gorgeous
this
it
year
was.
also?
Could possibly be. Could be.
Rusty has 5 wins
These
here at this
were
racetrack.
huge
Bill?
cars. They were bigger than life.
And he's got a brand new motor in that car today. They ran final practice, then something went through the oil pump, and Robin Pemberton told me they found metal shavings in the oil filter. They changed motors this morning. They think they're going to be pretty good. When you ask Pemberton how they're going to run, he usually just shrugs his shoulders. But this morning, before this race started, he smiled. He said, I think we're going to be pretty good here. Rusty won here last year and might be on his way to victory lane again this afternoon, and that would really help this team make a big move in the points.
He won this race in 1989, and his other victories have come in the fall race in 89, 92, 93, and as you mentioned, in 95. And Bobby Hamilton has had enough of Rusty being in front, and now Hamilton goes back to the top spot.
But Ned, some of our folks have checked, and you're right. That is the first laps that Rusty Wallace in the Miller car has led this year.
Nearing whether we have completed 104 laps now out of 400. It's Hamilton, Wallace, Gordon, Earnhardt, and Dale Jarrett, the top 5. We'll be right back.
I'm quarter of the
Well,
way
there
up.
isn't a
Wow,
crash on the
somebody looks
racetrack,
chilly.
but the roof flaps are up on Jack Roush as he tries to stay warm and watching his 3 cars compete here this
Such a
afternoon.
famous
the official
man.
site for NASCAR on the internet is
For them to goof with him with that photo.
www.nascar.com. NASCAR Online, featuring plenty of audio and video clips from the races, lots of downloadable photos of the cars and drivers, and live audio of the daily Motor Racing Network race report. NASCAR.
I remember at my apartment back in '96, we had dial-up. That was the beginning. It was like 9600 BPS or something, or BPM. Or 20 minutes to download a photo. You click download, run around, do a few things, and come back.
All parity. Here is Robert Presley, who is running in 7th position.
Just 20.
Having come from 23rd starting position.
8
There
years
are the statistics from his last few laps to 16th, 12th, 9th, and has leveled off in 7th position.
Having a good run. Sterling Marlin is running good in the Kodak Chevrolet. He's running in 8th place.
Bill Weber has more on Robert Presley.
Well, Robert, not a lot of luck at this track. 35th last spring, 30th last fall, and they ran yesterday, and then they liked the motor in there, but it was leaking oil. So this morning they changed the motor, and he has come right to the front. Now, Andy Petrie is his new crew chief, and we know what kind of success he's had with Dale Earnhardt. This is a car Andy has basically built since moving over to the
This is about the time Doherty got involved with the Presley team and went to the track with him every week.
They've got a good car and a good start here. Lap 112, they're 7th on the leaderboard.
Or maybe the year before. I know that
Chevy for Robert Presley right now running in 7th spot, just ahead of Sterling Marlin.
It looks like Sterling Marlin has closed.
I know that he said he like there's a whole thing Presley did on
Dale Earnhardt has fallen back a little bit more. This group of 3, and Dale Jarrett
the Scene Vault. If you don't follow the Scene Vault, you need to. That's a lot of racing information from the historical side.
tremendously happy with the way things have gone so far in 1996.
Oh, he has been. Things have gelled so well. A new team coming together with all new personnel. And, most of the time you say, well, it's going to take them a year or maybe 6 months or half the season to gel, but they just came right out strong from the very beginning, and they just, I guess, happened to get the right, maybe say happened is not the right way to do it, because Clarence Reynolds and Robert Gates really handpicked the people that they put on that team, and it's come out working very well.
Another brand in the summary. I just realized this is the first time that we've seen each other since Dale won the Daytona 500, and good job by him, needless to say, but you too, Ned.
Well, thank you. It was nice to be able
You're
to
getting a big old hand at that, aren't you?
Well, it's nice. As DJ goes around Earnhardt now and takes over the 4th position while we watch this battle up front, it's nice to be able to sit in the booth and call a victory for him occasionally.
Tell you what,
Blake gained one more spot.
Bumper of Hamilton, and bringing Jeff Gordon along with him.
Yeah, before Hamilton was able to pull away. Once
He's
he got
gained
out
13
front,
spots now.
he hasn't been able to. Rusty's staying right there.
You saw the 29 cars on the lead lap with Brett Bodine.
It's so different, like in the pits. It's weird. It's like so undramatic, if you could, like almost like anti-dramatic. It's like you know when you're gonna pit. When that starts coming, you hear the guns start going off. They start testing their air hoses, make sure everything works.
The name George Allen is going to be very familiar. That was this governor's father, one of the legends in pro football and coaches. And Governor, your dad was such a legend in coaching. Joe Gibbs involved now in motorsports. I know you've become a huge fan.
Well, it's a great competitive sport. It's they have great fans, but it's also a lot of teamwork. And I also want to say hi to Joe Gibbs. And obviously, it's not just the drivers, the whole team. It's the ownership. And I think the thing that really makes it is that these drivers and the people involved in it are not haughty. There's a lot of glamour.
I'll talk to you soon, Pops.
But they're just regular
Thanks for the
people.
look.
The best fans, I think, anywhere. Folks will drive from, hours and hours, stay overnight, and so forth, just to see a race. And it's a tremendous sport. There's over 80,000 people here in Richmond. This is the biggest sporting event in all of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and I think it's a testimony of the great growth and attraction of motor racing.
You must be so proud of this facility. It's the largest sports arena in Virginia, you said, but what a show place.
Well, it's designed by the Sawyers for the fans, and no sport is anything without the fans. They're the ones who make that investment, the millions of dollars that he put into it, worthwhile. Obviously, having ESPN come to Virginia to cover this race is good promotion for Virginia. Virginia is a great place for tourism, great place for business. We say Virginia is for lovers, and it's certainly a great place for race fans, and we're having a very exciting race here today.
Governor, thanks for joining us, and thanks for all your support for motor racing.
My pleasure. Y'all come visit us in Virginia.
This is a great place to visit, as Mark Martin has just taken 5th position away.
It was really the birth of the
People are
sport.
so laid back here, and the governor mentioned that this place, and one of those signs just outside the main gate here says that this place is fan friendly, and indeed it is. It's a great place to come and watch a race, and again, the people in Rico County and the city.
Not only the racetrack is fan friendly, the community is fan friendly. The motels don't jack up the prices. The restaurants don't have a different menu for race week, and other times it's just.
It's not so in Daytona.
Come on in and we'll charge you the same thing we charge Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
I think
and
my little camp lot here I rent is worth gold speed weeks sometimes, but I
Back
just
up front, we have Rusty Wallace challenging.
I only have
Bobby
parking
Hamilton
places.
for the lead again.
Rusty got out of shape as he
Or
came
place
off
to
that
throw a
second
tent.
corner. He's trying it on the outside. That's a hard way to go, Ned.
Yes, it is. That is, especially at this point.
A
in the
tent
race,
in
when there
February
hasn't been
might
that much
stink.
Running up on the outside.
You'll either be sweating or freezing.
Over Rusty Wallace, Jeff Gordon, Dale Jarrett, and Mark Martin in the Pontiac Excitement 400.
We always said in February in Daytona you will get sunburn in the sun and frostbite in the shade.
In July, maybe when we even come here later in the year, people are going to say, I really need it that much to keep me warm? Yeah, it's pretty cold here today, but it again has not deterred the fans from coming out to see their favorite drivers. Well, look at this. It is still a 1-2-3 situation. Hamilton, Wallace, and Gordon as they put a lap on the 11th car.
Boy, this was long.
And Brett Bodine is shown in 29th position, so there are still 28 cars on the lead lap.
Clear. I say, let's go.
Kyle Petty gets around Kenny Wallace.
Moves into 18th, Ned.
And his spotter tells him, let's go. But Kenny Wallace, he wants to go too, but not going to work on the outside.
Spotter being the cheerleader.
Terry Labonte and Sterling Marlin are in 8th and 9th position. Sterling headed up into the second group to see if he can pass it. Meanwhile, John Andretti is right there also.
Yeah, he has caught those cars. Terry Labonte just passed Sterling Marlin just the last lap or two, and now he's about to be passed by John Andretti.
Move Andretti into 9th spot.
Won't let me snooze no more. I'm going to have to run.
Cars beginning to slip and slide out there now. It's been on these tires
Do
for a
its
little while in
thing.
green flag conditions. Welcome an opportunity to come in and get some new tires on.
Boy, it's been a season of bad luck so far for Terry Labonte, right, Bill?
Boy, you're not kidding, Bob. Fortunately, he started on the pole last week, started on the pole here today, maybe going to turn it around. Car not handling all that well, but they're starting to move through the field. But here's the big bad news for Terry Labonte. During his last pit stop, Terry ran over his favorite drinking cup, Batman. This is all that remains. So this team is going to have to go to a backup drinking cup. 508 consecutive starts for number 509. Terry's going to have a new drinking cup here in the Winston Cup Series. Let's go down pit road to John Turner.
Got to do something out of bowling tracker.
Bobby radioed in and said he thought he had a tire going down the car, and all of a sudden gotten extremely loose. They told him to keep it out there. They watched him go by, and they told Bobby the tires look like they're okay. They look like they're fine. So to stay out there, we should be seeing pit stop soon, because I tell you what, a lot of guys getting very loose out there on those worn tires.
Bobby Labonte right now is running 25th.
Still on the lead lap.
Yeah, there are 26 cars on the lead lap. Jeremy Mayfield is the last car on the lead lap right now.
Mike Wallace went a lap down a little bit ago, and so did Jimmy Spencer. Right after we saw Brett Bodine go a lap down.
Here's an amazing statistic. In all of last year, Bobby led 130 laps, and so far in a little more than 2 races this year, he has led 136. Dale Earnhardt and Robert Presley are together, 6th and 7th, and Earnhardt's slipping back, isn't he?
Yes, he's just not able to go in that Goodwrench Chevrolet like he was earlier on. It could be that he made a change the last time they made a pit stop, and that change did not work. So the next time that we see the Goodwrench Chevrolet in the pits, I'm sure that David Smith and Bobby and those guys, Richard Childress, will come up with something to try to help.
Presley takes the spot away the hard way from the top of the racetrack, moving Robert to 6th and dropping Dale back to 7th.
Robert Presley is running about the same lap times as the leaders right now. He's hanging right in there. In fact, some laps he's running a little bit faster than is Bobby Hamilton.
There are the top runners just about to put another lap on Jeff Bodine, who is a lap down in 34th. And right now, this is kind of stabilized. Nobody is changing positions up front.
Oh, Hamilton took a look on the inside of Bodine. When he got to the corner, Bodine turned left and said, wow.
Dale Jarrett has just moved into 4th position.
Moved back around Mark Martin. They traded that position a couple of times here during this green flag run.
Uh-oh, there we saw
John Andretti and Ted Musgrave are side by side, and up front it's Gordon and Wallace side by side for 2nd.
Gordon got a run coming off turn 4, got along alongside Rusty Wallace and is trying his best to take over that second spot. But Rusty's going to try his best to find him back on the outside. It's not going to work, it doesn't appear.
That's how you take down
clean, close racing there between Gordon and Wallace. Pit stops are going to be coming up pretty soon. We're going to get a quick commercial break in here so that we can come back and follow the pit stop activity in the Pontiac 400 from Richmond. ESPN Speed World coverage of the Pontiac Excitement 400 from Richmond, Virginia is being brought to you by Budweiser, the official sponsor of the 19.
They've made two major changes. David said the car is just so tight, the car can't turn coming off the corner, so they're going to make that adjustment when it comes back down pit road. Here comes the car number 43 down pit road. Bobby Hamilton's S-Team Pontiac comes in. He'll be the first of the leaders to make a pit stop under green. And now, because Hamilton has pitted, others will begin to make their entry onto pit road. Here, watch them up. They will change the right side tires. Two right side tires will only clean the windshield. Nascar said they will be allowed an extra man over the wall to clean the windshield because of the glare and the dirt. Left side tire is going on the Hamilton's car. And a little problem now with the left rear. They had a problem with the gun a moment ago. That previous stop cost them about 4 or 5 extra seconds. Now he is down and away 25.5 seconds.
Put him 2 laps behind, Benny. On this racetrack, it's often tough to come in and out the pits, get 4 tires without losing 2 laps. Of course, he's going to be running a lot faster than the others as Ernie Irvan comes down pit road here right now.
Ernie Irvan in, so is Mike Wallace as we continue to watch the activity on the racetrack.
There goes Steve Grissom on the inside of
driving standards. Allow lapping cars to pass.
Ernie Irvan, remember, was caught up in a crash and actually was in a crash early in the race and has had his struggles since then. He is 1 lap down in 28. Here's Ken Schrader coming up to challenge Dale Earnhardt for 13th position. Earnhardt has slid all the way back.
Actually, I think he's back to 14th because Steve Grissom has gone by the 3 car.
Here's John Kernan in Bobby Labonte's pit.
It's a 4-tire change. Left side's going on. They also made a track bar and a wedge adjustment on the car. The car just very loose. Bobby gets it, goes down pit road. They're finished with it.
Well, the 33 car is definitely gaining on Jeff Gordon. The 33, of course, being Robert Presley. And look at Presley's lap times and how they compare to Jeff Gordon's.
Wow. Look at that, 23.8 versus 24.3. That's a half second. And there's as always, a tire got in the middle of pit road. He didn't like it over there in the pits. He wanted to roll over there.
And Earnhardt has had enough. He's coming in.
Yeah, he slid as much as he possibly could out there, as much as he could take. He's got to come in and get some new tires on that Goodwrench Chevrolet. It's a long way down to where he is down at the end of pit road.
Here's Jerry Punch.
And Ned, you're absolutely right. They just couldn't wait any longer, so we just can't take any more. Then they jump across. They will make an adjustment on the left rear. The left rear went to 1 round, half a round, 1.5 rounds going out. Extra man cleaning the windshield. And they were concerned about the right front tire. As Jeff Gordon, the leader, also on pit road for his service. Jeff Gordon will get 4 tires from Ray Evernham and Company and a clean windshield. Meanwhile, left side tires going on the Goodwrench Chevrolet. He is down and away. And work continues at the far end of pit road as Earnhardt leaves on the Jeff Gordon car. Let's go to Bill Weber.
Robert Presley is in the pit. His 33 made it to the top of the leaderboard, working lap 161 now. This will be a 4-tire change for this Andy Petrie-led crew. Right sides are on. Fuel goes in. Robert sits in the car. Extra man over the wall to clean the windshield. 88 car also headed down pit road. Left side tires on, waiting on the left front. Robert Presley is away.
Rusty Wallace also made a pit stop. Mark Martin is coming in as Terry Labonte goes out. There is Dale Jarrett in the red carpet leasing Ford.
He stayed out and led a lap, so he is one of, I think he and Terry Labonte are the only ones that have led all 3 races so far this year now. No Dale Earnhardt. Did Dale lead a little bit earlier? If he did, well, that would be the other one then.
Mark Martin. Here's John Kernan as Andretti comes in.
John Andretti, no chassis adjustment as of yet. Just very careful to clean the windshield. windshield. Just a lot of junk on the window. And as they get into 3 and 4, well, I tell you what, a lot of glare. So they get the windshield clean, no chassis adjustment, a 4-tire change. Ricky Rudd is also on pit road. Another 4-tire change as the crew goes to work around the right side. Don't see a chassis adjustment yet. This is a car that won the Phoenix race.
They hit that tire.
For Ricky. Richard Broom, the crew chief, who just took over that position this year, told me that no matter what he could do to that car, that he could not get it so loosen up. And his 4-tire change for Rudd, he was down and away.
Hit 35. This is backstretch.
The car that's coming down pit road was the car that set on the pole in Phoenix last year, Bill Elliott, in the McDonald's Ford Thunderbird. He's the last driver to win from the pole in this race in Richmond, Virginia, back in 1992. A good run for Elliott. He was the leader when he came into pit. He will change right and left side tires. No planned chassis adjustment that we are told by Mike Beam. The car is full of fuel, now waiting on the left front and left rear tire. Problem a little bit with the left front tire. Left rear is already on. They finally get the left front tire on.
Damn.
And away.
I think Mike Beam was working a jack.
Bill Elliott
He was
rolls
putting
back
his
out onto the
ass
racetrack.
into it,
He
pulling
has,
that jack out.
victory here in the Pontiac Excitement 400 in 1992. And Jeff Gordon goes back to the front of the pack. So pit stops have been completed, and Jeff Gordon comes out as the leader of this Pontiac Excitement 400 from Richmond International Raceway.
Car
We'll be
number
right
75.
ESPN beginning its 1996 NASCAR Winston Cup coverage here today at Richmond International Raceway. And join host Kenny Mayne on RPM tonight at 9:30 for full coverage of today's racing highlights from the Pontiac Excitement 400 and the Grand Prix of Miami IndyCar race. Now, John Kernan this coming week will be on at different times. Just one lap down, but is about to go to
Giselle, that doesn't apply
the second
anymore.
place runner at the moment is a little bit back here, back here, back here. There is Bobby Hamilton. He's second.
Bobby Jr.'s been interviewed recently on Dirty Mo or The Scene Vault, one of the two. I watch those two the most.
Wallace is third, the 2-car, and Robert Presley takes it away.
Man, you got to be impressed with Robert Presley, huh?
He is looking good today.
One of those cars was smoking down in the corner when he got back on the gas.
I thought it was Presley. I don't know. There's Terry Labonte, who's running in 5th spot, pole sitter, and eligible for $98,000 in Unicount bonus money.
There's life after racing, but man, you gotta do it if you can.
He's 32nd.
Just do it for a year or two.
The red car in front of Terry Labonte is Jeremy Mayfield, RCA Ford there. He's number 98. And there comes Musgrave, Family Channel number 16.
He's 6th.
Like back then, I worked a full-time job in real life, 45 hour a week, and then flew out on the weekends. And
The camera out the right side of Musgrave's
though it
car,
was
and
2 years of
watch how fast
grueling
those pit
travel
bosses
and
go
this
by.
and that, man, I wouldn't trade it for the world.
Be a little tough
You
to
don't make
spot
no
your
money
wife or your
racing. You gotta
girlfriend
have
in
a
the crowd
real
there.
life job too, but get the opportunity.
That Ricky Craven just passed Jeff
worth
Gordon and
it.
got back in the lead lap. Ricky had gone
But
a
I
lap
do
down,
like
but
short tracks
he's
best,
back in the
so.
lead lap now. He's being
If I ever became a
in the 21st position.
lottery winner, I wouldn't be buying a cup car, that's for sure.
Dale Jarrett has caught the 16
cup
car
team.
of Ted Musgrave. 88 is Dale Jarrett. The
Short
Ford
tracks are
quality care
so
car.
much more fun.
That's a battle for, what's that, 6?
It's okay to play in there for a year or two, but
Traffic down in that corner.
Well, there are a lot of cars there.
it'll whoop ya.
Be careful, boys. All of you. And
So
Darrell
many
Waltrip just
emotional
passed
highs
Jeff
and
Gordon
lows.
and
It
got back in the lead lap. Darrell was running 22nd, so I don't know
takes
if Gordon's having problems or
steady mind to
These
just
guys,
roll with it. It's all
up some
part of
speed.
racing, and just to be a part of it, even if you did last, it's just so worth
Bobby
it.
Hamilton. It's just that
It could be that Darrell Waltrip and Ricky
As long as you're
Craven
trying to be
stopped later
first,
than did Jeff Gordon and
that's all
changed
that
their
counts.
tires is one reason they were lapped, but now they have pressure tires, so they're able to run faster
Now
than
Gordon is smoking them all.
That's the case, Vinny. Good point.
Darrell Waltrip,
It's
the
a long way back to the 33
active driver in number
and the 43.
of wins.
About to lap Waltrip.
There with Jeff Gordon, but almost every lap, Ray Evernham, I tell you, I wish you could hear this. Ray Evernham is talking to his young driver, saying, take it easy, you're doing well, you're doing well. About 20 laps ago, Gordon told him, he said, now, don't worry if they go by you, they'll back up and you'll go right back by them, which is exactly what happened. So every time by, he's coaching his young driver, somewhat of a pep talk, but also some coaching saying, take it easy, don't use it up, don't waste the tires, be very, very smooth. So there's no problem with Gordon a minute ago. You saw Walter go by.
As a matter of fact, that was handed a note. The 41 and 17, in fact, stopped a lap before Jeff Gordon.
Good advice.
So those cars are running very well right now.
Yes, they are. That's pretty impressive.
Yep. 3.5 second difference between Gordon in first and Robert Presley in third.
And Presley is gaining on Bobby Hamilton, who is running in second place.
There's the leader, Jeff Gordon, with Walter right ahead of him. That's Morgan Shepherd, who just came in for a pit stop, so he's got some fresh rubber on. Derek Cope. Here comes Hamilton. Speed, Bobby Labonte, and Robert Presley. And there's your 3.3 second interval between first and third.
Bobby
We just went down a lap,
is
didn't we?
One lap down in 24th position.
And Presley just drives down to the inside, goes by Labonte.
His car is hooked up.
Got lapped by the first two. Now we're going to get lapped by the 33.
Now he's worked himself out of some traffic and has clean sailing ahead for a moment until he comes up on lake speed. But he started 23rd in this race, and Robert Presley, despite the donut,
watch how he just keeps getting closer and closer to Bobby Hamilton.
Going down a lap isn't necessarily bad on the kind of tracks that are known to stay green. It's kind of like racing a road course. If you think about it, you just got to race the track and go as fast as you can and pit extremely perfect and strategically.
And Gordon is
and all your gains will be made in the pits.
Derek normally runs good here, but Gordon, I don't think
so it might mean pit
quite
early.
as good as it might have been a little bit earlier.
I think you're right. I think that both Hamilton and
Short
Presley
pit
are
once you
gaining
can get to the
on
end.
Jeff Gordon.
2.5 seconds now between first and third. By the way, Derek Cope, as you saw on lap himself, he's 23rd, so now there are 24 cars on the lead lap. And
Lake's
there
not
is
running
the
like no
24 car
slouch,
in the
though.
Lake speed there in the number 9 Span Ford.
I mean, Ricky Craven in the 41 car that passed Jeff Gordon just a few laps ago, he has pulled the length of the back stretch in front of the leader, Jeff Gordon. So,
yeah, he just simply has driven away from him.
So Robert Presley comes up now on
That
Bobby
was
Hamilton.
Melling's team, but Lake ran most of it. He had a shop foreman, Steve May. He was very good. They had the crew chief, Jim Long.
Back with more right after this.
A handful of pit guys that worked on the cars. Pretty low budget.
All right, thank you, Mike. Needless to say, it was nice to have you with us again down in Daytona. The season moves on, however, and our live coverage of Winston Cup racing is now underway in 96, and we have a new leader of the Pontiac Excitement 400 at Richmond International Raceway, and here's how it happened.
that's the 12 car.
Harry was getting older. Mark was there most of the time, getting the sponsors and stuff.
So Bobby Hamilton goes back to the lead from his third starting position. Gordon is back to second with Robert Presley now third, followed by Rusty Wallace and Terry Labonte with 202 laps to go. 198 complete.
Next time by 199, and then
Harry was there, but he was always like in one of the director's chairs or whatever, and watching his son do this stuff.
10,000, isn't it, Ned?
Yep, $10,000. Wow. Good piece of change.
How about that? Now, and we see Robert Presley closing in on Jeff Gordon. And here it is, cross flags. Bobby Hamilton leads at halfway, picks up the money.
The spam rep was a good kid. She was really nice.
Well, you had a comfortable lead. Now you've lost the lead. Is there a problem with the car?
No, that 43 car is awful strong. Our car's better on long runs. We got tangled up in some laps.
She was very excited to be there all the time, very into racing, always had her clipboard.
You keep telling your young driver to be smooth and just take your time and get a rhythm. He seems to be listening.
Yeah, he's doing a real good job. It's just like he used to drive those dirt sprint cars and they burn the tires off, and this is kind of along the same thing. He's got to leave the tires on that thing if he wants to win the 100-mile dirt race.
Well, that's Ray Evernham telling his young driver you can't burn those rear tires off. You got to be patient. That's what he's told him to do.
Hey, Doc, go tell Ray this is not a 100-mile dirt race. This is a 400 lap race here on a
Gosh, we
3/4
just
mile
went down a
paved
lap,
racetrack.
but we
I
started
understand
39.
exactly what he's saying. They got to keep the tires on the car. And now Jeff Gordon is coming
Gained
back. Maybe
15
Hamilton
spots.
used his tires up just a little bit too much, chasing down Jeff Gordon. And watch as Jeff Gordon closes up right on the back bumper of Hamilton. Or maybe Bobby went up there to get that 10 grand.
That could be, yeah.
And
Said, okay, now I don't want to run fast anymore, huh?
You can have it back. Looking back on Jeff from Bobby's car.
And we see Rusty Wallace back in the picture there. He's back in fourth spot, and there's just one car between he and Robert Presley.
And there's a car back behind them that's really coming on, and that is Jeff Burton in car number 99. He has moved out of nowhere up into 7th place. He's passed Ted Musgrave, Mark Martin, and
Later
several cars
500
back there.
is
He
the
on
next
the move
race.
coming up on Dale Jarrett here right now. So Jeff Burton.
Not
is
today,
one of the
but a
fastest
different
on the
day.
racetrack
I'm
right now.
figuring
Started
where we're
21st,
going.
was 14th on lap 140. Moved up as high as 6th, then dropped back, and now
Think
moves
Atlanta.
up again to 7th on the 203rd circuit. Jeff Burton driving the third Roush team car this year.
And Rusty Wallace has gone past Robert Presley to take over 3rd spot. There's the first 4 cars in the picture with the lake speed in between them.
Hamilton and Gordon 1st and 2nd. Jeff Bodine moves over and gives him plenty of room. He's 3 laps down, make that 4 laps down now in 35th position after being involved in a crash up in turn 2. Look at Gordon come up on Bobby again.
As a matter of fact, Jeff Bodine, folks, you saw the parachute he has on his car. The left rear quarter panel or fender is flared out, and I know that's got to be slowing the car down.
Look at it hug
down
that
the
yellow
straightaway,
line.
catching all that air.
Set up on a dime.
Gordon looks down on the inside of Hamilton.
Yep, once that lead back, we remind you
He knows
again
he
of a
can.
statistic, and look at Jeff Burton blow past Dale Jarrett to take over 6th.
Hey, Pops, I'm glad you're back.
We remind
Welcome
you,
back.
as was pointed out earlier in the show,
Good to
Jeff
see you.
Gordon had his worst finish of 1995, 36th here last year. He's battling Bobby Hamilton for the lead here this afternoon, but in his rearview mirror, not too far behind, is the 2 car of Rusty Wallace.
1.3 seconds, as a matter of fact, and here we have a battle for the lead on the front stretch. It's Gordon on the inside, Hamilton on the inside, and Gordon has it.
And there's only 1.3 second difference between 2nd and 3rd.
Bobby's going to look and say, now, where did he pick up that speed that he didn't have when I passed him there a while ago? He probably rode along behind Bobby Hamilton and saw the line that he was running and say, hey, maybe that is a little bit better. So cooled his tires a little bit and came up
I'm
there
impressed
and went
Lake's
right back
keeping
by.
right up with
Less than
him.
a second interval now between Hamilton and Rusty Wallace, down to 0.8 of a second. There's Rusty right behind Lake Speed. This is going to turn into a 4-car battle before long, Benny.
That's right, because Robert Presley is right behind the 2
Rusty's
car.
chasing it a little coming out. He's diving in real hard,
And guess what? Guess
but
who
coming
else
out
is enjoying this
really
bunch? There's
poorly.
Terry Labonte,
Yeah.
Texas Terry in the Kellogg's car.
He'll sneak up on you.
He has kind of snuck up on him. And Bill Weber, where did he come from?
They came from the back, Benny. They will be very good on longer runs. They want long runs, lots of green flags.
Lake giving the sponsor good TV time anyway.
They battled it. In fact, they were so bad yesterday in final practice, they went back to their notes from their test following the Daytona 500. They came up here and tested, made lots of notes. They handled so bad yesterday afternoon. Crew chief Gary Dehart reverted to those notes. They're still not very good early, but the longer they run, the better he gets.
So the first 5 cars are now right together on the racetrack. Gordon, Hamilton, Wallace, Presley, Presley and Terry Labonte with 213 out of 400 laps completed. It's the Pontiac Excitement 400, third race of the 96 NASCAR Winston Cup season at Richmond International Raceway in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And Jeff Gordon is the man who is leading this event with 217 laps completed.
That's for rain and hurricanes.
In the back is Bobby Hamilton. Look at Terry Labonte here. Put a move
Yay!
on Robert Presley.
He takes over fourth, and while he's doing that, Rusty Wallace takes over second.
I like comedies.
And then look at Terry Labonte coming on the inside of Robert Presley.
I like raunchy comedies.
That
I like
position
Seth
away.
Rogen, Jay Apatow. They just did some funny stuff.
Takes over the third position.
Not so much Jonah Hill. You couldn't hear it. Oh, I could hear it. You couldn't hear it at all?
Quarters of a mile, and that's how quickly the positions can change. And the man on the move is Jeff Burton, who has moved up to fourth position.
And there comes Dale Jarrett. He's going by Robert Presley. So now Robert is back in sixth spot.
Try with
2,
this.
3, 4, 5, 6 all together.
And look how Burton has closed in on the leader, Jeff Gordon, in the last few laps. We timed laps 213.
Can you hear that?
17. It was a 2.6
Nope.
second interval at 213 down to 2.1.
I already said
on
I
lap
know.
217. So Burton is definitely.
It's really low.
one
I've
of the
got it
faster
turned up
cars on
the
racetrack.
highest.
Right, John Kernan?
My son said he could hear it.
Right as he takes a look at Terry Labonte and the inside as they head down into one, he's trying to take over the third spot. Buddy Parrott, his crew chief, has that car set up for a long green flag runs. The longer it runs, the better it runs. They will pit for 4 tires in about 19 laps. But right now, according to Buddy Parrott's stopwatch, his young driver, it was a 1/10 of a second quicker than the leader. And now Jeff puts setting his sights on Rusty Wallace trying to take over that second spot.
And Benny Parsons likes to describe this as a mess.
Boys, be careful. Please just be careful. This is a mess.
Let me try this. You heard it?
Dale Jarrett got by both the Rusty
Oh,
Wallace
okay,
and Terry
Curly.
Labonte car
I
there
turned
as Jeff
something
Burton
up.
just
I don't know if it's
continues to
right.
charge towards the front.
Let me
He
try
has
this
caught
one.
Jeff Gordon, the two Jeff. Now it's the Jeff and Jeff show. No longer the Dale and Dale show.
Here's the push race recap. Jeff Gordon leading 72 in the first 221 laps, 15 lead changes, 3 cautions, 15 laps, average speed.
It's not registering at all on my audio mixer, but I can hear it in my monitor.
Will lead lap 224.
My desk. You know what it is? Is coming out my desktop.
That have led at least 1 lap.
True.
And the only car out of the race at this point is Wally Dallenbach, who was involved
Gosh,
in
that's
this
weird.
with
I'll have to work on that with my son.
And his car was damaged beyond repair. Look at Burton go, and now it is Dale Jarrett.
How about that?
Well, I tell you, nobody Parrott's very happy to see that 99 car.
See?
Built this car,
I don't think
and he is got to be happy with the way he sees this car running right now.
Try this again.
In the 99, you mean?
Yeah.
It's Mike Wallace in the 90 car. Halleck Meyer's automobile being lapped. How about a beer? Laps down. And Maria Brand.
For your press guy. Robert Presley backed out. Good, smart move there, Robert.
Sure is. And look at Ted Musgrave. He is between Robert Presley and Rusty Wallace now.
Musgrave is in 6th position in the Family Channel Ford. Trying to get to the inside of Robert Presley. Can't do it.
So right now, Jack Roush has 3 cars.
Hamilton is coming in for a pit stop.
Yeah, he slid as much as he wants to slide right now on that set of tires. Come
no
in and get
idea.
him some more, right, Jerry Punch?
You're exactly right, Danny. Pitted on lap 153, and the tires have just totally gone away. He's out there skating, and to leave him out any longer would be possibly hazardous. He could tear up the race car. The car has gotten so very, very loose. He's going to change 4 tires and also put around the pipe in the rear. So you see him making a wedge adjustment on the right rear.
No idea what I'm doing, guys. So
He'll put left side tires on. So a minor wedge adjustment.
I have to talk to Pam
Trying to tighten up Bobby Hamilton, putting him back up front.
you can hear beer. That's weird.
23.5 24 seconds for Bobby Hamilton as he comes back out onto the
I
racetrack.
have to do it for screen elements.
There we see the 88 car going fast. The leader of the race, Jeff Burton, now puts him down again 2 laps.
Yep. And here comes Sterling Marlin in for a pit stop on the Kodak Film Chevrolet.
He relinquishes his 16th position to come in. He's got leg speed right behind him as the Kodak Film Chevy gets stopped. And a little bit of wedge adjustment there on the back of the car.
Gas man waits till the left rear tire changer comes around, and then he goes plugs the gas can in to complete filling up the car with Union 76 gasoline.
The teams are helping us out with their overhead cameras. This is the second year that they have cooperated with us and provided those overhead shots. It's really a good way to see how good the crews can change those tires and get the fuel in as Marlin goes back out on the racetrack again, keeping the car under the yellow line until he gets to the backstretch, and then he can pull out into traffic. Here is Terry Labonte racing with his teammate Jeff Gordon. That's how they started this race. That's the way they were when the green flag dropped, and here they're racing 3rd and 4th.
I have no clue what it is. Okay. We will work on that.
See Darrell Walter, the 17 car, the Westland Auto car, going down pit road. Here comes Musgrave trying to take a spot away from Jeff Gordon as we see Kenny Schrader, the Bud car, in the pits.
4.2 second difference between 1st and 4th. He's falling back. Jeff Gordon is.
Work on that.
Back to 4.2 seconds.
Musgrave drives up on the outside, and Mike Wallace is just chomping at the bits because he has fresh tires on.
A little bit of contact there maybe, huh?
And we see Johnny Benson obviously with fresh tires. He goes by as Mike Wallace also.
Now it's a 5-second interval between 1st and 4th as Dale Earnhardt comes in for a pit stop. He was running in 12th position. Very slowly at 45 miles
Thinking
an hour.
maybe I have to turn the sounds up and all my other stuff down. Maybe.
On the car. Here's Don.
Or it's in Stream Elements itself. I can't remember where all the sound settings are totally. I mean, I looked at OBS and everything's where it should be that I knew of. But I might have something screwed up on the enter sound side, which I need to revise. Some of them don't play on the right.
His car was going away. They have already changed the right side tires.
You couldn't hear Thunder Buddy? Probably good thing, because that's from Ted. When you hear the sound of thunder, don't be too scared. Hold your Thunder Buddy, or whatever it is. Grab your Thunder Buddy. Say these magic
Terry
words.
Labonte is on pit road getting service on the Kellogg's Cornflakes car. Here comes Musgrave and Martin.
If Ted's singing it, it's okay.
There goes Terry out of the pits. Changing the right side tires on Dale Jarrett's car. The 99 car relinquishes the lead. Jeff Burton gives it up.
Okay, I'm here.
And Mark Martin is also in. The work is going on the right side of that car. John Andretti is also getting his stop. Jeff Burton, meanwhile, let's see how they're progressing. They're on the left side of the car. Bobby Labonte has a problem.
Couldn't get into his pits.
We
have all four
hard
wheels
pressed to get
involved.
out of that pit the way he's parked. Now Mark Martin is leaving his pit.
John Andretti is rolling, so is Jeff Burton. Pit stops happening quickly here. The leader is Bill Elliott. He has not made a pit stop yet. There he is.
Now, Bill was one of the last ones to stop before when they stopped on green flag. He and Ricky Rudd. Ricky Rudd is coming into the pits right now in his tied Ford as Bobby Labonte does get out of his pits and goes back down pit road. There's Michael Walter moving around Bill Elliott. Michael is 4 laps down in 31st place. I guess that'll put him 3 laps down now.
Elliott stays out there, but look at the traffic jam.
Man,
I found a setting that might help. It said it was at
Jeff
only
Gordon, Robert
14%.
Presley, all these fellows that made pit stops and have these fresh tires, they're all in some heavy traffic now. There's Rick Maston. Ben, let me out of the way.
Jeremy Mayfield is in this mess, so is Brett Bodine.
There's Jeff Burton.
Presley is up alongside.
Okay, let's see if we
Gordon
blast
again.
our ears out. If I did something right.
So pit stops, for the most part, have been completed, although Bill Elliott has not made a stop, and he is at the front of the Pontiac Excitement 400. We'll be right back.
It's not doing anything.
Bill Elliott still leads here at
It
Richmond,
is?
while we remind you that on
Was it real live that
ESPN2
time?
you can see the Grand Prix of
Okay.
Australia, the first Formula
It just
One race
doesn't
of
show
the
up on
year.
my
This Saturday
soundboard
night at
mixer.
10 o'clock Eastern Time. That's on a new circuit in Melbourne,
That's
Australia.
likely over
Saturday
my
night, 10 o'clock on the Deuce. That's live. There's that much time difference between Sunday afternoon in Australia and the United States. Okay, we're looking back from Bobby Hamilton, who's running
Oh,
second
the stress
on
of it
third
all.
place. Rusty Wallace.
Now, right now, Bill Elliott
I know
will be
nothing
coming in the pits
about
fairly
this
soon, but I tell you what, this is
stuff. Just
one
know how to run my mouth.
great stock car race between these cars are so evenly matched. And finally,
Elliott's
goes to pit
in-
road in the McDonald's Ford.
So that means that everybody has now made his pit stop, and Bobby Hamilton goes back to the lead. Doctor, he's headed towards you.
And guys, the reason they left Bill Elliott out the pit on lap 250 is by their calculation. They tell me he will not have to stop again unless we get a caution flag. They're going to roll the dice and gamble. This will be the last stop he will make under the green. They feel their fuel mileage is good enough they can make it 150 laps. That's going to be awfully close. But hey, this guy has Mike Beam as a crew chief, and Beam has been awfully good. I calculated fuel over the years. Left side tires are on, and he is down and away 20.9 seconds.
Jerry, he's going to have to stop again. He has only gone 86 laps since the last time he pitted. He cannot run 150 laps on the tires. We've seen it today that the tires just wear too much to run 150 laps.
All right, Bobby Hamilton still is your leader now. Rusty Wallace second. Robert Presley, Terry Labonte, and Jeff Gordon make up the top five.
So you say Jeff Gordon, let me tell you, that's being contested as we speak. I think maybe it's going to be Dale Jarrett. See?
Yep, you're right. And now let's show you a Fram Field summary showing that Jeff is in fifth, but as we say, he and Jarrett are contesting the position at the moment.
And Musgrave right behind them and watches and waits and hopes he can get on the inside of Jeff.
Now, as we see Musgrave try to make that move on him, we talked about Jeff Burton, how fast he was before they made those pit stops. Apparently, his car really works on the long runs because he came out of the pits in front of Dale Jarrett. Well, Jarrett has passed him and driven on away right now, although he's beginning to pick up the speed now as he gets on the inside of Jeff Gordon. But it just seems to take Jeff Burton's car a little while to come in on those new tires.
It looks like that Jeff Gordon might be the guy this car is not quite right after this last round of pit stops because he has lost 3 or 4 spots in the last few laps. John Kernan?
Well, after that last round of pit stops, I went up to ask Buddy Parrott just how good a shape they were in about the long runs and stuff. Well, Buddy just looked at me, held up his thumb, said, hey, we are okay. They are set up for the long runs, as you said, so watch them. Once they get in after about 15 to 20 laps, that's when it seems that car wants to really take off.
Buddy John, I'll be watching, trust me, because I ain't going no place. This is a great car race.
It really is. We've got 22 cars that are still on the lead lap. Now, when a car on the wall is Jimmy.
Well, I don't think he hit the wall, Bob. He slowed dramatically coming off of
He hit
turn
the
2
wall.
there and just drove up high to let other cars go under him. I don't think he got into the wall, but I don't know what happened to Jimmy Spencer's car, but all at once it just slowed down because he was really moving there, even though he's 4 laps down.
Yeah, it hasn't been as good a week as it was last week for Jimmy Spencer. Here it is again, Ned, and you see car go up the hill. How close did he come? No, he stayed off of it.
Just one of those situations. And there's a race for the battle for the lead, and Rusty Wallace has taken the lead back from Bobby Hamilton. That's Wallace in the black number 2, Hamilton in the STP number 43.
This is how the lead change occurred as Rusty went back to the front.
Well, he just pulled her down on the inside. Hamilton went high, gave him plenty of room, and Rusty drove on by.
And you see that green car right at the top of the edge of the screen? That is Robert Presley, the third-place car.
14th, 15th, and 16th are in a good battle here. Ken Schrader, Kyle Petty, Sterling Marlin, Jeremy Mayfield, all in here. Mayfield is not on the same lap, however, as the others. Mayfield is 2 laps down in 28th position.
I think,
it's amazing. There's still 21 cars as we watch that battle there between Kyle Petty and Ken Schrader. 21 cars still on the lead lap after we have had any green flag pit stop.
Yep. It's Kyle Petty's spotter telling him that it was clear. Is that Ty spotting him?
I don't know. By the way, if we look at this, I got to say hello to Felix Sabatas III. He outside. Let's tell him that Sterling Marlin's on the outside. He had a son Friday. Johnny and Tracy had a son, so it's Felix the fourth.
Okay. Well, congratulations. And let's
go. Oh, look at him. In the wall. He saved it.
He's out of there.
He just grazed the wall, but Marlin saved it, and you heard the spotter say he's out of there.
Man. Boy, he did a great job.
He did.
Benny, we also want to say hello to John Darby. He's a NASCAR official, works in the Busch Series, handles the engine inspection for the Busch Series. John had surgery on Friday in Rockford, Illinois, and I certainly hope that everything goes well with John. John, get better quick and get on back here.
So a miraculous save by Sterling Marlin up in the
bottom,
first corner.
I tell you what, I thought he was in the wall. Watch this. He goes in the corner a little bit too high, gets up and loose up. Ain't no way. Ain't no way he saved that car, but he did.
Here's another angle. And Benny, as you pointed out many times, once you get up there in the marbles where that loose rubber is, there is no traction. It's just like ice, but he dirt tracked it right around.
Great job by Sterling Marlin.
That dropped him back to 17th. He really didn't lose a whole lot of positions because of that. So Sterling is still on the gas. We'd also like to express our condolences to Linda Holdeman and the Holdeman family. Roger, the owner and operator of Winchester, Indiana Speedway, one of the feature tracks on ESPN's Thursday Thunder, passed away this past week. And Linda has asked that in lieu of flowers, donations be made in her husband's name. And those donations will be directed toward charities, which Linda and Roger were so active in. So our condolences, and again, in lieu of flowers, donations should be made to Linda Holdeman.
He doesn't have enough to pass, but he has enough to hang.
You know, we probably should be saying hello to Loy Allen, who was banged up last week at Rockingham and did not come up here in the 19 car. Dick Trickle drove the car.
He let Presley go. Presley's like tap I'm here, I'm running.
Yeah, he was released Friday, Benny Loy was, so we're sure you're watching Loy, and we wish you our best, and hope to see you back at the racetrack very, very soon. Down here is Dale Jarrett and Robert Presley going at it.
Jarrett takes over that third spot.
His car's on the move right now. He's running very good.
Lake Speed has gotten a lot of coverage today, hasn't he, in that spin car? Not because he's been up front, but he always seems to be where our cameras are.
He's been in the middle of this battle all for the last 100 laps.
He's in 21st, a lap down.
Yeah, just went a lap down not many laps ago, so he's been teetering on being a lap down, so he's been right up there with the front runners.
There is second and third, Hamilton and Jarrett, with the lead being held by Rusty Wallace, looking for his 6th victory on the 3/4 mile at Richmond International. Pontiac Excitement 400, 253 laps under green and only 15 under the yellow so far. So we'll take a break and be back with more of our live coverage here on ESPN of the Pontiac Excitement 400. Wallace leading at Richmond.
Did another adjustment.
The number 2 car on the right of your screen, driven by Rusty Wallace, is the leader of the Pontiac Excitement 400 at the end of 272 laps. And tonight at 8 o'clock, ESPN brings you an NHL battle of the arch rivals in the Central Division. The Red Wings, who are on track to capture their 2nd consecutive President's Trophy, head to Chicago with Sergei Fedorov to take on the Blackhawks, led by Jeremy Roenick and Chris Chelios, who both have 56 points. Tonight at 8 o'clock on ESPN, the Blackhawks. Well, Dale Jarrett is on the provisional move.
Sure is. He caught Rusty Wallace. Meanwhile, Rusty Wallace trying to put old DW a lap down. Darrell don't want no part of that action. Staying out front of the Miller Ford.
He's 21st, BP, and he's the last car on the lead lap.
And that's exactly where he wants to stay, on the lead lap.
Here's a Napa Field summary as we watch Burton go by Hamilton for third.
Yeah, Burton's car began to pick up now after he made that pit stop. Took him a little while to get those tires worked in the way he wanted to, but he's on the move now.
75 car, Morgan Shepherd.
Boy, it is
came out
really
of the
fun.
pits. He's on fresh tires. Not been a particularly impressive day for Morgan. He's 37th and 8 laps down in the Remington machine.
Musgrave goes by Hamilton, takes over that fourth spot. So Ted Musgrave, the Family Channel car, very, very good run today. And here comes Mark Martin, the third member of the Jack Roush team. Right now, Jack Roush has 3 cars in the top 6.
I think I changed anything, but you know how stuff goes.
99 is third, the 16 is fourth, and the 6 is seventh. Here is Jarrett now right up on that back bumper of Rusty Wallace.
It's the rundown again.
And while they're racing
Catch
there
where
with
we
that
were. I know we were around
Burton is
25th.
just mowing them down.
Well, 23 cars on the lead lap and
Mark
we're
Martin to
with
the inside
24th.
of Terry Labonte for 6th.
Bobby Hamilton is probably going to stop short like he has been in changing tires. Oh, battle for the lead, turn 1.
Here is Jarrett going to the inside in the first corner, and can he take over the lead from Rusty Wallace? Yes.
Now then, we see that Jeff Burton in the Exide car is coming on in there. There's Terry Labonte going by Bobby Hamilton. Once again, the STP car on the long
We
run.
didn't know how good we
Getting
had it,
slower.
did we?
That's for 5th spot. So they'll probably have to stop twice again with 120 laps to go. The STP Pontiac is going to have to stop twice. Some other cars might try to make it on one stop.
You know that it'll be interesting to see if they can go on one stop, Benny, but there's a couple of those drivers that we've been talking about good on long runs, like Jeff Burton and Dale Jarrett. Their car seems to be better after they run a while. They wouldn't mind seeing this thing stay green, I believe.
Okay, Burton is right behind Rusty Wallace. And there's Morgan Shepherd, as you said, with the pressure tires. Now finally, Rusty pulls up on the back, and Jeff Burton just turns left and tries to get alongside Rusty.
Well, Darrell's giving them room up there on the outside to race, but with those hotter tires, it's hard to race up there on that outside.
88 is ahead of everything.
As we watch this, Robert Presley in the 33 Skull car is having all kinds of trouble now. His car has gone away. He's back to 9th spot.
You see that on your scoring pylon, the positions changing.
Now we see the difference between Jeff Burton in 3rd place and Dale Jarrett, the leader, 1.3 seconds. And here comes Burton on the inside of Rusty Wallace.
And Burton is about to go into 2nd position. Jeff Burton led 15 laps earlier. In all of last year, he only led 2 races for a total of 4 laps. And he is in 2nd right now, a 2.5 seconds behind Dale Jarrett.
And here comes Musgrave. Good run for Ted Musgrave.
Yes, it is.
Ted Musgrave, a former pole sitter here at the Richmond International Raceway. So he gets around this racetrack good. Dale Jarrett is running some heavy traffic up there. Cars running side by side, but he's going to make it 3 deep going into turn 1. Who's going to come out of that? I'm looking at something you're not seeing on the screen, folks. Sorry about that, but you know, got a little personal interest there.
Here's a battle for the 3rd spot.
Ted Musgrave is on the move. He started 15th. He's been as low as 17th, as high as 3rd.
Oh, Ned is getting nervous because that 88
into
is his
3rd position
son
because he
in the
just
front.
passed Rusty Wallace. He hasn't led a lap, but he's darn close.
hard not to.
And it's only a second interval now between first and second. Jarrett and Burton.
The problem Burton has right now, he has traffic in front of him. There we see, oh man, there's a mess. The 33 car, the 43 car, and 22 Ward Burton, MBNA car, joining that battle.
He's
all battling for
down.
position, 33, 43, and 22.
Yeah, that's 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. 5
Joe's
Fords
counting
up
some
front.
laps. He's on fresh
This is the
tires.
first time that Dale Jarrett has ever led at Richmond International Raceway, but he is out front right now with 288 of 400 laps completed in the Pontiac Excitement 400. Stay with us. Track Facts are brought to you by Quaker State, the motor oil that exceeds the highest standards for engine protection. Here's Benny.
Trying to stop a 3,400-pound stock car at Richmond can be a chore. That's the brake rotor you see that is cherry red. How do they keep them cool? With air that comes to the front of the car. On the very left of the picture is air ducts. They pick up air as the car goes down the straightaway. The hose carries that cool air back to the brakes on the rotor and trying to keep those brakes as cool as possible. We see 2 hoses. There's also room for a third. And even at that, that's how red the brake rotors are on a short track in Winston Cup racing.
And that's hot. Bobby Hamilton is in the pits once again. Doc?
And Bob, I don't think they're going to be able to make it on this final stop. They're going to have to come in at least once more. They're just getting some terrible tire wear up front as they are down and away. They've changed all 4 tires, and he is down and gone. Meanwhile, other pit crews are thinking about trying to make it on one more stop, including Ted Musgrave. They want to pit on around lap 320. That would mean they will have run 80 laps on tires and have 80 to go.
And we have a good battle shaping up front as Jeff Burton has caught Dale Jarrett. The Roush cars are now 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Now hold on, maybe we'll make that 1st, 3rd, and 4th, as indeed Burton has taken the lead from Dale Jarrett. Here's John Turner.
And Bob, Buddy Parrott and the crew want to do the same thing. They want to stretch this for 22 more laps, then come in, get a set of tires on, and go to the end, because if you've just witnessed, that car runs great on these long green flag runs. In fact, they've got just a little over 62 laps on that set of tires right now.
So Jeff Burton is back out front, and while in some Winston Cup races you can tell who's going to win a race at this point, there is about 8 or 10 guys who have a very good chance of winning this race with 100 laps to go. Bill Weber?
Well, these guys down here in the 88 pit seem to feel Dale Jarrett could be one of those guys. They're also a team that's getting excellent tire wear. As Ned pointed out, good on the long runs. This team will make one more stop. Right now, the 4-car making its stop, but the 88 bunch, Dale Jarrett, one more stop, trying to race to the checkers.
Here we are.
Sterling Marlin still in, getting tires on the left side of that car. He's away now as we watch the 2nd place car of Dale Jarrett. There's Sterling moving back out onto the racetrack. Kenny Wallace was in for a pit stop. He's 17th, a lap down. There is 2nd place Jarrett. And there is Kyle Pitt. Just completed his work. Rusty Wallace is in. He fell back to 7th, but now is in for a pit stop.
Dale Earnhardt also coming down pit road. Earnhardt is still back in 13th position. He's been in 13th position for a while.
All of this coming with just a little less than 100 laps to go. Right side tires being changed on the Miller car. Here's Jerry Punch.
Both the 3 and the 2 car pitting with about 1 pit apart. They've already put right side tires on Rusty Wallace's car. Now left side tires going on. A major chassis adjustment for the Goodrich Chevrolet. Their car was really tight in the middle of the corner and loose coming off as Rusty has already exited the pit. And now the left side tires are on the Earnhardt car. He is down and away.
Once again, cars have to stay below that yellow line as they exit the pit. Now, as they go down the backstretch, they're able to accelerate and blend with traffic.
Rusty Wallace has a problem. Now maybe he's getting to going, but he was really went high in turns 3 and 4 up there as if the car maybe had quit, but now he's picked back up. But he definitely, I guess when those cold tires went into turn 3, it just went a little high with him. But he's okay now.
He comes back out ahead of the 16 car, Ted Musgrave, which is running in 3rd position at the moment, and ahead of Darrell Waltrip.
I bet he's got some really great Penske shots because I saw how that body reacted just then, and that was pretty
top 5s in 24 starts here at Richmond. Rusty Wallace does.
Oh, that is amazing.
Quite a short track driver, and this is one of his favorite short tracks. Winningest active driver at Richmond is right behind him, Darrell Waltrip, whose last victory came in 1985 here at Richmond.
Now, Rusty went 2 laps down when he made that pit stop, but he's not far behind the leader, Jeff Burton. In about 5 or 6 laps, he'll be back up there and be back in the same lap. Let's go to the pits with more on Rusty Wallace and Jerry Punch.
You talked about Rusty's success here, 5 wins at this racetrack, a win here in this spring event. But, you know, I asked Rusty this morning, why is this track so special? What's so different? He said, Doc, it's the fact that I have so much confidence in myself when I come here. And that's the main key. A driver has personal confidence. And I feel like when I come here, no matter how bad my car is in practice or qualifying, I feel like when the green flag drops, I can win the race. And that's just a tremendous amount of confidence in a driver. And Benny and Ned, that makes a big difference. A driver believing in himself that he can win. As both the 6 and 16 head down pit road.
Robert Presley just completed his work, and now, as you indicated, 2 of the Roush cars are in, while the other one continues to lead. Musgrave and Martin are on pit road.
And the reason that it takes 2 laps for these cars to pit, as you see them coming down the long pit road, about a 50-mile-per-hour speed limit. They cannot exceed that speed, and that's why it takes so long to come down through there. Meanwhile, the cars are on the racetrack running 125 miles per hour.
Yeah, this is a long pit road.
What happened?
Here at Richmond, everyone gets on the front stretch.
It was on their end.
It just takes a while to get there. As you see Mark Martin getting that service. Meantime, Rusty Wallace has passed
this is the last
Jeff
green
Burton,
flag
so now
run.
he's only 1 lap down and the distance around the racetrack.
Gas-wise.
There's the leader, Jeff Burton, whose brand new Jack Roush team has finished 5th at Daytona and 13th. Rockingham,
here he comes,
leading here today, and now he drops down off the 14 degrees of banking, heading for pit road.
This has to be earlier than he wanted to, isn't it, John Kernan?
Well, they wanted to stretch it up to lap 320, but after they saw some of the other cars who had been taking on tires, looked at their stopwatches, Buddy Parrott made the executive choice. They're coming in for 4 tires.
Yeah, if the others with fresh tires are gaining too much on you, you need to gain back on them.
They'll jack it up 1, 2,
The only way is those 7 laps or so on new tires will gain. It takes about 4 laps for the tires to come in really good, and then about 7 laps they're optimal. And then you're even with it. So you've got that.
You see Terry Labonte, the Kellogg's car, stopped. Again, they're going to have to run 87 laps, and I think the only car that can do that is Bill Elliott. Here comes Dale Jarrett down pit road, so he's got to go 87 laps to the end.
Jeff Gordon is also in. Here's Bill Weber.
Dale Jarrett eases onto pit road. There's a piece of paper on the front of the grill. They get that right away. Go around to the right side. They'll make sure to get every ounce of fuel in this car. Clean the windshield. Right side tires are on. Come around to the left side now. Slide the jack in. Up goes the car. Off come the left side tires. They yank out the left rear and the left front. Fold on 2 new ones. Waiting now for the car to drop. It's down and DJ's away to Dr. Jarrett.
Thus far, no chassis adjustment whatsoever on the DuPont Chevrolet and Jeff Gordon. They've only changed right and left side tires. And Ray Evernham said, we're going to be patient. Our car will be there at the end. There's off the jack, and he moves away.
So that is going to give the lead back to Bill Elliott, who once again is one of the last to pit. Here is Ricky Rudd in for a stop in the tied Ford. To get the tires on, make sure there's no debris in the grill, and he moves away. So once again, Bill Elliott now is the only car that is on the lead lap. Everybody else is a lap down. But Elliott will need a pit stop before too long. 316 laps have been completed here at Richmond, and the Pontiac Excitement 400 will be back right after these messages. Back at Richmond International Raceway, something's wrong with Dale Earnhardt.
Yeah, he's definitely has slowed down the last couple of laps, Bob. Saw some smoke there a little bit ago. I don't see smoke right now, but something is going on in the pits there with the official. That was Richard Childers talking to his crew. Let's go to the pits and Jerry Punch.
Well, the official was just telling Richard Childers, your car has smoke coming out of the right front. And Richard said, we think it's a problem with the brakes, possibly the brake caliper on the right front. So they're trying to decide what they're going to do, but obviously not a very good sign for Dale Earnhardt.
He's dropped back to, 14th position right now.
Meanwhile, Bill Elliott's still out there circling the racetrack. He hasn't made a pit stop. He's got a lap on the field right now. He's just hoping for a caution.
Here are the cars that are a lap down. As you see, Bill Elliott, because he has not pitted yet, he's on the lap by himself. Everybody else through 14, a lap down.
Now he comes into the pits right now, Bob, so that'll change. Yep. Bill stayed out there. Now he can go the rest of the way. He only has 76 laps to go. Jerry Punch, he's heading down towards you.
And then he pitted on lap 250. That's 75 laps to go, and he has exactly 75 laps to make it to the checkered flag. So Bill Elliott possibly trying to get a win here in Richmond, Virginia, his second career win ever. He won it here in 92 from the pole. Broadside tires going on the McDonald's Ford Thunderbird. Mike Beam and crew get it full of gas. A lot of gas being spilled out here on the left side of the car. Apparently it was full. Now left side jack under the car. Lug nuts off. Wheels and tires are off. Fresh Goodyear tires going on. And they pull the jack. He is down and smokes the tires. 22.5 seconds.
Oh, I guess.
And I tell you what, we just about had ourselves a little crash over in the second corner.
Go
We did.
right.
Yeah, watch this.
Another mess, right?
Yeah, another mess. Watch. That's Dave Farquharson, the 71. He and Rusty Wallace make some contact. He goes up the hill, and Musgrave goes by Rusty Wallace to take over second spot. So right now, there's the leaders, 99, Jeff Burton and Ted Musgrave. And who's Roush pulling for, do you suppose?
And he's got Mark Martin back in 7th place. So first, second, and 7th for Jack Roush. But it's Jeff Burton who is leading this race. Musgrave, then Dale Jarrett, then Rusty Wallace, Jeff Gordon, Bobby Hamilton, then Mark Martin, Terry Labonte, John Andretti, and the 33 of Robert Presley.
Right now, the Mark Martin, the other Jack Roush car, is in a pretty heated battle with Bobby Hamilton, the STP car.
Passing Bobby Hillen there, who's running 29, 3 laps down.
Hamilton is in 6th place. After all those pit stops, we still have 18 cars in the lead lap.
And Ned, the record for cars in the lead lap here in the Pontiac Excitement 400 is 10 in 1990. So we are on our way to breaking that record, plus the speed record, which is 107.709.
Boy, look at this for the battle. Here is...
And Dale Jarrett is in that group as well. He's right behind. That's the 3rd place car. I don't know who Jack Roush is pulling for, but I guarantee you saying, boy, please be careful.
Don't take each other out, huh?
Yeah.
One of that threesome we know he's not pulling for, and that's that 88
Dale Jarrett, right.
You know, Dale Jarrett is on the winner's circle after... Oh, here we go, Musgrave on the inside. Trying.
Whoops.
That's Strickland's there on the inside.
Wow.
This has been a great race.
It has. This is really good racing.
Meanwhile, as they follow the 8 car of Huss Strickland the last lap, you see Dale Jarrett has closed up right on the back bumper of Musgrave.
There's first, second, and third right there.
Dale Jarrett, by winning the Daytona 500, got the 88 car on the winner's circle. That's an appearance situation that NASCAR has. It's worth about $200,000 a year. Both the Roush cars, the 99 and 16, neither of those cars are on the winner's circle. So they would love to see one of those cars be able to pick up that 200 grand.
Here's the speed that I referred to just a moment ago. The race record is 107.709. That is held by Davey Allison, who won here in '93, and we are at 107.747 at the moment. So we're on record speed, and we're going to set possibly a record for cars in the lead lap. Here is Labonte, Hamilton, and Schrader, and Ken Schrader. Let's see, where is he? He's a lap down in 19.
Yes, he is. And we see Hamilton as those Hendrick cars drive away from him. The 37 car now is in the same lap with 43 and has gone past him.
He's got a top 10 finish going here, John Andretti does. He is 8th.
And started way back.
Yeah, and the 90 car, by the way, there is 28th position, 3 laps down. Mike Wallace.
Now, Kenny Wallace is just now going a lap down. He's a 17th place car as Jeff Burton just went around him coming off of turn 2 as we watch this battle here. Bobby Hamilton, that car was so strong in the first part of the race. Apparently the racetrack has changed some, and his chassis is doesn't like this racetrack that we're seeing here right now as good as it did earlier in the race.
First, second, and third, 99, 16, 88. Kenny Wallace, 17th, and number 81, a lap down. Pretty much a Ford show right now, isn't it?
Now, we got to update Dale Earnhardt. We talked about him running slow there when we came back from the commercial break. He's picked back up and running okay. He dropped down to 15th position, but he's still in the lead lap. He's about, as Dale Jarrett tries to get around Ted Musgrave, he's only about 3.5 seconds in front of the leaders, Dale Earnhardt, but he's still in the lead lap.
4 Fords up front, then a Chevy, then a Ford, then a Chevy, Ford, Pontiac, and Chevy.
Musgrave watches as Dale Jarrett just drives away a car length or so. And Jarrett on his way to try to catch that 99 car of Jeff Burton.
338 laps completed out of 400. We're in the closing laps of the Pontiac Excitement 400. Right now, it's Jeff Burton up front. ESPN Speed World coverage of the Pontiac Excitement 400 from Richmond International Raceway, being brought to you.
Jumped ahead.
Strategy down here. Dale Jarrett, Todd Parrott, they're going to the finish. They're not going to stop. Todd sits high on the box, calling out lap times to his driver, watching the cars go around in circles. Got a visit from Larry McReynolds about 50 laps ago, a short conversation, then Todd went right back to business. They think they're in good shape, good on the long runs, hoping to bring home the checkers. Further down pit road is Dr. Punch.
And we'll make it 3 in a row down here. Howard Comstock, the crew chief with Ted Buckner, said, hey, our tires are going to be absolutely gone, but we have no choice. We want to win our first race for Musgrave. We will be slipping and sliding and dodging the concrete those last 5 laps.
It's out the window, Jerry.
Oh.
We got a caution. Darrell Waltrip has crashed here on the front straightaway.
Leaders coming off 4. Leaders got it. Leaders are 99. The 7 and the 29 are legal, Elbow. The 7 and the 29 are legal. Clean up truck, come on out and get ready to come over here. Big sweep truck, come on out.
David Houston, NASCAR official, telling Elmo, the pace car drivers, we see Darrell Waltrip driving away with some damage to the Western Auto Chevrolet. And Bobby Hamilton was on pit road when the caution flag flew. He did not stop. He went through the pits and retained his position on the lead lap.
Well, that was a break for him.
Darrell was running in 20th position when the trouble happened. Let's see exactly what did. Looks like maybe somebody got into him. Who was that?
On the bottom there.
Anyway, we have a lot of activity on pit road building. Here's John Kernan.
Now all the pit strats out the
Change
window.
4 tires. I haven't seen them make a chassis
It'll be a good
adjustment here in the
shootout.
second half of the race. Don't anticipate they'll need one now. They're finished around on the right side. Jack is down. Oh, it looks like the left front tire change or the hose gets caught momentarily under the front air dam. But now they'll come around. Just a little bit of a miscue right there. And Jared is in. Let's go down to Bill Weber's, Jeff Burton's house. Flawless pit stop for the 88. Dale Jarrett beats out the 99 car. He's on his way. 16's on pit road, Jerry.
And a flawless four-tire change. This Musgrave crew, they are jumping up and down and celebrating. What a tire change. 18.9 seconds ahead of them on my clocks for 4 tires. And with that kind of change, guys, they have reason to celebrate.
Well, that was a great pit stop, Jerry. No doubt. Anytime you get under 20 seconds now, the fact that they can only use 2 air wrenches, that is a great pit stop. But Jeff Gordon made a good one too, Benny.
Yeah, he's the leader of the race right now.
And there's the damage on Darrell Waltrip's car as he comes down pit road. And we'll take a look at what happened again. And it looks like it was Ward Burton that may have had contact with Darrell there coming out of turn 4.
Yes, he hit him in the left rear, touched him in the left rear as he came off the corner. And as Darrell was trying to get it straightened out, got into him again.
So there are pit stops being made and the track is being cleaned up. Jeff Gordon has assumed the lead of this race and we'll be back in just a moment. Bob Jenkins, Benny Parsons, Ned Jarrett, John Curtin, Bill Weber, and Jerry Punch back at Richmond International Raceway under caution because of an accident involving Darrell Waltrip. And then pit stops that have put Jeff Gordon up front. And this is how they completed their pit stops and came out of the pits. And that's why they're running where they are. Here is Jeff's work being completed on the left side of the car.
He's a champion in 1995. He gets that first pit, and we see that he goes across that white line, and that's a determinant factor. So Ted Musgrave will come across second, but it's Jeff Gordon in front.
Jeff Burton came into the pits. The leader comes out 5th. Jarrett from 2nd to 3rd. Musgrave from 3rd to 2nd. Gordon made the big move upward from 4th to 1st. And Rusty Wallace made a movement upward from 5th to 4th. Jerry?
Remember, they had the smoke out of the right front of Earnhardt's car where he had melted the O-ring in the right front caliper, and the smoke was from the fact that the brake fluid was leaking out onto the hot caliper and creating the smoke. Now, once the fluid was all gone with dual calipers, he would only have rear brakes, but the smoke would go away. Now, they came down pit road, capped off the right front, filled the brake caliper or the back full of fluid, and now he'll have rear brakes and left front only.
Take a look at the AutoZone off-track interval. Jeff Gordon and Jeff Burton. We'll take a look at that in just a moment and see that the sweeper is out on the racetrack, and they're doing a pretty thorough job of getting this racetrack cleaned off and in good shape for the final few laps of this race. We'll take another break and be right back. At Richmond International Raceway, getting set for a restart. Now here is the off-track AutoZone interval. Jeff Gordon and Jeff Burton.
Wow, look at the difference in that, almost 5 seconds.
And again, John mentioned that Jeff had a hose problem at the front of the car that resulted in that, or contributed to it at least.
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
Okay, now we're 2 abreast and getting set for a restart. And the crowd has not left. As a matter of fact, they are as uncertain as we are who has the best car right now, because there are several that are still capable of winning as the green comes out and resumes the race on lap 359.
There's still 14 cars on the lead lap.
Save that baby.
It was a mess, though, over there.
It was a mess.
They keep running 3 abreast. There'll be another one, too.
Meanwhile, as we watch this, Kyle Petty, let's watch and we'll show you what we're talking about with Robert Presley. There we see the green car. He and Jeremy Mayfield make some contact, and Robert does a great job in saving that baby.
Boy, that is a great job.
Sure did. Okay, now there he is running with Sterling Marlin for 10th place. 10th and 11th, Presley and Marlin.
And the question I've got now, Ned, you know, we've talked about how the 16, 99, 88, how much better they run in an extended period.
Easy
for me to say. 40 laps, is that long enough for these cars?
Yeah, I think so. In fact, that's when Burton and Jarrett seem to be the best, because after they run about 20 laps from there to about 60 laps is when they seem to really be the best. But right now they're having trouble getting through some traffic.
There is Ted Musgrave getting through the traffic. Kenny Wallace on the bottom of the racetrack. Dale Jarrett Musgrave. The car leading the line at the moment, or at least he was until just seconds ago, was Kyle Petty, who did manage to get himself back onto the lead lap in 15th position, but now Gordon in the backstretch has put a lap on him once again.
Kenny Wallace down on the inside. There's his brother on the outside, and once again, here comes Musgrave. I tell you what, that Musgrave to me looks hungry, Ned. That 16 car looks hungry.
Yeah, he's hungry, no doubt about it. Jeff Burton has passed Rusty Wallace since the restart.
Showing you a Napa field summary. Watch for your favorite driver and see where he is running at the moment.
Now, clear racetrack in front of the leader, Jeff Gordon, with Ted Musgrave right behind. There comes Dale Jarrett and Jeff Burton. And Rusty Wallace not too far back.
Rusty racing with his brother Kenny, but now he gets on by him. No problem.
Mark Martin comes along with Valvoline Ford. Is the car directly behind the Valvoline Ford. You're right in along with Mark Martin. The camera on the roof of his car. Terry Labonte, the Kellogg's car, is behind, and that's Rusty Wallace right in front.
Rusty running in the 5th place. Martin is 6th, and Terry Labonte is 7th.
John Andretti running in 8th spot. Then Bill Elliott 9th and Robert Presley 10th. And there is John Andretti, and he might want to start all of his races back in 38th position.
Trust me, he don't. No, he won't want to start back.
Even though he's having a great run here today.
Sure has. He moved into the top 20 very quickly and has been in the top 10 just about all day. There is Jeff Gordon, and he told us on NASCAR Today earlier before we started our race coverage that he was ready to turn the season around, and he may be doing that this weekend. The 33 car of Presley is in the pits, giving up his 11th position to do so.
Had a great run all day today, and here it is, just a few laps in the end, and looks like a flat tire.
Left rear flat on the Skoll machine, and so
and that could have come from, as we see this battle between Mark Martin and Rusty Wallace, as Mark gets around Rusty Wallace, that could have come from that little skirmish we saw Presley in over there. Could have nicked the tire and caused it to go flat. Now he's going a lap down.
And he's having trouble with the left front. They finally get it changed, and he goes back down pit road.
He's going to be almost 2 laps down when he gets back.
Whoa, we have a spin over in turn 2. Elton Sawyer.
No caution. No caution.
No.
Earnhardt is fun.
Now there'll be a caution. Well, I don't know. We'll see if he gets going. Right in front of the leader.
Oh, Dale Jarrett almost makes contact with Musgrave.
Man. Thank goodness for spotters, huh? Man.
That was close.
Dale Earnhardt has not had a DNF in his previous 17 spring races here at Richmond.
Now then, who pits and who don't pit, Ned?
Yeah, that's a good question. Let's go to the pits first and Jerry Punch.
Guys, Richard Earnhardt had to spin the car. He didn't have any brakes, we were told. He has minimal to no brakes. He has a little bit of rear brakes. When he came in the corner, the only way he could try to avoid those cars spinning, and Elton Sawyer was to loop the car himself.
Now, Benny, to answer your question, I don't know. I don't believe those front runners will pit. They've run what, about 15 laps or something since they put those tires on. Of course, if Jeff Gordon does,
let's see what are they going to do.
It's a guessing game here now.
Oh, Jeff faked him out. So did Ted, but nobody's buying.
Now the guys in the back are going to stop.
Oh yeah, they got nothing to lose. Those back for Elliott and
Hamilton.
No, he didn't stop either.
Here come Sterling Marlin, Ricky Rudd, and Bobby Hamilton. The cars, the last 3 cars on the lead lap, all are coming in pits.
Yeah, that's smart on their part because they have nothing to lose. They can't lose many positions back there, and they'll have fresh tires and might be able to pick up some position. Probably will.
And Bobby Hamilton's STP Pontiac, we know how good that car is with fresh tires. So,
Here comes Earnhardt down pit road. Jerry?
They had told Bobby Hamilton there is no car in this racetrack better for 30 laps on fresh tires than your car. Unfortunately, the race is longer than 30 laps. Well, right now, it is not. The race will be for about 28 laps when they go back in a moment, and he will have 4 fresh Goodyear rear tires. So what a run it should be. Hamilton gets right side, now left side tires, and he is down to one.
Hamilton moving back out, so is Marlin and Ricky Rudd. Now here is Earnhardt's spin from his roof cam.
Yeah, he's had trouble up there, and I guess he had no brakes, so he just said, I better spin her out here and keep from running head on into somebody.
So Dale Earnhardt goes further back down in the standings. He's now 34th, 6 laps down. Back in a moment.
You miss racing. I hope you can feel better soon.
Perfect timing once again. The green coming out just as you rejoin us. It's Jeff Burton, Ted Musgrave, and Dale Jarrett. First 3, then Jeff Burton, and Mark Martin, and Rusty Wallace.
Always like work on the symmetry and never bend and twist. That's what puts it out. Always like move like.
Just to put a period on Dale Earnhardt, his last Richmond race that he finished lower than 11th was in 1983. In only 2 of the 34 races, he's ever finished lower than 13th. But now Earnhardt is 34th, 7 laps down. As the attention goes to the front of the pack, and Jeff Gordon, the defending Nascar Winston Cup champion.
He's pulled out by about 3 car lengths over Ted Musgrave. Musgrave, he's driving a little bit offensive and defensive because right behind him, there you see the 88 car of Dale Jarrett.
Oh, and a big spin in the backstretch. 2 cars involved. Elton Sawyer and Ernie Irvan are in the inside of the racetrack in the backstretch. Sawyer is moving. Irvan isn't. Now he is.
Caution flag is out.
Here it is.
Look though, see, he's got water way up there.
Contact as he came off the second corner because that was water going down to his car.
So Ernie Irvan is not having a good day. He's around 24th and is going to lose probably some more positions because of this accident in the backstretch. Back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Skip ahead.
All right, thank you, Mike. Just a few laps remain. 18 laps to go.
Man, I tell you what, folks, let me just tell you how hard I can't tell you how hard they're racing right now.
And I tell you, right there's some class by Kenny Schrader. He could have affected the outcome of this race right there. He was on the inside of his teammate, Jeff Gordon. He stayed down on the inside, let Dale Jarrett and Ted Musgrave going by. Now Jarrett trying to move by Ted Musgrave down on the inside to take over the second position. But Schrader definitely could have affected the outcome of this race, but he said, I'm going to let them race for it.
Good battle here for second spot. Jarrett is to the inside in 88. Musgrave outside in 16. Jarrett is going to get the position coming off corner number 4. Dale Jarrett, the co-points leader going into this event with Dale Earnhardt, is going to pick up some major points today. And he could pick up a win. He's only about 7 or 8 car lengths behind the leader, Jeff Gordon. Todd Parrott down on pit road is riding every inch with his driver, Dale Jarrett.
I am too.
Yeah,
I'll bet you are.
There he watches them go down in turn 1. Now he's got to wait that 10 or 15 seconds till they get back.
It seems like an eternity, doesn't it?
Watching that clock, clocking those cars.
It's Todd Parrott that you're seeing in the inset. Here he comes. Now you can see him again.
I don't know if he's gaining any on Gordon or not. Gordon's car is good right now.
Here's more from Bill Weber.
I talked to Todd just before they went back green. I said, this is going to hurt you. You wanted the longer runs. He goes, that's right. But he goes, look at this. And he pointed at the big picture where they were in the running order and where the 3 car was in the running order. So if they don't get the win here today, they're looking at points, even though it's only race number 3.
Still a long time on these tires.
Jeff Gordon has led 100.
And here's trouble here on the front straightaway. Jeff Bodine, Dave Marcus is up against the wall.
I think Jimmy Spencer is also involved. So we went so long without any cautions or any accidents, and now we've had a rash of them here in the last few laps. As Dave Marcus still now he begins to roll away from where he stopped just past the start-finish line.
Now we could get down in the situation here with 10 laps to go when the race is restarted, which would mean a single file restart.
And that will happen because right now there's only 12 laps left.
Single
Caution
file
is
after
out
10
once
to go,
again
and
here
the
at
lap
Richmond
cars aren't up
International
front
Raceway
anymore.
in the closing stages of the Pontiac Excitement 400. Didn't even run a full lap under green till we had another crash. This one up on turn number 3, bringing out the 8th caution of the afternoon. And this one involved a couple of cars. The guy that got the worst into the deal was Michael Waltrip, who spun up and hit the wall in turn 3 and stayed there long enough to bring out the flag.
You see Jimmy Spencer, the Smoking Joe car involved. As he goes around, he continues on in the 75 car.
Morgan Shepherd got through there, I believe, didn't he, Denny?
Elsewhere on the track, Bobby Hamilton's roof cam.
Here's Lee in front on the whoa. He could set something. He backed off.
Whoops.
Oh my God.
A little tap to John Andretti there.
Oh, nice save by John. And now we are within 10 laps, so it'll be a single file restart. They're checking the track over to determine when we carry Labonte. They're running 7th and 8th. Over to determine when we can go green. We'll take another break and be back for the restart in a moment. Getting set for a restart here at Richmond. The Pontiac pace car pulls off. Jeff Gordon brings them around corner number 4. They get the green. That's the completion of lap 395. We restart on 396. It's Gordon, Jarrett, Musgrave, Burton, Martin, Wallace, Labonte, Andretti.
And there's a big mess back for the rest with Terry Labonte, John Andretti, and Bobby Hamilton.
4 laps to go for Jeff Gordon.
Oh boy, that looks
Close
scary.
racing there between John Andretti and Terry Labonte. They're running 7th and 8th.
Hamilton goes by the car, takes that spot away. Meanwhile, Jeff Gordon pulled out to about a 5-car length advantage on Dale Jarrett.
And here's Jeff Burton trying to pass
The 37 Kmart car is in P10.
Teammates racing against each other for 3rd. Musgrave able to hold him off at the moment, although Burton has a good inside position on him as they come out of the 2nd corner.
Gordon's car is strong coming off of turn 2. He really gets a bite coming off of that turn and pulls away.
This is Jeff's 7th race here at Richmond as we continue to watch this battle between Burton and Musgrave. His finishes 10th, 6th, 3rd, 2nd, 36th. A year ago at this time, he finished 6th here in the fall race.
There's the 3 Roush cars right together, 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
How about that? Up front, though, it's Gordon and Jarrett. As the white flag is coming out, and Jeff Gordon, the defending NASCAR Winston Cup champion, who has gotten off to a horrible start in 1996, is about to win his first race of the year if he can hold off Jarrett for another half lap.
And Bobby Hamilton was able to get by Rusty Wallace back for the 6th spot. Here we come.
Here comes the checkered flag. It's going to be Jeff Gordon winning, Jarrett 2nd, 3rd goes to Musgrave, then Burton, and then Mark Martin, followed by Bobby Hamilton and then Rusty Wallace.
Wow, how about that? So Jeff Gordon does get everything untracked here at the Richmond Raceway.
It's his 10th career win, his last since Dover 9 races ago. We're going to go to Mike Tirico right now. We will be back for a winner interview in just a moment. Right now, let's go to our ESPN studios and Mike Tirico.
Okay, Bob, before we get back to you guys, want to remind everyone the Southern Conference Championship with automatic bid 6 to the field of 64. It's underway. Davidson leads Western Carolina by 3. Get you down there as soon as we hear from the winner. We'll send you back right now to Richmond.
My old stomping ground area.
Jeff Gordon pulls into victory lane and gets the monkey off of his back for 1996. Actually, it started in 1995. His average finishing position in the last 6 races prior to today, 28th. What is this all about? As Kyle Petty is down against the inside of the track. And who, Hamilton?
Bobby Hamilton, yeah.
Oh, well. we'll check on that as Jeff Gordon takes off the helmet and revisits victory lane for the first time since Dover of last year. This is his second short track win. He also won at Bristol last year. Brought Chevy home in front of 5 Fords and led 124 of the 400 laps here at Richmond International Raceway. Well, let's go down now for our McDonald's Winner's Circle interview. Here's Jerry Punch.
And Ray Evernham comes over and gives a big congratulations to his young driver. They talk about, hey, Ray said, I told you if we just be patient, we'll be there. As we're ready now, as Jeff Gordon gets ready to climb out of the car, and the fans have crowded to the fences to hear. Let's take a listen. Jeffrey, congratulations. Oh, he's not going to get, this guy will never get cold after winning a race. Jeff, congratulations on a great effort.
Oh, thank you, Jerry. We needed this so bad. You know, it's been a tough couple of races. You know, we knew we had a lot of races left to go, and man, I tell you, I've been, you know, seeing the guys more. I wanted to make sure their morale wasn't getting down. I mean, I'm real interested in, you know, making sure this team doesn't come into this year and fall on its face, and these guys did a heck of a job. I got to say thanks to DuPont Automotive Finishes, and these Goodyear tires are great today also. You know, it was just a wonderful day, and Quaker State, our new sponsor. This is a day we've been looking for a little while here, and we've been searching, and I tell you, it feels so good to be able to do this today. These guys, they needed it, I needed it. This is a refreshing feeling.
But halfway through the race, Rick Hendrick turned to me and said, that young man is showing so much maturity by not using up the race car and being patient.
Well, we had a great car on a long run. And, you know, at the beginning, we only had to deal with a couple cars. Then all of a sudden, these Fords come out of nowhere, the 99 and the 88. I was like, man, what has happened? And then I come on the race. I said, have we slowed down or have they speed up? They said, no, they've gotten faster. So I knew in the long run, we'd still reel them in. And that's the effort that Ray Evernham, these Rainbow Warriors, and myself, we all put in all day yesterday in practice. We knew we had a good car, you know, and we came here and we did the best that we could with it. And today, you know, having a win, I got to thank God. God has been with me through the ups and the downs, and it was difficult for 2 races to finish back in the 40th place back there anyway. And I think that he's really been with me, especially today.
And that's bad. That's all history, right? It's all gone. 42nd and 40, that's all history.
Well, we moved up quite a bit in points anyway.
Oh, the monkey's off their back as he gets a big hug from Carlin and Rick Hendrick and Jeff Gordon back in victory lane here in 1996.
Now, let's show you what resulted in what we saw just a few minutes ago, as here is John Andretti coming up and giving Bobby Hamilton a bit of a tap there on the rear of the car, and then he drives up beside him, gives him another little nudge, and Hamilton stops and said, what's going on here, John?
I guess then they talked about it.
By the way, John slipped down to 12th at the line, and Hamilton wound up in 6th position. So that was a little skirmish that occurred after the checkered flag had come out.
And Kyle Petty stops to see what's happening with his dad's car.
That's what Kyle stopped for. Okay. Well, we're going to take a break and be back with more from Richmond as we wrap things up here in the Pontiac Excitement 400, won by Jeff Gordon. ESPN Speed World coverage of the Pontiac Excitement 400 from Richmond, Virginia.
I think that's enough of Richmond for today. I will be reading out, but I'll just throw on this little playlist. If you follow my YouTube, let me show you what it's like. Yeah, I need coffee too. Mine's cold. I need to add to it. This is Stafford Springs, a friend of mine sent on SRX night. So it's just a few clips that I can play on the way out. Let's see. Expand that, put it on, and now figure out who to raid. If I miss you, Pops, you'll catch me wherever we raid to. I haven't even thought about it yet. But let's, this is Lil Stafford. Thank you so much for hanging out. And I'll upload all this to my YouTube channel. which this is on. This is a friend sent us from Stafford. We have connections. Just gonna play a bunch of stuff from that my friend sent me. Looks like Ryan Priest in the front. Hang around, I will read.
New York. 13th position goes to the number 79, the Middlesex Interiors entry for John McKennedy from Chelmsford, Mass. Starting 12th in the Onyx Supreme Lubricants, number 29.
Thompson Speedway 2 years ago.
Spencer Davis. Rolling off the grade in 11. Making a return to Thompson Speedway here tonight in the Harshaw paving. Olivia's Market, number 44, from Berlin, Connecticut, a three-time Thompson Speedway winner, Ryan Priest.
Go get him, Ryan!
Now into the top 10 in the 10th starting spot. Goes to the number 54, the FX Capria entry from Ontario, New York. It's Tommy Catalano. Ninth spot goes to the number 46, the Riverhead Building Supply entry from Islip, New York, Timmy Salamito. Starting in the 8th position tonight from Riverhead, New York, the GAF Roofing Machine, Eric Goodale. A rookie contender starts in position number 7 from Northampton, Pennsylvania. Driving the Dell Electric, Lumiere Electric, Andrew James Interior, number 64, Austin Deers.
Anyway, all of these are on my YouTube channel under Modifieds and Short Track on my main page.